Welcome to Finals Friday. Well, the sun's out and the rain is gone from last night. A crazy finish to the Group C group matches, and Malta, they fell by the wayside. The French Renaissance was in full swing. They qualified, but only just. But we start with a shootout between the top two teams with Belgium and the Scotland 11 going at it. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Group C Finals Day, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is Finals Friday here in Group C. We started the week with 5 countries. We are now down to 4, with Malta being eliminated on net run rate by only 0.1. It was an absolutely crazy finish last night. The rains came, but they've also gone now. The sun's back out, and we are ready with the top 4 teams here from Group C to see who qualifies for the championship week in just over a week's time now. So we do start with the 2 teams that have earned the double chance. It is Belgium versus the Scotland 11 in qualifier 1, match 21 here in Group C. Let's go over to Rob Kemming. He's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails.
So it is Ali Raza of Belgium who's won the toss, and he has elected to bowl first. So interesting for me, Scotland will get the chance to put runs on the board here in this crucial match. We have seen chasing be a little bit more successful, I suppose, in this group compared to the other groups. But I think also for Belgium, it gives them a bit of directionality, if you like, with their chase. They'll know exactly how hard they need to go. And we know that they do like to go hard, but I suppose sometimes when they bat first, they can fall in a bit of a heap because they're so hyper aggressive. And what a match it was last night. Belgium winning in the first ever international golden ball over France. But France, through that result, did enough to qualify in 4th place. Belgium only losing 1 match along the way in the group stage, and actually beat Scotland 11 twice along the way. So Scottish team have a bit of a Belgian bogey they need to break here. Remember, the winner of this game goes through straight to the final, and the loser will have to play the winner of the 3-4 match a little bit later on. Let's talk about the conditions here, and I can tell you that the sun is back out. Don't see any clouds, so that's good. We really didn't see the storm coming last night. We're expecting a maximum temperature about 28 degrees. Currently it's about 20. The wind is big at the moment. The wind is pretty much into the batter's face, so I think hitting straight could be a little bit difficult today, but we'll have to see. Scotland 5-3, it may have been hit and miss, but they do seem to be building towards something. I think this will be a really spicy clash to start the day. Well, Rico Full is in the commentary box. Rico, after his day off, he is nice and dry and he's ready to fly. Let's get ready for the first ball. Belgium winning the toss here in qualifier 1 and electing to field.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Well, you know, I like a bit of spice, and I think we're going to get a bit of spice nice and early. And, well, there was plenty of spice yesterday in the Cartama Oval. What a historic day it was when we saw our very first international golden ball in the night skies here in Cartama under lights. What a match that was, match number 20. It was amazing for 2 things. It was amazing that Belgium, well, they won the golden ball when Sabir Zakil smashed it for 6. But the celebrations, the biggest celebrations, came from France when they finally got the news that it was they that were qualifying for this finals day ahead of Malta. Belgium, well, they're favourites according to the bat versus ball rule there, 106 to 104 in this match. And I suppose the way that form has gone, that's not really surprising. Belgium, they had a surprise loss to Luxembourg in match 4, but since then they've won 6 on the spin and they have finished first. And they needed a golden ball though to get that victory last night. What about Scotland? Well, Scotland, they lost to Belgium in match 11, but they have found some form as well, winning 3 on the spin. They beat Luxembourg twice and also got that win against Malta. They finished second. That's why we got this contest. This is the qualifier. Both these 2 teams have 2 opportunities to get into the Group C final later today. But whoever wins this one gets there straight away. Here we go. The first ball. Ahmadzai comes in and he gets a wicket straight away. It's a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra 5 ball. And Majid gets beaten. The left-hander, he's a promising prospect. He's played some exciting cricket at times, has Majid. But this time, this is just too hot and too spicy from the bowler. Sajjad Ahmadzai knocks them over. And, well, it's going to be a golden duck for Majid, unfortunately. Well, he's going to have to go back. It's one of those to start the day. Well, what a start to finals day this is. He's right on the money. What a good delivery this is. Look, he comes wide, angles it into the left-hander, and he is fired up. Well, that's an absolute beauty. Jagadev Hutte style. What a start to the day. It is not one that the Scots would have been wanting. I think Majid is up there. I mean, look, he's a good hitter of the ball. He's a clean striker, and I think this is a good move for Scotland when it works. He's up there to try to get them off to a good start in the power play, but it just hasn't happened this time around. And, well, he's going to make his way back, and it's going to be disappointing from him. But like I was saying, that these two teams, they will have the double chance to get into that final. So whoever doesn't make it this time round, well, they will have another chance. But, of course, there's more matches, and it does make it harder. And, well, for Majid, the stats he won't lie, because you see there, he's out first baller. But that's the second on the spin, so it's a golden pair for him. Ahmadzai. This time slightly over-pitched. Mostly played away by Jack Jarvis. And Jarvis is one player which, if he can find his way back in form, he can certainly help the Scots perhaps go all the way here. I mean, I think Jarvis and also Liam Naylor are two men who are looking to find their form again. And if they can, well, that makes them a formidable team. Slightly slower. No run. Sajid Ahmadzai, what a start from him so far. Many people feel that this will probably be the Group C final later today. And I'm sure the likes of Luxembourg and, of course, France will have a thing to say about that. Oh, big swing. He's beaten all ends up here, is Hinkley. That was much quicker. Bit more masala in this one as it whizzes past Hinkley. 1 for 1. First over. And despite all the rain and the storm and the monsoons and whatever else that we had last night, and early morning was very windy as well. That wind is starting to die down, and it looks like it's going to be another beautiful day on the Costa del Sol. Up in the air, this could be a chance. Fielder is trying to get there, and he can't. And I think this probably does go all the way. You're going to have to check this. And I get a feeling it could be a 6 here, but what Hinkley, he, well, sometimes they say the fortune favours the brave. He hits this pretty well, and just keep an eye on this. And yeah, that's 6 runs. So Manos arriba from the arbitro, just waiting for the news to come through. There we go. So the first Maximo of the finals day here. And it comes from the bat of Alex Hinkley. So 6 to him. Ahmadzai will want to finish well. Makes a bit of room for himself, but no run. And it is a good finish with a dot ball. So it goes for 7 in the over. 7 is the score, but 1 wicket down. Majid went first ball, 7 for 1. Belgium will know that it's the next couple of batters that they want to see the back of. Scotland have started to put some promising partnerships together. We know that they had plenty of issues with the bat. Just have a look. We're talking about that right on cue. Callum Garden, he's been very good. Just 1 short of 150. Jarvis, you can see why he's key. 144 and then Naylor as well. But as I said, both Jarvis and Naylor, they need to find their form again. On the other side, Suleiman's been absolutely amazing. And the captain, Ali Raza, 137 to him. And well, Sherry Butt is starting to find form as well. And with the bowling front, I think Scotland, Jack Hogarth has been a revelation ever since they've gone to spin. Nice shot, played down the ground, very wide. Long on, and slight hesitation. This could be trouble. Oh, well, it was risky. This was risky from Hinkley, you know. And, well, where's he taken this one? Oh, no, he's got to shake him about. I think he could have some furniture problem there. No, he's just checking everything's back in the right place. Oh, well, he's still not very happy, not very comfortable. Here comes the throw. I mean, this is risky, but look, oh, dear. I think he picks up the wrong ball here. He needed to go for the white one. Ouch, that hurts. And, well, he's okay. He's coming back in again. There's a bit of a rattle when he's running, though. No run. Shaharaj Safat, the bowler. Scotland yesterday, Cass Sajjad was their hero with the bat against Malta, 55 not out of 24 when Malta were all over Scotland. Good stop, and oh, well, they will take a single, but I think this is worth the risk. Have a look at this again. I mean, I get the feeling if Safat hits these, it would have been out. Keep an eye on this. I mean, it's a very good stop. I mean, he overcommits, doesn't he, Hinkley? And I get the feeling this would have been gone, so it's certainly worth the risk, and I think the reaction of the bowler says it all. Yeah, in that match I was talking about, Scotland were 48 for 6, so they needed Sajjad's good knock, and that was enough to get enough runs on the board. We'll win by 33 runs, restricting Malta to 84. The shot is there to play, and I've seen Hinkley go for these a few times, but he doesn't get it right. He's eyeing up, lofting this over those fielders that are inside the 30-yard circle there. You can see one of those is Sabir Zakil, the hero, the golden ball hero last night, smashing the one ball that he had to face for a big 6 for victory. This time he places down the ground, and it's just out of reach of the fielder as it goes for 4 runs. So Hinkley living dangerously, but at the moment things are going their way, and a bit of concern here for the fielder. He doesn't land well, and well, the ghost looks like he's having maybe some knee issues there. Well, let's just hope the fielder is okay. Can't work out who that is at the moment, but just gets it over him. I think he just lands very heavily on his knee. I think that's Sherry Butt. And, we know that he's looks like he's up, that's fine. Just landed. I mean, that's one good thing. Well, I say he's fine. He's walking quite gingerly. And one thing we do know about this magnificent Cartama Oval was that, well, that outfield, it's like a big green sponge. It's like a carpet. So it's not rock hard. So the land is always going to be soft, but it was awkward. But he seemed to be moving along a bit freely. If I were him, though, I'd take the opportunity to get, well, Magic Spray Mary to come out there and just give a little bit of spray. And just not take any unnecessary risk. He's a key player for Belgium, and they need to keep him fit. Ball to go then in this the second over. More on Scotland. They got a victory against Luxembourg as well, 114 to 85 yesterday. And that time it was Michael English, 39 of 15. He put a good partnership of 62 together with Alex Hinkley, who was 33 of 18 balls. Just gets a bit of bat on this, it's full, and you can see the bowler Safat just thought he was going to get enough to go through. I'm loving the look of Rahimi there, and ever since he was called Prince Charming because of his lovely long hair, he decided, no, having none of that, I don't want to be related to Prince Charming, and he came back with a few braids, well, a whole head of braids, looking good, looking the part. I tell you what, it also was looking good was the standings for Belgium. They finished top. And clearly top, just that one loss to them, to Luxembourg. Scotland, their revival continued as they finished second in the group, but unfortunately the one team we're not going to see again, and that is down to the smallest of smallest net run rate margins, is Malta. France pipped them, and only France and Malta only winning just 2 games, but France, those 2 victories against Malta was enough to send them through, and a better net run rate, only just. Nice shot. This one looks like it will go all the way, and it does. Balle, balle, balle. And this is when the bartender says, do you want some ice with that? Yes, please. Bang, because this kookaburra has smashed the top of the ice cube here. And there comes the ice. And they're enjoying that shot. Lovely shot. Good timing. I think this is what Hinkley needs to do. Just bat straight. Forget trying to play all these little dinky shots. Stand up and play each ball to its merit. Good comeback from Ahmed Zai after being hit for 6 of the first ball of his second over. Comes back with a good one. Very good morning to everybody on the viewers chat as well. Nice to have you all with us once more. Gets plenty on this, gets it just, well, I thought he was going to get it past the infielder, but a bit of dandy footwork there from Khalid Hamadi. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, I know that the chat went absolutely wild yesterday, as did everything else. It got wild here in the Dream box. It got wild out there as that storm came through. What a finish we had to the day. This just doesn't carry. Fielded us really well here. As soon as he realises that the catch is not on, he has to negotiate quite a tricky bounce. Nicely done. Very good work from Munib. And also, well, I should say namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, Aibo1 to all of our loyal viewers watching via fan code. Lovely to have you all with us. And of course, millions of you around the world watching on all different networks around the world. Welcome to the Cartama Oval. Welcome to the Euros of cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, as another throw comes in. This one again is not that far off. Hinkley, he's, I keep saying he's living dangerously. Maybe he's getting a little bit of luck on his side as well, because I believe if this was the hit, he would have been gone. Yeah, you can see that clearly. He'd already given up. He'd already given up. Ball to go in this, the third, 24, 1 wicket down. A boundary here would be good. Jarvis, what can he do? He goes for it, misses out. The dot ball is good for Belgium. Ahmadzai finishes his spell 1 for 16, 24 for 1. Rico Fall here of the European Cricket Network. You are watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championships, the Euros of cricket. And it's going to be a great day. And of course it's going to be a great day. The cricket's going to be marvellous. And your good time crew here today in the Dream Box, myself and the one, the only, the man in purple today, looking very sharp, wearing your Peacock Friday shirt. It's Vinny Sandon.
Very good morning, Rico. Good morning to all the viewers. Hope you're well. Wow, it's nice to be here. Nice to see clear blue skies.
Hey, I like what you did with the place.
Yeah.
It's you gave the floor a nice clean and polish. Everything looks gleaming.
It was accidentally washed, put it that way. But yeah, good morning, everyone. Hope you're well. Finals Friday action. Got to say, when I did finally get back to the Sunset Beach Club last night, I went straight to Malta to say my commiserations. Unfortunately, they were eliminated, but for every negative, there's a positive in France. I mean, we'll see them in the eliminator coming up. But right now, let's watch Wakas Raja in over number 4.
Good areas. Once again, I think that both batters have been beaten by this kind of delivery. It's just not too fast. It's just short of a length outside the off stump. And batters looking to go straight. Haven't actually seen them try to cut the ball. Both batters have opted to go straight down the ground rather than cut.
Wakas took 4 wickets in the game yesterday.
Well, this one is going all the way. It's just strays his line slightly. He's on the legs and he's been picked up early by Hinkley. And that's a good shot. Big hit. 6 runs.
Yeah, slightly slower ball this time from Wakas Raja. I think steps across and helps it out of the ground. I think we'll see some more square hitting today, or attempted at least, because of this wind. It still is the same wind that was driving the rain in our faces last night here in the commentary box. We're pretty much at the fine third man position, so it's pretty much behind the bowler today. It's not going to be easy to go downtown.
This is in the air, but it stays hit as it crashes into the banner. Stronger together. Well, Scotland, they have become stronger together, especially the last few matches. They're getting wins on the board, and they're getting batters to start the perform as well. And Hinkley is looking good again. He's had a bit of luck, he has, but this one goes all the way. Boom! Shaka-lugya!
Every day we seem to see another batter clicking, and Hinkley's one of them that's come good in the middle of the week. I like the way he goes deep in his crease there, and that way he can pick it up.
Better delivery. Fuller doesn't allow Hinkley to get underneath it, but he still, like all good batters do, gets the single, rotates the strike.
So Belgium only lost the 1 game to Luxembourg, as you mentioned earlier. I think they did beat Scotland twice, and so got the Belgian bogey that the Scottish team will have to shake at some point, you'd imagine, if they are to qualify for Championship Week from Group C.
Hit straight down the ground. This would be 4 runs. This is a classy shot. Beautifully played by Jarvis. Well, Jarvis has been just sitting back and watching Hinkley spray the ball all over the place. And now it's time for him to get one. And he gets this beautifully, nice and straight. Nobody's stopping this. And once the umpire ducks past it, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, pretty correct shot, wasn't it? And a couple of bounces, crashes into the fence.
This time he does go outside the off, and the fielder's not going to get there. And finally, I think we see a shot being played to Merritt outside the off stump. Both batters being guilty of trying to hit these ones straight, but Jarvis now waits for it. He gets the width, hits it over that man at point, and once this is hit, it stays hit. It's 4 more. So he's starting to get moving now, Jarvis, and this is looking a good spell here for Scotland. Dangerous for Belgium. Belgium need to break this partnership, but Scotland, you've got two batters in that can really hurt them.
Yeah, and look at the batting to come as well. You've got Garden at 4, Naylor at 5, Sajjad at 6. So they're all players that have had some success this week. 45 for 1 after 4. Clean innings so far from Belgium, no extras, so that's something. But I want to say quick hello to Gordon, who's in the comment section at the moment, as well as Sundori and James Stewart watching from Estonia. And if anyone wants to have a chat to us, you can always get in touch with us on social media or in the comment section. All right, here's Amadi who's back, and he's going to bowl a no ball first up that's going to go the journey. And this is a worst case scenario, really. Maximo +1. Hinkley gets a free hit, and the 50 comes up. Things not going well at the moment for Belgium.
No, I mean, this is a Gundy ball, isn't it? It really is from Khalid. It's a no ball, full toss, which has just been spanked away. You can't be bowling that. You can't bowl there to me. Well, Hinkley, he's on a march, and he is looking good.
That one went a long way. They're going to have to get a new ball. Amadi does have this slower ball that's a very, very clever change of pace. Wonder if we'll bring it out here on the free hit. And Belgium taking a bit of a risk. Bowling first. I mean, often traditional thinking will say get the runs on the board in the final. But I think both teams probably wanted to chase here because they know exactly what they have to do. Right now, Belgium might have to do a lot. Here's a free hit.
It's well bowled, well played as well. This is a good delivery from Amadi. Recovers well, but credit to Hinkley. He must still make something out of it. Got a bit of a smile on his face. He knows it was a good delivery. He just gives that little smirk to Jarvis and says, yeah, that was a good one. I did well to get back onto it. Yeah, one thing that Scotland need to be careful of, I mean, I said they struggled in the first match they played yesterday, and it was only Kez Sajjad that got them out of a hole. The second match, they got off to a flyer, didn't they? It was similar to this, as this one's been hit straight down the ground as well. It's going to stay hit, but this is quality batting. This is top draw at the moment from both these two. And Jarvis is starting to find his form. That's the second one he's hit straight down the ground. They don't get any better than this. What a cracking shot this is. Top draw, 4 runs.
One thing that Corey said yesterday, it kind of made sense to me. A lot of the Scottish players that had been good, they missed out yesterday, so they'll be really hungry for runs.
Slower delivery, and well, you thought this was going to get walloped. It was a bit of a full toss. I know it was swinging a bit, but it just looks like Jarvis misses out on this one.
Yeah, it's a really clever slow ball, though, and I think Jarvis acknowledges that. He's a seam bowler himself. He just looks down at Amadi and says, yep, that's well bowled. Did not pick that one at all.
Firmly struck, but there is a fielder out there. Yeah, the point I was making in that, when they played Luxembourg, wasn't it, Vinny? I mean, they got off to a cracking start with Michael English and Hinkley. I think that partnership, 62, came inside 5 overs, but then it went all pear-shaped as they finished on 114. It was enough to win the game, but they would have been disappointed that they weren't able to finish with a big score. So it's a similar sort of situation here. This time, though, I'm pretty sure that they know they've got to get that big score against Belgium. That's a good delivery. Once again, takes the pace off it. It doesn't give the width to Hinkley that Hinkley wants. So Khalid, after going for a couple of boundaries, is looking to finish the over well here.
Yeah, it's one of the things you have to do is just keep your head together when you're getting smashed all over the place, or if you do make a slight mistake, the batter pounces on. The last ball coming up for Amadi. Turns out it hasn't been too bad. 13, considering he gave away that 7.
This may just sneak inside. Yeah, it does. So he does finish well. Credit to Amadi. It started terribly, didn't he? And when you think he had to bowl that extra delivery as well because of the no ball free hit, he's done well. He's come back well. So it stays at 58 for 1 at the halfway point. But again, I think this time round, I think Scotland certainly will be looking for a 130 score. They need to be 130 plus, I think they're feeling, against Belgium.
No doubt about that. Nothing safe in Belgium. Had some really high scoring finals last year as well. Good morning to you, good afternoon, good evening, whatever the time is where you are watching in the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Well, Corey's off today, but it is Peacock Friday. And it's nice to be here. I hope you are enjoying it because it's a very, very big day in the context of this tournament. And this is how it's going to work. We'll come back to that in a second as we get back to live action. Not having a drink because it's not too hot at the moment, just 22 degrees. So yeah, this is the qualifier 1, Belgium versus Scotland 11. The winner of this goes straight through to the final. The loser plays the winner of Luxembourg versus France, who play the eliminator next. And ultimately the winner of the day does make it through to week 5.
Beautifully hit, and it's going to stay hit right out of the middle of the bat. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 carreras más. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque es una grande. Es una 6.
Yeah, that's a good shot straight through the line. Safar kind of challenges him with the length delivery. It gets whacked straight over the long-on's fence for 6.
Safar to Jarvis. And the effort ball going for the Yorker, but getting it wrong. So going to be a wide down the leg side.
Say hello to Universe, who's in the comment section. I love the interaction as well. To Rob, who's watching from New Zealand. To Mahmood White as well. Hello to you. And everyone else is saying hello. I'll try and get to as many as we can. I'm very, very well, thank you. Thanks everyone for asking.
Firmly struck. Will be fielded.
So Rob in New Zealand said he got up early morning New Zealand time to watch the late night rain show because last night, I don't even know if I'm ready to talk about it, with 1 ball remaining. So it went 79.5 overs in the day, and then with no warning, no forecast, sideways rain just started coming straight in our face in the commentary box, and for all the players, of course.
Up in the air, and this is going to be 4 runs. It's just a little bit too short, too much width, and you can see that the batter's already decided, Hinkley, well, anything there, I'm going to throw the bat at it, and the chances are it's going to fly over the man who's inside the circle there on third man duty. 1 bounce, 4 runs, so Hinkley keeps on going. He's eyeing up a very good, healthy 50 here. Yeah, it made magical TV yesterday, Vinny. I must admit, in the comfort of my hotel room.
I was thinking of
with
you.
a nice
with your slippers.
nice beverage in my hand. I was enjoying you and Corey being pelted by the tropical storm we had last night.
I mean, obviously, one of the things was the fact it came without warning, that no one was expecting. I felt 1 drop, and I was like, oh, that's strange. And then about 2 seconds later, I got hit by a wall of water. And, of course, we've got all these electronics here, which, thanks to Spring Productions, keeps us ticking. And it was crazy.
But you could not have had a more dramatic build-up to the end of a game, could you?
Or the end of a group, basically. Let's ball the over. It'll be the end of the over here. As Jarvis gets 1, he'll retain the strike, moves to 26, 6 overs down. Scotland on 120 pace now. They're 72 for 1. Yeah, you couldn't have scripted it. This is the thing, some people say, oh, is this scripted? Or you couldn't script this stuff. Seeing their 1 for 16, Ahmed Zai bowled well early, didn't he? But he's bowled out. Haven't seen the 5th bowler yet. We'll probably see Razak as the 5th bowler pretty shortly. So I got to admit, I was in self-preservation mode because, again, you don't want to get the stuff through, and this is expensive stuff. We're on a budget here at European Cricket. We don't quite have some of the resources that some other people do, some other organisations do around the world. But looks like everything's working and nothing has been damaged, which is good. Corey's famous words, "Take me, universe, I've seen it all," as he started unbuttoning his shirt. Got a bit of traction. Anyway, hello to all of you guys. Thanks for the support. And now let's get a bit of sanity back, although I'm expecting a few crazy things to happen here on finals day. And here is Razak.
Well, we know Razak likes to get his Yorkers going. Slightly over pitches this one, but he gets away with it. It's a bit of a full toss. It's just been hit out towards the leg side boundary. Just the 1 run.
Mike Buckland thinking the Scottish team were foxing at the start of the week, maybe not showing what they could do. I don't think it's so much that. I think it just takes a bit of adjustment.
It does. It was, I think we were talking about it, weren't we, that they were very similar to, this one might get called, you know. I like to see the skin side on. I think the umpire sort of looks and decides it's just okay. I think when we have a look at this game, we're going to find this a bit high.
Testing the umpire's patience. That's 2 that he's missed
Let's have a look at this, yeah. That, for me, he's inside his crease. You've got to call that when he's batting upright in his crease. I think that's too high.
I think they missed that one. Razak gets away with it.
Well, they're not going to miss this one, surely. Well, this one, both of them go up in symmetrical style. That one will be called a no ball. Well, that's how you get 7. It's too high. It gets smashed out of here with Razak. I don't know what he's bowling at the moment. Full tosses. This goes the distance. Boom. Shaka Lagya and the no ball. 7 off 1 ball.
Well, that's twice we've had 7s here. Pair of 7s. Not a bad starting hand in poker. Pair of walking sticks. But right now we've got another free hit coming up.
And this one looks like it's going to the boundary. How far does it go? Well, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And just like that, well, that's how you get 13 of one ball.
Yeah, here's the thing, Belgium, they just missed their spots here too much. I mean, Razak's known for churning out Yorker. He's a Yorker factory, but he cannot do it. That was the closest one, but with the immunity cloak, the batter smacked it away over the ropes.
And this is aerial, catchable and taken, no mistakes. And just doesn't hit this cleanly, I think, Jarvis. I think he plays the shot. He's relying on more placement and timing to get this past the fielder. You just get the feeling if he hits this harder, if he clobbers this, he's maybe going to get reward for the shot, but he doesn't. And a nice catch taken there by Khalid Amadi. Judges it pretty well. There he goes, gets himself in the position. And quite an acrobatic sort of dynamic finish to the catch there as well. So another wicket goes. Jack Jarvis, he will fall for 39 of just 19 deliveries, but a very healthy partnership there between those two.
Pretty good contribution from Jarvis, really. And this is where, I think in this form of the game, he hits the ball pretty correctly, hits it hard, just picked out the fielder there, Amadi, who holds on to it. But he leaves his team in pretty good shape. Scotland 11 are 87 for 2. I'm just seeing in the comment section, Matt Aravides said he was watching last night from Perth in Australia. He fell asleep in the break between France and Belgium, but he had to watch it in his lunch break today. Couldn't believe it. No, you weren't the only one. But, you know, if there's a lesson to this for all the kids out there, I'll tell you, stay in school because the mathematics really came into it. Watching Corey try to grasp it in real time was pretty funny.
Nicely played with the Khalid Amadi, who just fielded again.
Because
Look, we said, though, myself and Corey, remember, I think we've all said, when we looked at this group, we said net run rate is going to be key. And wasn't it just? And, well, Malta, you've got to feel for Malta, though,
you do.
a little bit. I mean, don't forget the matches that they had, the victories they could have had. And more work for Amadi. He's got to get the dive in, but he gives up straight away. He decides, nah, I'm not going to get there. Dive or no dive, this ball has beaten me. There's a nice shot. Nicely played. Hinkley is moving along, getting ever closer to what will be quite a magnificent half-century.
Yeah, it's a really good shot because I don't think that that's a bad ball from Razak that time, but he still was able to get his hands through it enough to move to 49, and so after 7 overs, it's 92 for 2. Well, today's a big day because it's the day that we add another name to Championship Week. And England 11, they qualify because they won the tournament last year. Spain qualified from Group A. Netherlands 11 from Group B. There are 4 teams that could potentially be Group C winners today. Only one of them will get that ticket. And then next week, we'll get to see Group D. So looking forward to that. We've got Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania, and Switzerland. The final 5 teams we'll get to see here at the ECC.
Scotland are well poised here to, I was saying they'll be looking at a 130 sort of score. Well, that's what they're on. They know the powers of Belgium. They know that these Belgian guys hit the ball pretty damn hard, and you're going to need a fair few runs on the board. Having said that, Belgium, they were a little bit off key last time.
That's true. Belgium are no strangers to a high-scoring final either. Remember that, I think that they made 148 against England in the final last year. That got chased down. So yeah, Belgium are unpredictable, put it that way. And it's very hard to vat them out of the game. Remember, Scotland, just that one spinner, Hogarth. Apart from that, it's a very seam-heavy attack. I think that suits Belgium as well.
Good start from Amadi. Hey, it's coming your way, mind your head. He sees the ball. Yeah, nice start from him. And Amadi, no doubt, he'll get the variations going again. He'll be looking for that slower delivery as well, which has been pretty effective. Put himself out of a hole, didn't he, the first over after seeing the first ball smashed for a big 6, and it was a no ball as well. Edged, 4 runs, and a bit of luck there for Naylor. Hay poquito de suerte ahí. There's a Naylor. Well, he swings hard, doesn't he? And he gets the 4 runs. So they're getting closer to bringing up the 100 in this over. That's what they'll be planning on doing here. And then having a big bang at the last 2, just trying to get 30-odd runs that they need to try and get to that 130-plus score.
Yeah. Be a high-scoring one. It's weird because it hasn't been a very high-scoring group. Maybe France have let the team down a little bit as far as the run rates here in Group C, but still highly entertaining stuff.
Slower delivery, right on cue, just gets defended away. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the pattern of runs look, because I think Group A and B were very similar in terms of runs scored, very similar in 6s as well. But you're right, this group, there's been some low-scoring tussles as well, not just with France, I think, and Malta as well. Even Scotland have been involved in a couple of low-scoring games, so there haven't been too many biggies.
Marty.
Full toss, hit hard. I think this dips. I think Hyde is okay. Fielder gets his fingers on it, makes a stop. And now they're asking the question here. And, well, it's been given on field. Yeah. So, well, I wasn't expecting this. I mean, this has got to, I've got to just put this down to, it can't be good running.
Well, he makes
certainly
his 50.
Had to be 2 here.
He's 50 and out, Rico. Because Hinkley does get the 1 here, but on the fumble, he tries to sneak the strike back. I don't think you see this very often. It's a milestone. Given out in the field, this was close-ish, but it's correct.
Yeah,
he's gone.
Yeah. I mean, for me, there was always 2 there. Knowing how well these 2 run, there must have been some sort of hesitation in the middle.
I'm not so sure there is 2 there. Look, the thing is, it's 2 as long as he doesn't recover quickly, but he does.
Yeah, I mean, again, what do you think of the movement there? I mean, he goes, well, why doesn't he just run straight? I think if he runs straight and gets, I mean, a dive would have helped him. I'm pretty sure there was 2 there. I think there's an error on the part of Hinkley. But look, I've got to say, congratulations, Hinkley. It's a fine half-century, but he doesn't even get a chance to take the applause off his teammates or anybody around the ground for it, because he gets it with the single, then going for the second, gets him. Just have a look at this. Yeah, just here. Where's he going?
I think what it is,
he
doesn't want to get hit by the ball. He knows the ball's coming in that way, so I think he's kind of...
Let it hit you, get yourself in. Yeah. That's what I say.
Oh, he got his 50.
He got his 50,
anyway, yeah, not often you see that. So he brings up his 50 on the same ball that he is dismissed, and he will depart at 98 for 3. So one of my favourite comments I just saw in the comment section, Finney's commentary is quite consistent. Whereas Corey is an aggressive commentator. But I think everyone has their own style, and I don't mind that.
Aggressive?
Rico,
nah.
you're the calm one now, Rico.
I'm the calm one.
Here we go. Here's Callum Garden to come out with over 2 overs to bat.
Not bad guy to have come in at this point. Oh, this is a wild throw. Well, the keeper. Well, where's the wicket keeper here? Well, Ali Raza, the captain, decides, well, I'm not moving. I'm staying put. The throw came in there for Rahimi. There's no keeper. He's not in the shot.
Hey, listen, I've got a question from Mahmoud White as well. He thinks France have the best bowling attack in this group. What do I think? Well, I can go to the numbers on this. Let's go on average runs conceded. How about that?
This one clonks the bowler back, Khalid, on the ankle.
So I'm just scrolling this in real time. So Scotland average 91 against, Belgium 93 against, France 88 against, Malta 113, and Luxembourg 109. So you go on that, and yeah, France actually are the best bowling team, only conceding 88. But here's the bad thing. They're only making 78 per 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's been an issue.
I think the other issue being is, though, there's that over comes to an end. So just give you the score, the 100 exactly on the board. So it's where they want to be, like I was saying. I mean, they've lost 1 wicket there of Hinkley, but you've got another good batter that's come out of Garden. But look, have a look at the leading wicket takers. Rahul Mangal, 13. And he's been on top form. Rahula Mangal, he's taken 8. So really, in terms of bowling, and also don't forget the spin that they've got there as well. But the one thing I will say is, though, the bowling's been very good, sometimes been let down a little bit by the fielding.
Sometimes. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Here's Razak coming back in the 9th.
And he hasn't been on song, has Razak. I mean, they're going back to him. His first over was expensive. It was actually magical because he had so many issues getting his length right. A couple of no balls in there as well. I remember 1 ball went for 13. But they've gone back to him here, and the first ball is smashed away for another boundary. Just not getting those reliable Yorkers that he normally gets in going, is he?
Yeah, it's true. That's normally his bread and butter. Matt has a good question as well about Hinkley. Had a leg injury yesterday, but we didn't see him really bothered by that, I didn't think. So a single that could turn into a 2. It will now, because Sherry Butt's forced to dive to save the boundary. So Hinkley, he batted pretty well this morning, didn't he? And even, got run out going for a second, but we didn't see him bothered in a big way. So I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe had some cramp or something, but he seemed to move fairly freely. We didn't notice anything. Good observation there, Matt. Yeah,
he looked fairly free. And that was also nice to see Sherry Butt, who had a bit of an injury earlier, sliding and stopping that one. He seems to be fine now. So that's a better length from Razak. That's what you expect from him. A little bit wide, maybe. Could have been just toying with that wide line, but he forces the batter to play at it.
Keeping the good mornings coming to Rebecca, who's watching from Perth, and to Kitty, who's watching from Virginia, USA. Good morning to you guys. Hope you're well. And Robot with an interesting question. Come to after this.
Goes for the shot, but the fielder comes in, should take it, and does take it. Good catch. And that's the end Well, for Callum Garden, he'll be a little bit disappointed. I don't think this shot was on, really. I'm wondering if Razak just held this one back slightly. So it could have been clever bowling from Adnan Razak, but the shot wasn't there. The fielder comes in, judges it very, very well. Nice catch taken there.
Kind of got to go for this, I think, at this stage. Okay, it's on a length. He's probably torn between hitting it square or hitting it straight. But like I said, the wind is very stiff into the batter's face. So those straight ones today, you almost have to try and hit them lower and flatter if you're going to try and clear the boundary, because once it gets up in the air, the wind's not doing you any favours. So Garden, unfortunately, can't do too much here in qualifier 1. He goes for just the single. It's 107 for 4.
Hey, listen, it's a good point you make about the wind. Now, if it stays as it is and blowing in this direction, you get the feeling that maybe that's more of an advantage to a team like Luxembourg, France, even Scotland, and goes against Belgium, because Belgium are the ones that like to play the big shots, right? So if that wind is going to stop and hold some of those big shots back, it could be a bit of an advantage to the other team.
It's an advantage to deflectors or people that are good at getting funky. This wind is basically like the Funky Town Express. If you get the ball behind you up in the air, it's going to fly backwards. So Razak now 2 for 27. Been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde performance from him so far.
Sajjad comes in. He had a fine performance yesterday. He scored a fine half century when his team were in a bit of a pickle. And now he gets in, and he just his job is to try and get runs quickly. He squeezes this one past Razak. They try the kitty, ball stop kannu, but single lag, yeah.
It was the question from the robot. It was, do you walk off raising your bat when you're on 49, you score 1 and get run out? I think yes.
Yeah, you do. You still get the 50 there.
It's bittersweet though, isn't it? Last ball of the 9th.
Well bowled, that's that Yorker, that's where. So he's found his line towards the end of his spell. It's a single. So it's not a bad over really, just 9 runs coming off that one. So they get to 109 here. So looking for a big finish in the last over. Remember, we were saying that they probably wanted to get to a score around about the 130 against Belgium. They were on course for that most of the way through. The halfway point, they were 58, but they got the acceleration in, especially thanks to that one over from the Adnan Razak, the 7th over, which went for 20. But he's come back well, you have to say, and so did Khalid Ahmadi.
So I'm just going to look at when these two teams played during the week. So in match 7, and so both times Belgium have chased successfully. In match 7, they chased down 101 target, and they did that with 7 balls to spare. And then when they played in match 11, they chased down a 98 target again with 7 balls to spare. So this target's going to be a bit more, but they did chase those targets down pretty easily last time.
This is hit well, and I think it's going to stay hit. Yes, it does. And Khalid is not going to stop this one. That's a really nice shot. I'm loving that shot from Layla. It's the area that he likes playing. When we first saw him early on, and he was the only Scottish batter that was scoring runs, these are the shots he was playing. He was blazing them outside and through that offside area, and that's a good shot from him.
Yeah, very good shot. Just went with the line of the ball like that. I could say sideways, there's a bit more value today than straight.
Good delivery, good comeback from Raja.
This is going to be a cracking second half of this game, because Belgium, they will fancy themselves to get this. But they are the ultimate hit or miss team, aren't they? They're hyper aggressive, have got a long batting lineup. Maybe not as long as we saw last year, but still, I think it's going to be must-watch TV.
Naylor hits this straight down the ground, and he's going to get 4 runs. It's such a good shot. Beautiful. We've seen some really good shots straight here. We saw some earlier from Hinkley and also from Jarvis, but this is as good as they come. Beautiful hit, nice and straight. Look at the straight elbow on that one.
Yeah, that's technique there. And despite being in the wind, because it's kind of flat, but it's a kind of a shooter. Drives through the wind, it still goes.
So, this will get 4 as well. Not quite exactly how he intended it, but it's time to get a little bit of funky. It's showtime at the Cartama Oval here. Bit of Cartamania happening there in the middle.
What's this?
It's another boundary.
It's the reverse, because it comes off the other side of the bat that he even meant to hit it, but he just turns with it. And there's a little bit of the spin and twirl about that. That was probably more good luck than good management, but Nail will take the runs.
He certainly will. It's another boundary, so back to back. Chance and dropped. Well, straight to the fielder. He's got to be taking these for sure. Well, and it gets to the other end. Question is, when he gets back on strike, any runs that he hits, particularly boundaries here late on, well, you're going to look back at that. Well, Khalid Amari is normally a very good fielder.
Right, last ball.
Whips it in the air. It's another chance, and this one has been taken. So, if anything, that's a missed opportunity. Only cost them just the one run. Sajjad going for the big boundary to finish the innings off. Doesn't get it. They will finish on 122, so maybe 8 runs short of where they would have liked to be here. But still, in a very, very important match, they've got the runs on the board. That's all I'll say here. Remember, whoever wins this is booking their place in the Group C final later on today.
Yeah.
The loser has to do it the hard way. So runs on the board, Vinny, in a tough match. I think you take it.
Runs on the board, a good run. Belgium, they've pulled off 2 successful chases against the Scots, but can they make it 3 times a charm? Well, no charm for Majid. Back-to-back Golden Ducks. His horror week continues, but there still was plenty of batting to come, and once again, we saw Scotland just finding some runs when they needed some. It was Hinkley this time who stole the show with a half-century.
Yeah, he batted really well, did Hinkley. He played some lovely shots. You have to say he was a little bit lucky to start with. Tengo poquito de suerte primero, but you need to ride your luck, and once he got himself into double figures, there was no looking back until the error that finally got him out. But I mean, I was talking about those straight drives, who are absolutely beautiful, through mid-on and long off. I think we saw Corey Ruckus there trying to chase after one. Well, forget it, Corey, that was so well hit. And the partnership was good, wasn't it? After that first wicket for Majid, Hinkley and Jarvis batted really well together, and blazing the ball to all parts of the ground. But that was a catch there taken by Amani. Jack Jarvis went for 39, but a quick fire 39 of 19. And then this was the run out. Well, just having a look at the route that was decided on by Hinkley. I think if he just runs straight and he slides his bat in, he's going to get there. But he doesn't. He got out exactly on 50. He was on 49, went for 2, got the 1, but didn't get the second. He got out. And then, well, there was Liam Naylor, who was still out there, and he batted well. Just got the few boundaries that he needed to get his team past the 120 mark. They finished on 122. Well, again, quick flurry, 28 with just 14 deliveries, 28 not out, which helped him to get to that. But then right at the end, I saw 2 opportunities. One went down from Khalid, and that was against Naylor. But he does, I suppose, stop the ball going to the boundary, and then Sajjad, you can't blame him going for the big hit of the very last ball, trying to get closer, ever closer to that 130, but well caught there by Wakas Raja. Hinkley, well, it was his performance, his half-century, so well batted to him, ball banaya apni Alex Hinkley अपनी half-century बना ली, but Scotland ने अच्छी batting की है, Jack Jarvis ने भी काफ़ी contribution की है, 39-19 ball ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, Liam Naylor ने MBN. So there we go. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. I don't think, I mean, you saw that Wakas Raja, a little bit expensive. One thing where I think Belgium let themselves down in that spell is with the extras, really. I mean, you see 3 extras, but it was the no balls, 2 no balls, and they were punished. That's the other thing about them. Both of those no balls were hit for 6. So that was 7, and then the next one also went to the boundary. So that's the difference there. So Belgium will know that they could have kept this score to around about that 110 mark if they eliminated some of those full tosses. And Adnan Razak, though he took 2 for 29, he knows that he'll be guilty with that as well. But what a great start that Sajjad Amazai gave them, and he bowled really well, 1 for 16. Wakas Raja was expensive, but did pick up 1 crucial wicket. So the mid-match summary here, Scotland, I still believe, I mean, okay, I said it's not quite the 130 they want, but they've got the runs on the board in what is a very pressure match. Belgium, they're going to feel the pressure here, but this is what they chose to do. They chose, and they believe that they're going to be better chasing this, so they're prepared for this. The question is, though, when you can see that runs are on the board and it's a 120 plus score, well, you've got just a little bit more pressure on them. And I get the feeling that Scotland will be thinking that if they can remove the hard-hitting openers early, and maybe they're going to go with something like Jack Hogarth to open the bowling. They've done that before with the spin. That they've got a chance here. Get those early wickets, get the danger men out, the hard hitters of Belgium, and then you've got a good opportunity. Well, I think it really is going to be a little bit of a wrestling match here coming up between Scotland and Belgium. Belgium, they're eyeing up 123 for victory to book their place in the final. Scotland, they've got some defending to do. Whoever wins these matches in the Group C final later, who will it be? There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this qualifier number 1. Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the beautiful Cartama Oval, nestled here in the Sierra de Cartama mountain range. As you can see in the background, we are in Andalusia, Spain. This is the host region, Malaga, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And what a match we have for you here. This is qualifier number 1. It is match number 21 of Group C. The winner of this match will book their place in the final later. Scotland, they've got the runs on the board, and thanks to a number of good knocks. Alex Hinkley, 50 exactly of 24 deliveries. Jack Jarvis, quick fire, 39 of 19, and Liam Naylor with 28 not out. They're the guys, and you can add Garden onto that. They're the guys that if they get going, they will get Scotland to these sort of scores and maybe more. They're starting to get good when it matters. Now we're going to see what they're like in the field against this very strong, very attacking Belgium side. One thing we know is they will bat just one way, and it will be Munib Mohammed opening up, and Mohammed Suleiman is the non-striker. Here goes the first delivery, and they do go with spin, and I was expecting this, to be honest. I think they want to keep the pace off. So Jack Hogarth, who's been, well, inspirational since he's come into the side, and already taken 8 wickets. And remember, he didn't play the first 2 matches at all, so 8 for him in the championship. He's eyeing up a few more for sure. Scotland's leading wicket taker is Kaz Sajjad with 10. Batters for Belgium. I'll give you some stats on him at the moment. And this is hit firmly, and it stays hit. It goes all the way. Balle, balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya, que grande, que guay, eso es 6 carreras. Well, that's what you're going to expect. It's the way they go. And this one, they're asking a question. He's going to be gone. It's 6 and out. And, well, Jack Hogarth has done it again. Well, he seems to be a bit of an LBW specialist. So it's boom, 6, and the next one is gone. And Mohammed Suleiman, after smashing a big one, he goes the very next ball. So only last 2 balls. It's 6 and out for him. Jack Hogarth, the spin king, does it again for the Scots. And, well, that's a good one to get because he's been in fine form as Suleiman. And a little bit of a nod of the head there from the umpire saying, you've got to go. Well, there he is. Well, I know that you had him up here. And yesterday, Vinny, well, he's a lovely talker, but he's a better cricketer.
Well, I talked about Scotland having a Belgian bogey, but the Belgian batters, and in fact, all the batters have had a bit of a hoagie bogey this week, haven't they? And Hogarth, they're finding it hard to pick him. And this is a wrong, and I think gets him back, gets him deep in the crease, middle and leg impact. I think that's definitely hitting the stumps. And the Bison on the charge early. That's a big wicket because, you know, Suleiman, he can go big, but he won't go any longer. 6 and out for him.
Yeah, he certainly can go big. I mean, he's the leading run scorer for Belgium, 157. Well, with that 6, 163, but there'll be no more from him. Ali Raza is the next highest scorer. He's 137. He comes in now, the captain, and the captain needs to play a captain's innings.
He's coming off 2 golden ducks yesterday. First baller. And here he is facing Hogarth.
Hits it pretty well, and he's going to get 4. And trying to just sneak this one through, but I don't think it's the cleanest hit from Raza. But you know one thing, Raza, that makes no difference to him, the stats, what he's done before. They go out there with one mindset. That's to hit the ball and hit it big. 4 off the first ball from him. Yeah,
well, Ali Raza using what a lot of elderly men do when trying to clean their nose. If you can't pick it, sweep it. And I think that's what he does. Goes sideways.
This one, he just holds back slightly. Fielder's got to get down. He does. He gets down, gets dirty. Kafi course, you get their field in there. Ball stop going to Lewis O'Donnell. But Joka Lagia, 4 more back-to-back boundaries for Raza, the captain.
Yeah, again, he doesn't really care which way it's turning. He's playing this on length, Ali Raza. Very talented player. And he's due for some runs, that's for sure.
And goes in the same area once more and just gets this over the diving Jasper Davidson. And it's 1, 2, 3. And it's Calypso style here. No hay 2 en 3. And they only play one way, and that is to, well, you can see what Hogarth is trying to do. He's gone for 3 in exactly the same spot, but the ball's been hit in exactly the same spot as well. Well, what an entertaining start to the innings, that is. Hogarth goes for 15. Does he? No, he goes for 19, I think, in the end. And, well, it is going to be 19,
Look,
one wicket down. And I tell you what.
We're at golden ball 0.
This is something that I know
At
that
golden
you'll
ball
be wanting
0.
to see.
This is not a drill.
It's not a drill. 0, thanks to that golden ball yesterday. And what a golden ball it was. Well, I think everything was prepared for that golden ball. Even the weather and the elements around the Cartama Oval changed for that one. Absolutely fantastic it was. Well, what an over that is.
What a counter-attack from Ali Raza. Here's Lewis O'Donnell in over number 2.
Oh, wow, this is a bit of a misfield here. And Jasper Davison gets this wrong. That's a big bonus. And talk about bonus, we've got a bonus coming up for you as well. You know that we always like to have some surprise guests. With this man, well, I'm not going to spoil it for you. All I'm going to say is that Vinny's going to be enjoying talking to him.
I will spoil it.
It's all to do with. I know you're going to have fun, and I'm going to just say this. I know a lot of things happening. We've got a lot of Australian viewers, so people are going to love this.
All right, here's
After
O'Donnell.
this delivery, O'Donnell. Yeah, people are going to love this. Well, wide has been called. O'Donnell's not too happy about that, but I think it just shades the line. We know that in Australia, Vinny, it is National Koala Day. So you can have a talk about koalas.
Is it National Koala Day?
It is National Koala Day, and the objective of this day is obviously all about the plight to save the koala in their natural habitat. So I'm going to leave you to talk koalas and everything else Australian, as I'm going to probably get myself a coffee and well, enjoy this match and mingle with one or two people in the fan zone, which is filling up nicely.
Koalas
indeed.
are not bears. Just going to throw that out there. But what I will say is that it's an Australian football player that we have, and he's recently retired, only about 12 months ago now. And he is somebody that's here at the ground with us, so we thought it'd be great to have him on, because I know a lot of people will be watching on Australia through Fox Sports. And he's a man who played 219 games for the Essendon Football Club, based in Melbourne. Wait for this ball from Lewis O'Donnell. Ali Raza coming off 3 4s, and this will be a 4th for Cuatro Carreras Mas. And 4 times the charm. Ali Raza coming off 2 golden ducks. He has 4 4s to start him off. Belgium up 29 for 1. Full toss. Cashed in by Ali Raza, who looks like he's in the mood to party, the Belgian captain. Yes, I'm really honoured to be joined by Cale Hooker, former Essendon Football Club player in the Australian Football League. So a lot of our Australian viewers would be familiar with you, Cale. Perhaps some of international viewers, maybe not as much. Wait for this, which is down the ground. Will be stopped this time, a single. So, Cale, firstly, welcome to Spain, and how are you?
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here at the European Cricket League. I've been wanting to retire so I can come visit. I've always been a passionate follower of the European Cricket League, and I know the boys will be watching at home too. Yeah,
I'm sure they will. Like I say, you're no stranger to our viewers on Fox Sports. So you played 219 games of professional Australian football, and for those of you that might not be from Australia, it is huge. I mean, basically, we just had the AFL Grand Final last weekend, which is basically like the Super Bowl, isn't it, in Australia?
Yep, that's right. I played for a team called the Essendon Bombers, and we regularly play between 50,000 and 90,000 people, so we played in front of some huge crowds.
Here's O'Donnell. Gets driven. This should just be one. I think they had a record crowd there, first time in a while. I think 100,024, I think, was the amount of people that you see. So it's even more than you get, for example, at the Boxing Day test at the MCG, right?
That's right. It's phenomenal. The Australian people love it, and once again, I know the Australian people love their cricket too, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of people watching today.
Yeah, I know, I love it. I mean, I know you're originally from Perth, where I am from, actually, despite going to play for a Melbourne-based team. Ali Raza carried away here, end of 2 overs, and the score is 31 for 1 after 2. Vinny Sandhu here in the Dream Box. Rico just stepping out for a second, and Rico has come to the party because I am here with Cale Hooker, former Essendon Football Club player from Australia. Now, look, I know we're a long way from home here, Cale, but I do want to offer you a killer python, and there we go. This is something that we've been doing during the week. Rico's just discovered killer pythons. They're a very Australian thing. They were brought over, and actually we call the jungle there the killer python pocket. So anyway, Cale, welcome to Spain, and I hope you enjoy it.
That's where these are from, in the jungle out there.
That's right. Well, there's a few kookaburras out there as well. And Kookaburra, our ball sponsor here for European cricket. Well, okay, let's get away from football for a second. But Yeah, tell me a bit about what you think of the cricket here. I mean, it's not the cricket you probably grew up with, right?
Yeah, coming here, I'm just blown away by the energy of the place. It's a magnificent outlook, and to see the energy of the players and the fans here. The Belgian guys, the dressing room, you can see the energy is translating on the field, even how they're cheering the batsmen on at the moment.
Here's Hogarth, and once again, we see the ball, which is in the air, and it's dropped. It's dropped a deep square leg. That could be a big moment in the game. And I don't even know if they run here. That was a fairly regulation chance down to Mohamed Majid at deep backward square leg, and he's having a Barry Crocker of a game, really. He went first ball, and then he spills a fairly easy chance. Hogarth, unimpressed.
Might need to get a bit of magic spray on those hands.
Yeah, I think he might need to get Majid. That's the pressure of the moment here. I know it's a tough one, but we have to try and just continue on here. There's another chance. This time it is taken. So Ali Raza goes the very next ball, and it doesn't cost Scotland 11 at all. Hogarth has 2, and high drama in the power play. Ali Raza at 17, but gone in the third over. It's 32 for 2, and what a good catch that was.
Oh, it's brilliant. A great diving effort, and these are the sort of moments that make a big difference in finals.
Yeah, so finals pressure. I mean, it doesn't really matter what sport you're in. It's always palpable, the intensity, isn't it? That's a really nice catch. At cover, just to the left, you see it was Lewis O'Donnell, I think it is, that takes the catch, comes up screaming. And Scotland, they were kind of slow starters. And look, this is the thing for some of these teams, like Scotland 11, for example. They haven't really played this format before, so there's a lot of really good cricketers in there. But as you can tell, the skill set here and the mindset is a little bit different.
That's right, and you can see in finals, like in any sport, that it's a different game. The pressure's up, the stakes are up, and watching from Australia, you can see here that the stakes have already risen.
You see that. I think looking at this catch, but there's no issues there. Gets 2 hands around it and then takes it all the way. Hands stay under the ball. And yeah, I think that's just confirmed that it will be given out. So Hogarth with 2 wickets. I mean, I look at Australian football, okay, growing up, that's kind of what we do in Australia. It's cricket in the summer, Australian football in the winter. I was a big West Coast Eagles supporter. Still am, even though I don't get to see as many games anymore. Even the sports are constantly changing. As a professional sportsman, I'm sure you would recognise that. So, for example, the Australian football that maybe 30, 40 years ago, what it looked like and what it looks like now are completely different, right?
That's right. It's a much faster paced game now. The professionalism and the sports science that goes into the game now. It's much more of an entertainment industry, and you can see that the players are fitter and faster and stronger than ever before. Yeah,
true. Yeah, the strategy changes, the skills change, and I think that cricket is, well, this kind of cricket is the same kind of a transformation for me. This is Sherry Butt who comes in, is happy just to play this one out. Yeah, I think that the kind of shots we're seeing attempted in cricket, the ground dynamics as well. So, of course, the ground here a little bit smaller, encourages batters to be more attacking.
That's
what
right.
a ball that is from Hogarth, rips past the outside edge. Well, the late great Shane Warne would have been proud of this one. Oh, this one it's beautiful leg spin bowling, isn't it?
Oh, it's brilliant. You can see the attitude of the modern day player these days. They're looking to be proactive, they're looking to play their shots, they're looking to take wickets.
Down leg side, well held by Garden, well blocked at least. It will be a wide. So how about you? Do you fancy yourself as a bit of a cricketer yourself?
Like any sportsman, I was good at one sport and you pretend you're good at every other, but I went and had a crack at cricket when I retired, and I found out pretty quickly that it's not as easy as it looks on TV.
Looks very easy on TV. Well bowled once again. Hogarth had Sherry Button 2 minds there, so he just eats 3 dots, and that takes us, I think, to the end of the power play. Wait and see. I thought that was the end of the over.
I've certainly got a great level of respect for the skill involved here, and you can see Hogarth. It might look easy what he's doing, but it's not as easy as it looks.
Over the wrist spin is probably one of the hardest things to do. He says he thinks he's got one more. He wants a recount. I had that as the end of the over, but I'm just going off the scores at the ground. But I think I had that over as 1 dot wicket, dot wide, dot. So still a very good over. Only 2 come off the third. Maybe a match-defining over at the end of the power play. It's 33 for 2. Well, you're a big guy. I mean, you played some key positions. You know, you generally play against some tall opponents, so you must be able to hit a cricket ball a long way.
Well, interestingly, before I got drafted, I was only 17 and I was about 75 kilos ringing wet, so I never had the strength to hit a 6. And then once I entered the professional program, they trained me up and they fed me up, and once I was strong enough to hit a 6, I was playing football, so I never really got the chance.
Oh, well, Maybe we'll get you out there in the middle. You can feel what it feels like to hit Maximos at the Cartama Oval. Anyway, here we go with Jack Jarvis. Comes in, and this first one's mistimed, but Manib will get away with it just a single. So tell us what you're doing. Obviously, you're not in Australia at the moment. You must be travelling around with your partner Stephanie, right?
Yep, that's right. One of the things you can't do when you're playing professional sport is travel. So it's been a great opportunity. Since I finished, I gave it everything and was super dedicated and had a brilliant time playing Aussie rules. And we've had a chance to have a bit more flexibility and travel around and see some sights and enjoy beautiful countries like Spain.
Sounds absolutely fantastic. And this is also fantastic with Sherry Butt, who finally gets something away. This will be 4, and you can see the difference. One thing about Scotland, they've only really got those 2 overs of spin, and they've seen them now. They've done them. And so now we go back to pace, and Sherry Butt just whips his hand through this for a boundary. The Belgian team, they like that. And so I'm sure you're going to enjoy the festivities in the fan zone today. I'm sure that quite a few of our Australian supporters that are in the fan zone, they'll be really happy to meet you. We had a few Tasmanians in during the week.
Yep. There we go, playing a miss. Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic atmosphere. I can't wait to sit up on the hill and enjoy the rest of the cricket today. It's just a beautiful outlook, a beautiful place to watch cricket and watch these guys giving it their best.
Yeah, it's a similar climate, I think, actually, to Perth, where you grew up and I grew up. Mediterranean climate, beautiful sunny days. Only had that one storm last night that was crazy, but apart from that, it's been pretty much like this. Breezy kind of a day today. And this is hit straight, and it's hit pretty well. Maximo! Sherry Butt takes that off a length, and he dispatches it straight through the line. The wind's swinging around a little bit too, so it wasn't really into the teeth of it this time. 6 runs, and Belgium fighting back.
Oh, what a brilliant shot there, and it's lucky it wasn't Peacock Friday yesterday, because your brilliant outfit today would be ruined and soaking wet.
That's true. Yeah, well, we actually should start selling Peacock shirts. I think we've got the merchandise tent over there. I know that Diane Norris has gotten into it as well, some of our other staff. This is Yorker, it's dug out. Should just be a single. Well, fumble. Now they're going to take it on. That's really alert running from Sherry Butt. They get 2, so the basics. They still apply it, running the first one hard, cashing in on the fumble. So just have a look at this chase. They want to be about 12 and over. That's pretty much where they are. They want to be about 48 after 4. I mean, the 10 over format's a very easy format to explain to people. It's very kind of action-packed and simple, so you can actually see 12 and over. It's pretty easy to calculate to see if Belgium are ahead or behind of where they need to be. Right now, they're about right. This over's gone from 13 from Jarvis. Here's the last ball of it. Digs it into the pitch. This is cut away well. So Sherry Butt looks on here. He's 16 now, and Belgium bring up the 50 off the last ball of the 4th over. It's 50 for 2. What a good cut shot that was.
Oh, it's brilliant, and you can see in this format how important every single ball is, and to get a boundary at the end of the over like that just takes the pressure off the Belgian team and keeps them on track with the run rate.
Seemed like a deliberate tactic from Jarvis to try and do that, to try and get the ball to stick in the pitch, but Sherry Butt waited on it nicely. I got a question in the chat from Jubaid Ratul. He's asking, what about if they cannot finish their overs in time? Well, you see you've got the official time there, which is provided by our official timekeeping partner, Frederic Constant of Geneva. So they've got 23 minutes to finish the 9th over. So they should be okay with that. Normally I work off about 4 minutes and over. So it should take about 20 minutes to bowl 9 overs. They've had a couple of overs of spin, though. That's normally a little bit quicker. If they don't do that, there'll be a 5-run penalty. And that can actually happen. And it's quite important because we're doing so many games. We have to stay on time. We do 5 games a day, which is quite incredible. I mean, you do associate cricket with going all day, but not like this. You expect it to be maybe 1 game going the whole day. Okay, so let's roll into over number 5. And now they are marginally ahead of the rate. This is going to be Uzair Shah to bowl the 5th. And it goes with the angle straight away, but this is going nowhere. It's going to be caught. Manib, you see, just tried to go across the line, but he gets a leading edge. It was caught in the circle, and Uzair with the immediate strike in the 5th. It's 50 for 3, and the left-hander has to go. Manib Mohammed out for 9.
I mean, that's just another big moment in the game. You can see that the Belgium, just when you thought they were starting to really get ahead and take control of this game, the game's just flipped on its head, and it's back to a 50-50 ball game.
Yeah, it is really. That's the thing with Belgium. They don't overvalue wickets, though. But what is criminal for them is wasting deliveries. So they'll feel they'd rather get out early without using too many balls rather than kind of dilly-dally around. Here's a guy.
I absolutely love the Belgian attitude. You can see it from the dressing room. They're cheering on every ball. They've got an aggressive mindset. They're looking to play big shots, and they're looking to take the game on.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Manib, he's not able to get as many as he wants here. He's dismissed for 9 with just the one boundary, and he leaves at 50 for 3.
There's no worse feeling, is it, than walking off the ground like that with that feeling of a deep disappointment.
Yeah, I suppose this is the thing in 10 over cricket. It doesn't last as long. I remember I used to get a bat once every 2 weeks. You might get a rough decision, and then it's a long way to getting another bat. You might not even get another bat the next game.
That's right, and the batsman we've got coming out here, if you've got a haircut that good, why would you wear a helmet?
Omid Rahimi, well, he had the long locks during the domestic tournament in Belgium just a few weeks ago. One of our crew, she called him Prince Charming.
Yes.
Now he's gone the cornrows. So it's a bold look from Omid. He was a catalyst for their golden ball performance last night, came out late in the piece. And this guy really does love to swing it. Keeper up to the stumps now, Callum Garden, which is can be a bit of a risky strategy if the bowling isn't where it should be. But he's a very good gloveman. Here we go with Rahimi for the first time. And he tries to smack it, and he does smack it, but across the turf.
That's what you call a finals haircut, and that's a great start to his innings today.
He's just rocked it the last couple of days, so I'm liking the cornrows. Omid likes to go out there. It's pretty hard for him to swing the bat with his arms being so big.
Yeah, those biceps almost look like they get in the way, don't they?
But he's a really entertaining player. And Mahmoud White asking in the chat if the French had a bowler like Hogarth and a batter like Ali Raza, they could be champions. Yeah, that's true. But I suppose there's a few ifs that could change things. France will see them in the next game against Luxembourg. Well, this is a chance, or is it? I think it is. It's flying down to third man, and it has been taken down there by Jasper Davidson. So Sherry Butt looked good for 16, but he's another batter that can't get out of the teens. And so Shah has 2 in 3 balls, and the game turning in the 5th over. It's 51 for 4.
Well, this is what we're talking about with this level of cricket. It's so exciting. The game can change so quickly, and it's great communication by those 2 players there not to run into each other and have a big collision.
That's the thing. The field being smaller, there's just less dead space. So communication is really, really important. And you can see, I think the outfield always has precedence in these situations. And Sherry Butt, he'll be disappointed. He gets that wrong. When once that went in the air, the wind kind of made it fly down towards the fielder who held on. So unfortunately for Sherry, he'll have to go for 16 off 9. 2 fours and Maximo in his innings. As he leaves, it's 51 for 4. And Uzair Shah making a big difference in this over for Scotland.
Yeah, what a great innings by Sherry. He played some great shots, and he brought that Belgian attitude of taking the game on, and that's the cost of that approach.
Yeah, that's true. And this is what, right, once again, as a former professional footballer, and AFL is one of those sports, it's quick decision-making under pressure. That is the real skill. Yes, you need to know how to kick, you need to know how to handball and run and be fit, but if you ever watch any Australian football, look it up. It's quick decision-making under pressure. You need to have a plan A, plan B, plan C, right? And you need to be able to think in an instant.
That's right, and you've got to be ready under pressure. You can't freeze up and go into your shell, otherwise you just get swarmed by the opposition.
Yeah, and so I think this, in a way, is similar. And we saw that last night as well. It's all problem-solving. How risky are you? The risk-reward kind of equation, cost-benefit scenarios. Now, here's a guy, one of our favourite players, Saber Zakil, coming out to bat pretty low at number 6. And he smacks the first ball out of the ground. Maximo. And that's what Sabres thinks of this. He was the golden ball hero last night. He's the man that hit it for 6 in the driving rain. And right now he's made a very positive start to finals day.
He's just taken the momentum from last night, hasn't he? And he's just brought it straight out here. They say that you're meant to start again, but he's ignored that advice and he's come out here and he's continued where he left off.
Well, I know Matt Corey, who's one of our fellow commentators today, he's got the day off today. But when he was coaching Belgium, they nicknamed him Insano because he's insane. And he will be hyper aggressive. You saw it there. But will he get away with it here in qualifier 1? Gets a full toss and smacks it for 6 as well. Maximo. 2 out of 2 for Sabre. And, well, I've got to say, he forced an error for the bowler. And right now, he looks on. 2 sixes, 2 balls.
I'm not sure what he's had for breakfast this morning, but we're going to have to get ourselves some of that tomorrow.
It's borderline height as well. Let's have a look. Probably just below his crouching down, I suppose. But he knew what to do with it. So this is a classic game of ECN T10 cricket. It's toing, it's throwing. And remember, big prize on the line here because the winner does go through to the final straight away. The loser will have to do it the hard way. It's the last ball of the over from Uzair Shah. He likes it, and he's gone. He gets a little bit of a feather on it. Last ball of the over, 6-6 and out for Saber Zakil. And it wasn't the best delivery, but Sharp will get a third wicket in the over. 3 for 13 in the fifth over, and at the halfway point at 63 for 5.
What a turn of events. This is just fantastic viewing and fantastic cricket.
You see, Zakil will be disappointed. It's a game of such fine margins. If he misses this, he's fine. But he just throws the hands at it. It's a really good catch by Garden up to the stumps. He's a very good wicket keeper. So he just rides the bounce. You see both feet off the ground as he accepts it gleefully in 2 gloves. And that is a huge wicket. And that one, I feel, really hurts Belgium. After 5 overs, they are 63 for 5. Well, Sabre, it's a slow walk up the stairs, but I do want to say to all of you out there, hopefully you're well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Cale Hooker of the Essendon Football Club, who's popped by to say hello. So I know a lot of our Australian viewers will be very happy to see Cale in the commentary box. I'm trying to think of a comparison maybe with some of our English viewers or UK viewers. I'm going to go with, maybe let's go Harry Kane. I've got the Harry Kane of Australia here. You kicked a few goals in your career, right?
That's right. I started as a defender, but I moved forward late and tried to have a bit of showtime.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, as you can tell, he's towering above me, so he is a real athlete. I think we've got to get you out there in the break and see how far you can hit the ball. But yeah, wherever you're watching from around the world, it's great to have your company. It's finals day here in Group C. The winner of today will go through to week 5, and that is only, 10 days away. We're 10 days away from the championship week starting. So that'll be the top 5 teams. And the winner will be the winner of the ECC, which is basically the Euros of cricket.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge competition and it's an absolute privilege to be here and be able to be part of this.
We're very excited to have you. Now here we go with Rahimi. Don't forget he's still there, and he's been hitting the ball well. Limited opportunities this week for him to get out there. But now we're starting to get a bit lower down in the order. I think Zakil at 6. He's a guy that could easily bat number 3 or even open. Once we get down to Safat, he can actually hit the ball pretty well as well. But you wonder, can they do it long enough? They've only just passed the halfway point of this chase.
Just looking at the body language here, you can see Rahimi. He looks calm, he looks settled, he looks composed. I think he's going to take it upon his shoulders today.
Put a question in the chat for you, Cale, in a second. But first, watch this. And it's hit pretty well by Safat, but they've got protection there. Well, Keanu's excited to see you, saying you're a great AFL player. I'll say former AFL player now. But no, for sure, you had a great career. 219 games for Essendon. And I think the question here was about, and firstly, I think you look a bit like Glenn Maxwell. Do you get that all the time?
I don't get that. I'm a little bit taller than Glenn Maxwell.
That's probably true as well. But a question from Tarek in the chat, which I'll come to after this ball from Jarvis, which is going to be a wide. Maybe you can tell us about maybe your most memorable wins or a memorable win that you had in your career.
Yeah, we had a number of memorable wins. I think the come from behind victories, they're probably the ones which stand out for me most in front of the big crowds when the crowd's roaring and you sort of fight the adversity and find a way to get yourself back in the game and come from behind and have the big wins.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's one against Hawthorn, I think, that you had a hand in late in the piece. This time, Rahimi slices it. This could be out as well. He can't get there, and it's going to be 4. It is 4. Oh, really good effort. 10 points for effort. 0 points for the result, and 4 points for Belgium as they get a little bit lucky here, but they do get a boundary.
What a big moment. He's just found the gap there nicely, Rahimi. He looks composed. He looks strong out there, and he's just managed to squeeze that through the gap.
Yeah, good effort.
It was a great effort by
he ran a long way there.
It was a great effort by the fielder, but he was unable to get there.
Yeah, maybe I think just gets a finger on it. Could get the whole hand under it. Jarvis has gone for 24 now in 1.5. And now he's going to get pumped down to the ground by Rahimi. Maximo! That's gone a long, long way. Rahimi looks like he's the man that could take Belgium deep here. 6 over the leg side.
He's puffed the chest out. He's got the shoulders back. He's standing there, and he looks like the man today.
This is what you got to realise as well, Cale. ECN is all about characters. You can see it is blending reality TV and cricket in a way that you've never seen before. Rahimi, he's a guy we did see playing in the Belgian series.
It looks like a big bit of willow he's got in his hand.
He does, and he's wielding it. Jarvis has got to get fuller. Does. And Rahimi misses out. So, yeah, this is one thing. We're talking about how far that the fielder was running a second ago. I mean, Australian football is played on one of the biggest fields of any sport, I think, compared to a football field like a soccer field or even American football field and rugby field. It is huge, isn't it? It can be 160 to 180 metres long, sometimes 111 to 110 to 130 wide. There's no standard kind of size field. Rahimi's in trouble here. He's in a lot of trouble. And Kesajad will take the catch. So Rahimi's got as well. He's another player that's going to go between 10 and 20. And Belgium, their high-risk approach, well, it's got them some runs, but it's also causing a boatload of wickets here in the second innings. And Rahimi now has to go. He's the 6th wicket to fall. It's 76 for 6.
Oh, it's a great discipline display from the Scottish there, just to keep the ball on offside and work with his field, and they've got another offside catch.
And that's the end of the 6th over as well. So they just are persisting, Scotland, hoping for a miss hit. Eventually it comes from Rahimi, who gets a little bit leg side conscious there. I think that's the kind of ball earlier. He hit it over the offside, but I know that sometimes you go for extra power. Batters do kind of drag it towards the leg side. I'll keep you on for one more over here, Kale, because I'm enjoying this chat that we're having at the moment. But I was going to talk about how far you would run in a game. Well, let's say a midfielder that kind of runs with the ball. Because the field is so big, and these days the players are so fit, how far typically would an AFL player run in a match? So a match goes for around about 2 hours, more or less 30-minute quarters, right?
So one of the unique things about AFL is it's for all shapes and sizes. So no matter how big or small or skinny you are, you all have to be able to run. And the average player would run about between 14 and 16 Ks. So even me being 200 centimetres, I still had to be able to punch those 15 Ks out on game day to be able to cover the ground and cover for my teammates.
How about that? Yeah. I mean, that is crazy to think about it. 14, 16 Ks. So what's that, about 10 miles in 2 hours. Well, here's Safat. He'll be the next one to go and form an orderly queue because there's going to be another wicket, and Scotland are turning it up here on finals day. This time it's Jarvis with the catch, and Safat goes. And so we've got 2 new batters that haven't faced the ball yet, and Belgium losing their weight. They wanted to chase, but right now this chase looks beyond them. You've got to say, if anyone could do it, it'll be Belgium. But right now they're in a spot of bother, to say the least. 76 for 7.
Yeah, that's right. It's another big moment in the game, and the wickets keep falling in the same manner. The Belgians, they're trying to hit it over long on in the beautiful patch of grass past the boundary, and they keep getting caught on the offside. So the next batter might have to think through how he's going to approach it, because it's clear what the Scottish tactics are here.
Yeah, for sure. Just getting the miss hit, Safat. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go. Question from Patrick Bateman, who I think is watching from Australia. Question for Cale Hooker. My good sir, who is the tougher opponent, Roughhead or Franklin? Well, they're 2 big names in Australian football, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're the 2 tough opponents. So Franklin's a super athlete and a super player. They're both fantastic players, and Roughhead's super smart. So they're both great players. It's hard to compare which one's better, but if I was going to say who's tougher, I'd probably say Franklin causes you a tougher sleep the night before.
Well, Mahmood White's got a question, but it's not so much about Australian football as in AFL. I think it's more about the World Cup coming up in Qatar, right? In the association football. Some people call it soccer. I don't know how much you follow that, but he's asking, do you think that Australia has enough quality to go through to the second round? Well, I'll let you field that one.
I think they did. They play with the Australian spirit, so you know.
That's what I would say. There is something that we pride ourselves on, that when the big games come, that we can rise. And I know that for as far as that form of football, the 2006 World Cup still pretty heartbreaking, where we knocked out after a pretty, in Australian vernacular, we would say dodgy penalty was given against us by playing against Italy. Hello to all our Italian viewers, by the way. And Marty, the new batter, but it's a lot to do. The run rate's not so bad here. It's just they've lost 7 wickets, right?
That's right. The game's on knife edge. It could go either way. It's a big over or 2 coming up, and it's really going to shape the rest of the match.
Keanu's doing his best to explain all the forms of football. It's a bit hard to understand as well. Even within Australia, there's 2 dominant codes. Well, Marty says enough's enough, and he whacks a 6 into the jungle. Well, dropped, and that's a real stinger for Indy. Well, count your fingers, Indy, and go fetch it from Python land, because that 6 runs Maximo time. And Belgium, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down swinging. And like I said, the run rate is not so bad at all. That's a Python killer.
That is a Python killer, all right, and good luck getting that ball.
Yeah, Indy still shaking his hands. That was a poor choice. He's there to fetch, not to catch. Anyway, Now this is hit, and it's hit pretty high. The fielder looks, but he's going to have to just watch it. That's back-to-back sixes from Amadi. Maximo from him. And, well, this will be a memorable chase. Just look at this run rate. They're ahead of the run rate despite losing 7 wickets. Well, Kale, you're finding out very quickly what ECN cricket's all about.
That's right. The Belgians, they're not listening to us. They're saying, stuff you guys, we're going to keep swinging and we're going to keep playing hard. And that's why they're on top of the ladder with this attitude, and hopefully they can pull it off.
Oh, well, now I'm going to have to let you go after this ball. You can enjoy the rest of this match. But 34 off 19. Again, you just feel like one mistake and it all falls in a heap for Belgium. Amadi wants 3 in a row. He tries. It's a false shot. Sajjad, the pressure's on him, and he drops it. He absolutely cooks that one. And Sajjad, he never looked like dropping one all week. But when this one went up, he couldn't hold on. Big moment in the game.
Once again, the Belgians, they've fallen for the same trick, almost caught on the offside, and what a big moment and what a big let-off.
Well, let's try and put that one out of your head. Easier said than done. 90 for 7 after 7 overs. This game stays alive. Well, coming up next is Luxembourg versus France. Well, the Renaissance was in full swing last night as France, in driving rain and monsoon weather, qualified despite losing a golden ball, the first ever international golden ball, to Belgium, believe it or not, who are out there now. Luxembourg 4-4. They've had a mixed week, to say the least. No Thomas Martin in their lineup. He's been struggling with a shoulder injury. They'll have Tim Barker at the top of the order. He'll be hoping he can score some runs. And France, well, they'll just be out there trying to do their thing. They've got absolutely nothing to lose. So that game's coming up in around about half an hour. The action never stops here on the European Cricket Network. Here we go with over number 8. And it's Neil who's going to go. Now this is another catching opportunity, but this time it'll be caught. So Amadi is going to go the very next ball. So he gets dropped, but then he gets caught. And, well, unfortunately for Belgium, they are running out of batters despite having the run rate under control. Now it's 90 for 8. So anyway, Kale, I want to say a big thank you to you for spending a few overs. We're going to let you enjoy the rest of the game. And I'll see you in the fan zone later on. I think we may even have you for a coin toss a little bit later in the day. But it's our pleasure to have you here. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the day
right.
with cricket.
Thanks very much for having me. And hello to all the viewers out there, the Australian viewers, and especially to the Bombers guys, the Essendon Bombers guys who I know are watching at home
Hello.
today.
And yeah, see the Bombers fly up. The other thing about Australian football, the best team songs, I think, in world sport.
That's
Richmond's
right.
my favourite, I've got to
That's right.
say.
It is a catchy song.
But, you know, the Bombers song is very good as well. Unfortunately for Amadi, he gives it a good crack and really keeps his team in it, but they're really going to test the depth of this batting order here. As he departs, it's 90 for 8. Thanks very much again, Kale.
Thanks for having me. See you, guys.
So, Amadi, 13 off 5.
Come on here, Reed. Come on, big guy. Come on, Aiden.
All right, so who's next and who wants to be next? That's the question. It's going to be Sajjad Ahmadzai, who's coming out at number 10. Tail enders dream this, still 33 to get. Just looking at this, how are they going for time? Probably okay. They'll probably get an extra minute there. Not sure if it's been added on yet. But this is the captain. Speaking tall timber, it's Adrian Neil, 206 centimetres. And we had a 210 centimetre player in Belgium recently. That was Waleed. But he's not here in the Belgian squad. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me for the conclusion of this game is Rico Full. And Dr. Full in his white jacket today, ready to prescribe perhaps a golden ball.
Yeah, prescribe anything. Well, maybe looking for a subscription here for Belgium to try and get back into this match as the captain comes in. One thing that Adrian Neil's done, I mean, remember at the beginning of the week, he was always the opening bowler, but I think whether he had problems with the new ball, I'm not sure, but he's coming in much later, much lower down, and it seems to be working for him. But hey, listen, spare a thought for Uzair Shah. I mean, he should have had a fifer.
Yeah.
And Cas Sajjad, as you said, he's probably one of the safest catchers, safest hands out there, puts the catch down. So that was a big moment, but well, they did get Amadi the very next ball. This is a good-looking shot, going for the boundary. Work to be done for the fielders here, and they get there nicely tied it up. This game is swaying from one team to another. It's like a roller coaster at the moment. You just feel a couple of boundaries in this over, and Belgium are right back where they want to be.
Absolutely. I mean, they're where they want to be as far as the rate. They're on with the rate. But yeah, you can't shut up shop. You just got to go for it. There's nothing to lose here. Belgium 30 or 14 required at the moment.
Firmly struck. But, once again, though, I think Neil knows he's got these two men back there straight. Singles are not going to hurt them. So Wakas Raja joined Ahmadzai out there.
Come on, lads. Come on here, lads.
It's also 8 wickets down, but you just never ride off this hard-hitting Belgium side. Adrian Neil once more, the captain. Up in the air, should be an opportunity. Was the wing going to take hold of this? Well, it just keeps going. I think the wind does take it. It's 6 more. Shaba, Kinna, Sona, Shaka, Laga, manos arriba, arbitro, porque es una 6. And this is the maxima they were looking for, Vinny.
Is Mother Nature Belgium, because the wind just stopped for 5 seconds while that ball was in the air. The flags went dead and the ball sailed over the fielder. Thing is, it's so hard to drive Neil out of the ground because he gets unnatural bounce from a length. So he's one guy that doesn't necessarily have to bowl Yorkers. He can bowl that kind of heavy length and it's really hard to take him downtown, but somehow they do. And they've got 5 minutes to bowl this over, so they should be fine here. Let's go. It all happens in the ninth. 23 required off the last 2.
Now on there. Good start. Right in the block hole from Lewis O'Donnell.
So good, Lauder. So good, Lauder.
This is a good game. Well, you know one thing we've never, ever had? We've had 36 golden balls. We've never had consecutive match golden balls. We've had 2 in 3 before. You get a golden ball roughly 1 in every 80 games.
Come on, Lauder.
So to have 2 back-to-back is crazy talk. But could we do it? O'Donnell with the ball.
Swings hard, chance, and Kessajard puts another down. Look, this is a great effort from him. It's a great effort. I mean, he's got a lot to do. I think, again, you can see this ball is moving in the air. Throws himself at it. I think he doesn't quite get his hands to it. I think it probably hits his wrist and then up to his upper body.
Wrist to upstairs is how I saw this one. Ends up as a chalk outline on the Cartama oval here with a shoulder, actually second touch. Just one, though. Got to get this down to around about 14, 15 off last over.
This is in the air. This one should be taken. He's got all the time in the world, and he does. And just like that, they lose the 9th wicket. That is the wicket of Wakas Raja. He forwards for 4 off his... Well, actually, that's Sajid Ahmadzai goes. He goes for 8 of 4 deliveries. And Scotland know they are almost booking their place in the final later on. And only something quite remarkable will stop that happening because Belgium, they've lost their 9th wicket. So 1 wicket will do it. But Belgium, I tell you what, whoever comes out there, they're not thinking about losing this 1 wicket. They're thinking about getting these 22 runs that they need. They're going to be throwing the bat at everything.
Yeah, they will. This will be a miracle match if Belgium can put it out for here. If only they could bat about 22 players, they would have done this easily. But yeah, you can see it's a very composed catch out there by Jarvis. So unfortunately, Ahmadzai does whack a 6, but he goes for 8. And this has been the thing. I don't think anyone's hit 20 in this game for Belgium. It needed 1 to go a bit longer. And here's the number 11, Hanan Razak, coming out, seeing if he can pull off a bit of a miracle.
Come on, Lauder. Come on, Lauder. Finish off, lad.
1 ball, 1 wicket. And Scotland will be booking their place in this Group C final later today. And as we expected them to do, they just keep getting better. Donald goes for the Yorker length delivery, gets played down, but he won't mind that. It's just a single as it goes out to long off. And the big tall man, the big figure of the captain.
So good, Lauder.
He had a lot on his mind, didn't he, early on at the beginning? But he's got things right. He's got his players to respond. He's got his batters to start scoring runs. And they're looking like a unit here now.
Yeah, nothing to lose here. Still got to go for your shots. 21 off 8.
Hits this pretty well. Again, it would just be a single. Neil goes down, keeps it to 1. So tidy from Donald. He's got his accuracy right. He sometimes has difficulty when he's with his line, when he sprays it just down the leg side slightly. And against a strong batting lineup like Belgium, you do that, you're going to get punished. But every ball has been right on the money this time around. He's certainly got the radar switched in. Razak, what can he do? Swings hard, misses. It's a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. So they're going to do it. They're going to have to do it proper Belgium style. 21 required.
So Belgium did chase successfully twice during the week against Scotland, but the thing is those chases were a bit smaller, weren't they? And I'm looking at match 7 and also match 11. In match 7, they chased down 101. They did that with 7 balls to spare. In match 11, they chased down 98. They did that also with 7 balls to spare. So this is pretty much par for the amount of runs they've made against Scotland. But the difference is Scotland made a few more this time, and more Scottish bats have been coming to the party as this week's gone on. All right, well, you need to be a giant killer now if you can win this. They need a magical finish, 20 off the last, and it's Neil to bowl it.
Oh, wow. How does this miss the stumps? I don't think Neil quite realises or understands it. I don't know, this misses. I'm expecting these stumps to be smashed all over the place here.
Would have hit a 4th stump for sure, but now you're just hoping. Hoping's probably the word. Marcus Rogers has to try and hold his shape. 2 4s, 2 6s, something like that. There's only 5 balls left, so it doesn't seem like Belgium are going to get there in the end. It's just a fact, yeah, no one ever got in for any length of time.
Firmly struck. It's a one bounce, well stopped out there on the boundary. So it looks like Scotland are going to be the team from Group C. They're going to book their place in the final later. Belgium, if they're to join them there and give them another battle, well, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to wait and see who they will play with the eliminator coming up next. Neil back in. Just gets this one wrong, but again, they're not able to make the most of this. A bit of a full toss, and it, despite the miss from the big man, the captain, it's just a single, and that is not going to hurt them.
Yeah, well, full toss there for the hitting, but it's a tough one for Razak. He is a bowler himself. He's a death bowler, and I think he'd fancy himself to defend 20. And I think Scotland are going to do this. So yeah, I think it's maybe not the last time these two teams will meet, but Belgium, they're going to have to do it hard way. They're going to have to beat the winner of Luxembourg and France.
Firmly struck, work to be done by the fielder. And yeah, does well, gets down. Make sure this isn't going to pass him, keeps it to 1. Belgium, I mean, they'll be thinking about this. I mean, Ali Raza, I still do believe it was a tough call for him to want to put Scotland in. I think in a big match, when you know you're a batting side, trying to get the runs on the board, but he had other ideas, he had other plans. I suppose he's going back
twice successfully. I see why.
He's looking at history, the 2 matches that they won over Scotland. And, such good bowling. The accuracy here from Neil has been spot on. Every ball has been right up there. And it's so difficult to get him away, especially when he comes from that height. How tall did you say he was?
Well, he's 206 centimetres, I believe. You're about 6'9" in the old language. Probably the only person at this facility right now that's taller than Kale Hooker. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's about 6'7", something like that.
Well, this is a Gundy ball, and there will be a boundary, and that, though, is the end of this match. And though Neil gets hit for 4, that is all it will be. Well, he wants some more. He's still standing there, is the batter. It's Raja saying, is that it? Can I have a few more? Well, no, you can't, buddy. You got to go. It's the end of the innings. They will finish on the Nelson 111. And they don't get bowled out, but the thing is they don't get to that score either. So Scotland are victorious here in this match in the qualifier 1, and they will book their place in the final ladder. And there's some big smiles on those faces because they will know that as a team they've got stronger together, as these boundary markers all around this beautiful, magnificent Cartama will say. They've got stronger together and they've put their plays in the final. And you know what? They're going to take some beating, Vinny.
They sure will. 122 to 111. Really entertaining first game of the day. But it is the Scotland 11 that booked their place in the final later today. See Hogarth. He was important early, wasn't he? When you see how deep this game went, his 2 overs were crucial.
Yeah, he bowls really well, doesn't he? Well, I mean, his 2 overs were great. But don't forget the bowling of Uzair. I mean, he was brilliant, Uzair Shah. He took 4 wickets and he was very unlucky not to have taken the fit. But look, even those wickets were falling early on. You know, we saw the Munib Mohammed, how important he is, and Mohammed Suleiman as well, all taken by Hogarth. One thing we knew is that Belgium were going to keep coming at you, and that's what we saw. We saw some amazing shots from them as well. But this is what you're seeing here. It was Uzair Shah. He was just getting things right, and the good thing also was he wasn't being let down by the fielders, but not at that time anyway. They were still finding a way, though, Belgium, to hit big shots. I mean, whoever came in had a big shot in them. I mean, this is for me one of the best dismissals of this championship. That caught behind was something sensational. I mean, he was quick, he was fast, and that was great work from Callum Garden. And what a star he's been for Scotland ever since he's come into the equation. But again, like I say, even at dismissals again, they were still hitting the ball big. Well, this one was the one that Castellard got right. He takes the catch, but there was one that he doesn't get. And the thing about that one was it was quite criminal, because Uzair Shah would have been the first man in this group to pick up 5 wickets. And what an amazing feat that would have been. I think this is it here. Yeah, it goes down. And he's absolutely gutted with himself. He has a chance to take a catch later as well, which is a much harder one. That one goes down as well. But even with those little blips in their performance, Scotland, though, I think on paper here today, particularly, they were the better side. I mean, no chances went down. They made amends.
I think what it is, when it came down to it, Scotland had batters that batted for longer, so they could sustain that score a little bit higher, I suppose. And see at the end, see Neil pointing at the bat, saying it was thigh high on you, which is about knee high on Neil. But you can see this is where we are now. We've got Luxembourg versus France coming up in the Eliminator. That is around about 15 minutes time. Here the bagpipes have somehow just started at the ground. That's an early shout. We've got Belgium, who we'll see in the third match of the day. They'll be playing the winner of Luxembourg and France. And then later on, we will see Scotland 11 against whoever wins match 23 qualifier number 2. A lot still to come. Luxembourg versus France. The next match, there's the two teams. France winning the toss, selecting to bat first. I think Luxembourg wanted to chase anyway, speaking to their captain, Vikram Vij. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing France. And let's see if they're up for it or whether it's a bit of the morning after the night before. And I do know they've towelled off and they will be dry for the start of match 22, the Eliminator, which starts in about 15 minutes. Let's have a look at the scorecards here. And I can tell you that Belgium, I think the biggest problem was, although they had lots of people hit 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 shots, no one was able to pass 20. In fact, you look at Ali Raza, batted really well, 4 fours in his first 4 balls, but he ended up just holding out for 17 off 8, 16 for Sherry, but a dozen for Rahimi sub as a kill. He was a big wicket. They mentioned that caught behind. It was a very good piece of wicket keeping. Late in the piece, we saw Khalid Amadi smack a couple of 6s and Wakas Raja try his best. They just couldn't get across the line. 4 for 27. Uzair Shah, you're right, he could have had a 5-er, but he'll settle for those figures, I think, because the wickets were essentially what won the game for Scotland, because they just kept removing the dangerous batters to Hogarth, and they see singles as well for Lewis O'Donnell, Jack Jarvis, and Adrian Neil, who's become a bit of a death specialist. I think he's changed his role. I think it's been pretty effective. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in 10 minutes, and when we do, we'll be getting ready for the Eliminator. 2 teams will show, but 1 will have to go. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks to Cale Hooker again for stepping in for a bit of that second innings, and Rico Full with me as well. We'll see you very shortly on ECN. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. I'm here with the kids from the English International College Marbella. It's great to have them here again as part of the cricket school project, and they're having a lot of fun, aren't you? You having fun? Yeah, you are having fun. Yeah, they are having fun, and I am having fun too. Now it's time for the Eliminator Match 22 in Group C. It's a big one. 2 teams will show, 1 will have to go. It's Luxembourg versus France. Well, what a story that was last night. Let's go over to Rob Kemming and Stephanie Romaro, a guest coin tosser here for the Eliminator.
Your call. Dream11. It is Dream11. Barfa.
So, well, as you can see, there's some hat waving here in the wind, and the news from the toss is France. They've won the toss. They're going to bat first. I don't think that Luxembourg mind. I think they wanted to chase anyway. France got here by 0.1 in the driving range on net run rate last night, but they'll feel anything's possible. Luxembourg have fallen off the pace a little bit, 4-4 after the group stage. Well, I'm ready. Rico Fu is ready in the commentary box. I can tell you that France, they've won the toss, and they're trying to keep their tournament alive. They are batting first. Well, kids, let's have some fun. Let's get ready for the new game. 1, 2, 3, ole! Over to you.
Gracias, Vinisandu. Ole, ole, ole. Y bienvenidos otra vez aquí de Campo de Cartama here in Andalusia, Spain. Doesn't it look fantastic? It's another beautiful day here. Well, one team that wouldn't mind the weather to change because, well, France, it changed for them. And, well, it's beneficial for them yesterday. They were the team that made it through by the skin of their teeth into this finals day yesterday. France, I mean, they beat Malta twice, and they took Belgium yesterday in that thriller to the Golden Ball, 84-84. The Golden Ball was won by Belgium, but by taking Belgium that deep, they improved their net run rate, and it was they that went through, and Malta, unfortunately, was the team that we had to say goodbye to. France are surprisingly, this is a massive surprise for me, and a lot of people will be looking at this and saying, really? France are pipped to be 90-86 by the bat versus ball rule. Now, I reckon this is all to do with the positive streak that France probably have here now. Look, we do know that though they're a team that have had issues with the batting, their bowling and their fielding has been very good, and that just got better and better. Luxembourg, on the other hand, I mean, I mentioned about France, just the 2 victories that they've had, both of those against Malta. Luxembourg, they started really well, didn't they? And after beating France in match 12, they lost 3 on the spin to Scotland, Belgium and Scotland again. So, but they have finished 3rd. And I think what they have to remember here now is say, right, okay, we started well, we've had our little blips, now it's time to get back into form. That's what they will be hoping. I think they'll need somebody like William Cope and the likes of Timothy Barker particularly, and Vikram Vij, their captain, really to perform. And with Tony Whiteman, who's been in good form himself, I mean, they're hoping that between them, and also don't forget Shiv Karan Gill, that between them they can start to produce the sort of performances that they did at the beginning of this championship and get this victory over France. France, batting first is one thing that their captain has done religiously, Nouman Amjad. It hasn't always worked, but they are a team. Look, the reason they're doing this, they believe that if they can get to sort of that 85 to 100 score, maybe go a little bit more, who knows, they are due one big score, but if they can get the runs on the board, then their bowling has been stupendous. Sometimes the fielding has been there supported all the way. Sometimes they've had a few hiccups, but the bowling has been brilliant. And that's what they're relying on here. Luxembourg, they're relying on Mohit Dixit, who has been, well, one of the pick of their players, really, through this championship with the ball. Played some interesting knocks to the bat as well for them. This is a wild swing, isn't it, from Jubaid Ahmed. And slight change in the wicketkeeper front for Luxembourg. They've gone with William Cope. So Cope behind the stumps. Dixit once more. Hit well, but how well? Well, too well. This goes out of here. But similar to the way they batted yesterday, they were very, very brave up front, weren't they? Were the French in that game against Belgium. They actually made a very good start, and it was this man, Jubaid Ahmed, 29 of 12, that got them going, along with their captain at that time, Nouman Amjad, who made 15 of 9, and he's made a similar start here. I think if it's there, he's going to whack it. They're just not ready, just pulls away here, maybe just a little bit of chat going on. So he moves out the way. Dixit goes back to his mark. Would not have liked being hit for that last 6, so he wants to come back with a reply. And the reply is going to be another 6, so back-to-back 6s from Ahmed. Well, this is good hitting. It's just there though, isn't it? He's in the slot. He's not getting his line right here, Dixit. I mean, he walks back to his mark like he's not bothered, but look, he can't be putting the ball there. It's just a big swing. It's in the swing zone, and boom, Shakalagia, 6 more. You just got to get a little bit smarter here with the line. To try something different. I mean, if you're going to bowl that line again, well, at least vary it up a bit. Maybe take some of the pace off it. At the moment, this is exactly where Jubaid Ahmed wants it. Good start from him. Attacking. This is what all France need. They just need one batter to go big and the others work around him. This time is a bit fuller, so he's not able to get it over. Timothy Barker out there. What a big match this is for Timothy Barker. Showed so much promise early on with his batting. Moves his feet so well, the left-hander. He played some really nice, entertaining innings. But, well, just went off the boil though, didn't he? Remember that 60 of 22 against Malta? He's a class player. 35 of 14 against Malta the second time round as well in the group. So he's been the informed batter for Luxembourg, but it almost seems that once he went off the boil, the captain went off the boil. Remember the injury to Thomas Martin? I mean, that is big for them as well. I think Thomas Martin was a big player for Luxembourg. Dixit. Straight down the leg side to the left-hander. So, wide ball as well.
No worries, Mo. No worries, bud. Here we go. Next one here,
Abdul Mahathir.
Next one here, bud.
Joins Ahmed out there. First ball he gets is a wide, so technically he's not faced the ball yet. This is another one. It's a bit of a sound there. I think that's probably just the bat hitting the pad on the way through, or just getting a bit of the ground.
Who would have thought to get
No contact.
left arm round, huh? Oh, that's on the cards for you here.
William Cope making a lot of noise behind the stumps, trying to encourage the bowler. And it's another wide, so 3 wide deliveries here.
See if you can hit this ball.
So
See if you can hit this now. Keep going, man.
yeah, just trying to play a few mind games with the batter. You can hear 1 or 2 of the Luxembourg players saying, "Hey, come on, let's see if you can hit this ball." And this is all trying to get inside the head of Abdul at the moment. But Abdul won't mind. He's probably thinking, "You keep bowling it there. We'll keep taking the extras." And you got to bowl it again. Dixit, can he get this one right? He does. Pushes it through, and Abdullah wants to get to the other end, but he's told to stay there by Jubaid Ahmed, and saying, "No, we're not risking that one." Quite right too. But just far too risky.
Good reply here. Really good, Mo. Go on, let's see if he's got the middle of this bat here.
Fan zone is filling up nicely as well. Nicely played. We'll take the single. That will be the end of the over. It manages to keep and stay on his feet as well.
Come on, let's see
So
where this is
17.
gonna go.
Score moves on to
Good finish there, Mo. Good finish, Mo. Here we
17.
go, Dingra.
1 wicket
Lefty,
down. Just have a look
lefty.
at some of these stats here. And you can see that France, in terms of the batting, they're relying so much on their captain, Numan Amjad. Kanasane, he was good yesterday, wasn't he, when he needed to be, came good at the right time. And then you got Jubaid is out there at the moment, or 80. So they are the 3 main performers for them. With Luxembourg, Barker, he has to get going again. Gill has made some good runs lately, so he is in form, and their captain Vikram Vij also needs to come good. Bowling front, well, the top bowler, Rahmatullah Mangal, for France in this Group C. 13 he has, and Mohit Dixit didn't bowl the best of his first overs there, but he as the top wicket taker for Luxembourg. Nicely played down to 3rd. They're not taking this on. No run there. Amit Dhingra comes into the attack. 17 off the first. Good start for France. But they want to keep going though, won't they? They won't want this to slow down. And once again, as the bowler's coming in, just a little bit too much chat. And batter pulls away. There's a lot of chat there, a lot of it coming from the man behind the stumps, William Cope. It's well bowled, but again, no run. Finals day always brings the crowds out. Plenty of people in the fan zone early this morning watching the cricket. Well, enjoying maybe something to eat from our food partner, Purple Pepper, and also maybe having the odd beverage as well from Cerveza Victoria. And nice to see all the kids there as well from the English International Colegio de Marbella. Up in the air, and this should be taken, and it has been taken. So there's the first wicket. So Abdul Matir, he departs for one. I think he was given the license to go the full Monty there by the captain. It doesn't quite get it right. Skies a ball in the air. So the catch has been taken. And it probably will be, I would imagine, the captain who comes in now. And what a good championship that he has. Noman Amjad. So that wicket goes down. So Luxembourg get the break that they want, but it's not the one that they want to see the back of. Is Jubaid Ahmed. He's on 13 or 4. And just to let you know, if you are in the area, so if you're in this sort of Marbella, Malaga area at all, and then, well, this ground, I mean, it's a bit of an oasis. A lot of people in the area, even though they've lived here for a number of years, I don't know it's here. So all I would say is if you get on the road that goes from Cartama to Coind, the A7059, also the road which will lead you to Marbella, well, it's just off there. You can't miss it, because once you get on that road, about halfway along it, you'll see all the European Cricket Network flags. Pull in, park up, coming down and join in the fun. It is Noman Amjad, the captain, that comes out. And he gets the boundary straight away. Nice looking shot. So you can hear the keeper, William Cope, saying get down, but this is gets past the infield pretty quickly. I like the way that he keeps the ball down as well. Good start from Amjad. I think that's the key thing for him here now. He knows that he's just got to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yes, Elias.
And taking him on and gets there. Takes a single.
Oops, sorry.
Important partnership, I think this one is. I mean, they batted well yesterday, didn't they, against Belgium, these two. And once they departed, that's when the runs dried up. So they will feel and realise that this is the one that matters. This is the one, this is the partnership that can get them to that score they're looking at. Once again, 85 plus. They believe that they can probably defend that. Nicely bowled by Dhingra. Cope was happy with that. He doesn't miss the edge by much. So end of the over will be 22 for the one. One wicket to fall was that of Abdul Matir taking on Dhingra and just skying it up in the air. Dixit was the one who takes the catch. Umpires out in the middle, Nilkesh Patel and Sulman Saeed, the Italian stallion. All the match officials been doing a fantastic job here, being well led, of course, by the tournament referee, who we see out there in the middle for the coin tosses. So Rob Kemin. Yeah, umpires as well. We'll see today Stefan Gooch and Tyrone Peters. Being a sensational team. Speaking of teams, this is the big one. One of these two teams progresses, one will be eliminated. Good start from the new bowler, gets this in the right area. It's Ilyas Jabrakel who comes on the bowl now. Once again, shout out to everybody that's watching from around the world. I hope you're enjoying and have enjoyed this entertainment. It's the most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. Taking the world by storm. Taking these cheeky singles. At the moment, Luxembourg not fielding the ball cleanly. As a result of that, they're getting home easily. Jabrakel. Walk back to his mark. Oh, this is a nice shot. It's a shorter delivery. He bangs it into the body of Jubair Ahmed. But he's up for the mark and shows he has no problems pulling or hooking. Short. Bang. Goes to the boundary. 4 runs. Nice shot. And straight away, you see the captain, Vikram Vij, just going up to the bowl and say, hey, come on. Just keep it right up there. And as that one goes to the boundary, it's Vinny Sandhu who comes back into the dream box. Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, nice to be back. Right, swinging away, as you'd imagine. French cricket, what a night for it last night. It was the thing miracles are made of. They had to either beat Belgium or lose so narrowly that their net run rate went less negative and improved. They had to improve their net run rate 0.04 or more to make it. And then they pushed it to a golden ball. They improved their net run rate about 0.15, which meant that they went above Malta, who I just saw a couple of the Maltese guys just starting to turn up at the ground. So obviously commiserations with them, but France was just the drama. It had everything last night. Okay, it had the golden ball, had the mathematical permutations, and then what we had that we weren't expecting was the rain. It just started raining sideways with 1 ball to go. Short, this is pulled away. And anyway, when it came down to it, you were sitting in your slippers, in your probably comfy lounge chair, watching it, probably having a right old laugh, Rico, because you had the day off yesterday.
I did enjoy those. You know what I enjoyed most? I love the way that Corey decided that the best form of defence against the rain was to pick up my chair and use it as a shield. I just thought it was like he was being attacked by some lions or something. But yeah, I mean, I can imagine being up here and that rain coming in at this angle. But like I say, what it did do, it means that everything was nice and clean this morning.
Yeah, that's true.
Looked like it's
more than clean.
Bit of a steam clean.
Underwater is actually what it was this morning. Big thanks to the Blue crew who worked pretty hard to make sure we got all that excess water out. Anyway, 29 for 1 after 3. France, this is what we found out this morning. Statistically even, they are the best bowling side in the competition. They're only allowing 88 runs per 10 overs on average. And Luxembourg started with a bang, kind of lost their way a little bit towards the end of the group stage. And now we're watching Shivkaran Gill. He can bowl a bit of everything. He can bowl pace, he can bowl a few finger spinners as well. Let's see if France continue their momentum. I mean, they didn't win a game until Wednesday when they beat Malta. In fact, their only 2 wins were over Malta.
Yeah.
And they pushed a golden ball against Belgium. It's a wide outside the off stump. What a good first game as well, though. Scotland 11-2, good for Belgium, who just couldn't get a guy to hit 20 or more.
Next one, Shiv. Next one, bud. Here we go. Me and you.
Possible those 2 teams will meet later in the day, but these 2 teams will be also vying for that spot against Scotland in the final.
Nice start this from Gill. Like you said, he doesn't try to do too much with it, just gets the ball up there, gets it seaming around a little bit. It's been nice and tidy. It's one of the pick of the bowlers, in fact.
Pitches up, slices away, and over the fielder, Maximo. That's Ilyas Jabrakel out there. Amjad takes him on and wins. Wind seems to be going in that direction now. It's blowing all over the place and blows straight past the deep cover, 6 runs.
I think this goes through him then over him, you know. I think when he looks back at that, he'll be disappointed he's not getting anything on that or taking that catch. Certainly Gill was.
More orthodox drive along the ground from Amjad.
Yeah, Amjad is so key to the batting, isn't it? When Amjad, I mean, we saw yesterday in another low-scoring score from them, how he had to bat all the way through the innings, but they do rely on him. He's the backbone of their batting. Another man who's batted well for them. I mean, talking about their batting. So Amjad, before the start of this match, 119 to his name, and Kanasane is the other 90 to him, and he timed his assault to perfection yesterday as well, didn't he, in that match?
Sure did. Just looking at when these two teams met during the week. They met in match 8 on that occasion. France only made 65. Luxembourg chased it down, but not without difficulty. They chased it down off 9.3 overs.
Yeah, 3 balls to go.
Yeah, and when they met again the next day, Luxembourg held France to 71, chased that down to the 9th over. So end of the over here, in the present, it is 41 for 1 after 4. So that just tells you that, okay, both times France have been kept to really low scores. Luxembourg have chased it down, but they've chased it down with a bit of difficulty. So the wild card here, a bit like what Scotland did to Belgium, if they can find those extra 20, 30 runs, even to get 90 on the board, I think France will be pretty hard to beat with their bowling attack.
I think you're right. I think when France score 80, call it 95. When they score 90, call it 110, 120, because that's all credit to the way they bowl. And their bowlers have been brilliant. I mentioned Ramachula Mangal, 13 scalps he's taken in this group. He's the leading wicket taker by far. And Rohula Mangal is coming good as well. He's picked up 8. They're going to be a handful, but then they've got the spin as well.
Speaking of spin, here is some spin. It's Marcus Cope, and this one is swinging out of the ground. Maximo, good club selection, gets it over the fielder. And despite the wind, that one had just enough to take it all the way. 6 runs, and France, they are fighting, and they have that spirit, don't they? The Renaissance was complete last night. And well, there's Darwood. He's up out of his seat. He's an excitable character. France, I'm sure, picked up quite a few fans after their topsy-turvy week, but Luxembourg also a very popular team on the network. This goes again. This one, Fielder's out there. Doesn't miss too many, and he's not going to miss this. This is Mohit Dixit. That is the Dixit zone, and he has a slightly unusual technique, but he rarely drops them. So Jumaid Ahmed is going to have to go for 26, and France lose the second. It's 48 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Marcus Cope. Remember yesterday against Scotland, he picked up, outstanding bowling figures, 4 for 26. So we know he's a wicket taker. And despite the way Dixit runs in, he never looks like he's going to catch it, does he? His hands are all over the place. And but when they combine together, more often than not, that ball ends up in the middle of them. Good catch from him. And Marcus Cope gets another one. It's a good wicket. It's one they needed because Jubaid Ahmed made quite a healthy 26 off the 12 deliveries he faced.
What Dixit did so well then, and what he does all the time, he actually, despite the hands being a bit unorthodox, the way he brings them together, but he watches the ball really closely. He watches the ball so hard into those hands. And there are a few things from last night's game that I just had to recheck them, because I recalled, for example, that France, when they batted first, they had a horror finish to their innings.
Yeah, they did, because they made such a good start.
Yeah.
They were really clubbing the ball.
Yeah, so they were 66 off 5 overs. They only got 18 off the second half, and they didn't hit a single boundary. So they were 66 off the first half, 18 off the second. It was absolutely nuts. But it turned out that was enough to force a golden ball, and essentially enough to carry them through to the final 4. Oh, this one.
I mean, credit to them, because first of all, it takes a mammoth effort from any team to contain that Belgium lineup, and they did that. So credit to them. I know they ended up losing the match, and those scenes were amazing. After this ball, this could be gone. If this is straight, adios. And Kanasane, and he scored 90 runs in this championship so far, but he won't add any to that. That's the 2-ball duck for him. He has to go, and this is the danger signs. I mean, I know that Numan Amjad is still there, but now batters are coming in that haven't made any runs at all. This innings now from Amjad becomes so important. He's there 17 off 10, but look, I think it's just a straight ball that he plays all round. Yeah, that is absolutely plump.
Sweep at your peril. I think sweeping straight balls has caused trouble all week for batters, because the bounce in this pitch is not easy to execute that stroke. And Lingiswaran Kanasane, he's had a pretty good week. He's been one of the better of the French batters, but he has to go without scoring here in the eliminator. And France now 48 for 3.
Yeah, it has to go. But yeah, just going back to that, I mean, the way they contained Belgium was absolutely unbelievable. And the other thing I'll say, you know, is that, you know, a lot of people, and myself, you know, we've got the really close ties with Malta and the Maltese players. But I think when you look at it, I mean, France beat Malta twice. So just based on that, I think, yeah, they deserve to be here. Gets played out, and well, this man is full of beans, isn't he? And Taiwo Ahmadzai, well, we need to call him the Laddu Master, really. I mean, he's small but mighty, isn't he? And when he takes wickets, well, doesn't he celebrate, and doesn't he like showing off those Laddus?
He does. I still call him the Energizer Bunny, because I just think he's got so much energy, and what the emotion from France last night. I mean, they thought they were gone. They thought they lost that game, they were gone.
That's
what
right.
they didn't know is they could afford to lose it by a very slim margin and still qualify. And you can't get much slimmer than a golden ball.
No, those scenes were just amazing, because they lost the game, they were down. They thought, that's it, it's done. And then, well, somebody just sneaked into their little marquee and said, guys, do you realise? And as soon as they got the news, well, they exploded. And, well, those scenes, I know that you shared them live yesterday. It was absolutely sensational. You know, Belgium were up and about, having won the very first golden ball we've ever had in the European Championship. So the first international golden ball. And then there was a celebration from France when they realised that they had gone through and made it into this fixture on Group C finals day. It was quite amazing.
Yeah, it was. So expect the unexpected out of this contest. Can they get second half runs though, France? Couldn't yesterday. Amjad's still there though. Moves to 18 with that single.
Yeah, Amjad, I think when those wickets, the early wickets go, he then gets a little bit too cautious. I can understand it, but what happens is he stops hitting the ball as well as he can. I think he just needs to focus and say, you know what, one of the other batters will stay here with me. I don't want to go into a shell. I'm going to play my normal aggressive game, because that's the only way they're going to get to a score they can defend.
Agree with that. Knocked away. Ahmadzai is busy. I wants 2 here. Shouldn't go for it. Doesn't.
I'm glad to see that Ahmadzai has recovered from that nasty knee injury that he had as well. I know when I saw him back at base a couple of nights ago, he had it well bandaged up, and but he was saying, I'm okay, I'll be there.
Chubb will just get one here. So I love the chat from William Cope. Since he's been keeping, I think he's there mostly for his chat, even more than his glove
Did he
work.
keep? He didn't keep. I think did he keep yesterday?
Kept yesterday. He is very chatty. I do enjoy it.
Yeah, he is
Very
chatty.
encouraging.
Chance. Oh, just wide off the fielder. It was up in the air. Dingra couldn't get
slow
there.
to go here. Yeah, he gets there because of slightly poor throw from out on the boundary.
Slow to go. It's Ahmadzai we're talking about. Ahmadzai. He ain't slow. He is
He's
quick.
taking a lot of steps. He just wasn't moving forward very quickly. He was slow to turn. I think because he was on the back foot when he hit that. Last ball the over. Driven back, past the bowler. This will be one. And it takes us to the end of the 6th over. So France fighting on here. To about, make that around about 96 paces. Going to be 58 for 3 after 6 overs. Well, let's update the golden ball graphic, because that was one for the batters last night. 14-22 now, golden ball 36. Belgium defeating France last night in a thriller. Sabres Akil hit the golden ball for 6. So we've had 12 golden balls in 2022. And you can see there that the batters have had a bit of a tough time this year, but they've won 4 now, and there's 8 against the bat. So eventually, so probably evening up a little bit. It was 10-10 after 20 games. The bowler's been on a heater, but the batters got one back on them last night. And speaking of going back, there is Dawid Ahmadzai. And it's going to be Cope to continue. You can't believe that was hit that one. He's got 2 for 8, Cope.
Listen to William Cope. I think it's great. Can we not just have a mic on him?
Actually,
I mean, he's cracking me up with what he's saying at the moment. He's really trying to get into the head of the batters here.
Yeah, I love it.
Here he goes again.
Let's just go. Let's go a couple of balls, and we won't say anything. And let's turn up the stump mics, please, guys. Can we do that? Let's just listen for a couple of balls, unless something very big happens.
stop talking there because this one goes for 4 runs. You can see it catch, and there was a
There's making all there. It's right here. It comes though.
He just admitted it to me, boys. Come on, let's see if he can play straight here. Tone's one. Good work, Tone.
What's he got for Amjad here?
Here we go, Marcus. Here we go, bud. You and me. Whoa. Wait the fumble.
I love the sounds. This should be good. What has he got for Ahmed's eye?
Let's see what else he's got to do. Here we go. One more ball.
good encouragement. I'm liking that.
I'm loving it.
Marcus Cope.
That takes me right back.
He's bowled so well.
Oh.
Yeah. He's got to get down. He doesn't. Oh,
Yeah, he said Ahmed Zai has admitted he can't play straight. He said, I'm just going to hit square. Well, he's telling you what he's going to do, but he's done it. And so Cope ends up going for 20 of his 2 overs, 2 for 20. And the score at the end of 7 is 70 for 3. Well, Crickathon time, Rico, and I know a lot of people around the world have been enjoying this competition. Well, Tony Redden from Spain, he's a peacock specialist. And he is actually here today. I think he was yesterday's winner. And there were 2 50s yesterday. That was the question. The question today, how many times will teams lose all 10 wickets in an innings today? And that's the question of the day. Question of the week is the last day to answer this question. What are the ways in which artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things could transform the experience of game viewing? Go to crickathon.com. It's free to register. You could be our daily winner. But remember, the best answers from question of the week, the best ones will get an internship with HCL software. As we get to Jabakel, starting with the 8th over. And so, see a single starting the 8th over. Yeah, so we've had winners from all around the world. Just want to let everyone know, doesn't matter where you're watching from, you are eligible to enter that competition. Just visit crickathon.com, free to register. You can answer the question of the day and or the question of the week.
Good question for today, isn't it?
Yeah.
10 wickets.
And I don't think Belgium lost all of them, did they?
No.
They were 9 down.
Yeah.
So it hasn't happened yet today. All right, here we go with Jabakel. Gets pumped down the ground. Ahmed Zai should just get the 1 here. But I mean, here's the thing, France, they get in trouble when they lose wickets, and they lose wickets regularly. I'm not saying that won't happen from here, but what I am saying is they're on target for that 90 score. At the moment, they're on 98 pace.
Yeah, they're on target. Captain, Numan Amjad, he's playing the perfect role so far. But Ahmed Zai, he's played some really nice shots.
Steps across and hits across, and it's going nowhere.
But this is good. He's saying, I like the way he hits. He said it was meant to go over there. It almost ends up being a caught and bowl chance for Jabakel.
Yeah, almost did.
As he apologises to his partner here, boys. Coaching from the other end.
Actually don't need stump microphones when William Cope's out there, because the normal microphones will pick it up.
He'll have a thing to say about this, won't he?
This does everything, this ball. Say hello to Charlie Hunt. Hope that you are well. Also want to say hello to Taranjeet Singh of Romania. I don't know if we'll see Taranjeet next week, but say a big hello to you. Well, definitely moved away a little bit after the impact. 2 to come for Jabakel. Nice looking drive. Probably push for 2 here. They should get there. They do get there. Good running from the captain.
Yeah, good running. Nice shot played as well. Like you say, they're pretty happy with the way things are going here, France. Well, as long as Amjad's there, and he's getting good support here from Dawood Ahmed Zai as well. So, dare I say it, 100 is on, you know.
France are one team that they can kind of bustle towards a total, can't they? They can probably defend 90s. They probably know that. Goes after this, but picks out the fielder, and it's caught. Nicely done down there by Timothy Barker. Tim Barker is the man that actually hit the 1000th maximo of the CCC this week. And unfortunately, it's going to be the end of Amjad. He just tried to elevate again. That wind's not helping today. Most of the time, it's in the batter's face. It's swinging around a little bit. And that time, you see, challenge length went up and over. But Jabakel bowls a really good 8th. He only concedes 4, and it ends with the wicket of the French skipper. As he departs, the score is 74 for 4 after 8 overs.
Yeah, a bit of a big moment that, isn't it? I mean, he's going to be disappointed. I think Amjad, he sort of restricted himself, sort of refrained himself from playing that shot, played intelligently with Ahmed Zahid. They put a good partnership together. He'll be feeding that really with 12 balls to go. He, the captain, and the sort of form he's been in, needed to be out there. A lot now will depend on how much strike that Ahmed Zahid manages to get.
Not a bad knock though from Amjad, 24 off 19, and what you feel might be a bit of an arm wrestle in this eliminator. As he departs 74 for 4. It is the end of the over, so the Energizer Bunny, the Ludemaster, as you call him, Dawood Ahmed Zai, who'll bowl 2 overs of leg spin. He's the kind of Hogarth-like bowler, isn't he? Will bowl early, you'd imagine. Facing up in the 9th, it all happens in the 9th, and here's Dhingra to bowl his second. Steps across, goes sideways. I think for France here, scoring off every ball is a minimum if they can. Look at this. Just trying to induce a second run. Yeah, so scoring off every ball, that gets them to, what's that, 86. And then the odd boundary. I still think that 90 plus is where they want to be. They feel confident they could defend that. Luxembourg got some good batters, but remember, no Thomas Martin. That hurts their balance a little bit, I think.
Yeah, big time.
It's a shame to see him out with that injury.
Yeah, but I think a lot for me, this match is going to be about, I think Barker and Vij, the captain, they've got to perform. They've got to come back into form.
It goes after it. This is going to hold up in the breeze, or it might just disappear with the breeze. Well, I don't know which way the wind's going, but I know the ball's going out of the ground. Maximo Zain Ahmed starts with 6 runs.
Yeah, this is a good shot. I'm liking this from Zain. He decides he's there. He wants to go for it. He gives it a good clap. And yeah, you're right. Look at those flags. As this ball comes down, look which way the flags are blowing. But, they sort of, the wind keeps changing.
The wind changes every few seconds.
So much.
You look around the ground, the flags are all bowling in different directions. Anyway, took his chances and got away with it. Now he hits this one pretty hard. There's 2 fielders to protect that offside boundary. Ahmed Zai wants it. He gets turned around, and he will come back. He'll come back, get turned around. It'll be 1 run in the end.
I love it. I really do love the energy Ahmed Zai does. I mean, he's just a player you want to watch all the time.
Just have a look at him. He probably knows that Zain Ahmed's just hit a 6, so he wants to give him the strike back. He says, well, hold on a second. No, you got to ask me.
That was like one of those old silent movies.
It was a solid no, wasn't it, from Zain Ahmed. Well, he tries to get funky, but he might have found trouble. Oscar Whiteman spills the catch. And they do get through for a single. And I don't think I've ever seen a more expressive player than Dawood Ahmed Zai. Body language is universal.
Gets lucky there. It was a difficult one, but I think when you're throwing yourself at it, when you're going to make contact with the ground, you've got to have that ball already safely in your palms.
You got too much bat on that, actually. You just want to tap that. You wrap too much of the bat around it. Tough one goes down. Here's Zain Ahmed, who's already hit a 6. Good bowling, though, right up in the block hole. Dhingra doesn't allow too much off this, just a single.
Yeah, wants a big finish. And try to keep the score more or less where it is. Won't mind a single, keeps it to 85, and then we go into the last. So they're going to have to do something to get to the 100. But I think you're right. I think France get to that 95 sort of score, another 10 runs from here. They'll be pretty happy with their efforts here.
Nice proper swing, neck brace stuff, isn't it, from Dawood Ahmed Zai?
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I don't think you could swing harder than that. That one's broken a bat speed record for me. Let's have a look at this. On the charge, and whooshka. Well, that's slow motion. But anyway, 9 overs down. The score 84 for 4. France still trying to get up into the 90s. I was going to say, Vinay had an interesting thing, saying, well, batters and bowlers get penalised for certain things. What about if we penalised fielders for dropping catches? But I think the fact that the chance goes down is the penalty. I don't think you need to give. Just ask some fielders that have dropped some key ones last night. I know that's good. Nasa dropped one on the boundary here for France that went over for 6, and they thought that might have sunk them. There were bodies everywhere. They all went down. But they did qualify by the skin of their teeth. Jabakel just coming off the ground here. Maybe has a bit of an issue. Been replaced by 12th man. I've got that as Pankaj Malav. Now, let's see what's happening here. I think we might have a retired out situation. Yeah, so this is pretty unselfish. Dawood Ahmedzai probably saying, okay, we're not in wicket trouble now, so he's going to retire out to get a bigger hitter in there. We saw this once last night, actually from Luxembourg. That's very unselfish work from Dawood Ahmedzai.
He's not doing bad. Do you think it's that, or is he feeling a reoccurrence of his knee and he's thinking, you know what?
No. He has hit 2 4s in 13 balls. You got like Mungals, for example.
Yeah.
Either that or he just wants to get away from William Cope. Look at him. He's knee-high to a grasshopper. He's not hitting any sixes at the moment. That's what he's thinking. So he said, I'm going to put someone out there that can do it. That's really unselfish. It'll be 84 for 5 then as we start the 10th over. More innovation.
Well, let's see if it pays. Or if it does, yeah, credit to him. But I didn't think he was batting too well. He was hitting the ball okay. He wasn't no dot balls. He was running rapid.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's not the time for running anymore. He's got them to a position, 84, where they want sixes. And this guy is strong. Rahmatullah Mangal. He's just got a bit more size. And I've got to say, I think strategically that shows me France are getting with the program. So here is Mangal. Can he cash in? Again, you already say it's a bigger hit, but he might be gone first ball here, and he will be. So again, they can unleash some hitters now, and even though they'll lose Rahmatullah, they might go for a Rahula Mangal as well. So even though it seems like it didn't work out, I still think it's a smart move. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, look, if he was going at a lesser strike rate than he was, yeah, I would. I don't think so. I think he was doing okay. I really do. I think he was playing good cricket, smart cricket. He was getting bat on ball. He wasn't eating up dot balls. I think it's that sort of situation for me. When a batter is coming in just to try and hit a big shot straight away, the chances of that happening is pretty high. Because, you know, you're coming in and you already got the pressure of knowing you've only got, in that case, 5 balls to come, now 4 to come. So it's going to be a tough one.
I was going to say he was doing okay. I think they thought they could do better than okay scoring rate.
Yeah.
I mean, so I don't mind it. But Tony Whiteman turned around and just said, does that mean he's on a hat trick? Because there was a retired out. Then we got 2 wickets in 1 ball. That's even better than a hat trick, isn't it? So anyway, see who we got now.
Again here, lads.
Yeah.
William, I think he might have just retired.
He wouldn't have been on a hat trick because he was at the non-strikers then when he retired himself out.
I was going to say, he might have retired with sore ears from listening to William Cope behind the stumps this whole innings. Anyway, that makes it 85 for 6, I think.
Action Jackson is in now.
Here we go.
Oh, good ball.
Yeah, they're going to push for 2 here because it's in the gap. But I think that Zain Ahmed says no because he wants to strike. Remember, he's already hit a 6. Yeah. Shrug saying he loves a good Vinny and Rico debate. I think, yeah.
What does Shrug think? Come on, Shrug. What do you reckon on that one?
Full toss. Zain Ahmed goes after it. It's into the gap. This is running away. This will be 4. So it doesn't really matter who's at the other end if Zain Ahmed's going like this. He gets into double figures. And France hit that 90 that we were talking about.
Yeah, they're there. It's where they want to be. They've got the 90. This is not a good ball from Dixit, is it? I think he tries the slow ball, gets it wrong. And to the left-hander, that's always going to be runs. Full toss outside the off. So a couple of deliveries to come here now.
France
still looking for that 95, I think.
Equalled their highest score now. Now, this is going to go straight to the fielder, who takes the catch. So that's a nice catch by Shivkaran Gill down there. Zain Ahmed to get one in this direction. This is a really tough catching day. Look, the flags, look, Frico, look, the flags on that side are going to the left, the flags on that side are going to the right.
I've never seen anything like
What's going on?
This is what I was trying to say to you earlier. Look at the way this wind is blowing. So you can imagine that ball, I mean, though you can see Gill thinking, yeah, it's coming to me. He starts to see, look where he takes it in the head. He has to make a little adjustment. Takes a really good, look at that. Yeah, we know what you're talking about. We know exactly what you're talking about, Gill.
Yeah, it's swinging all over the place, but Zain Ahmed, good little contribution from him. He departs with 1 ball to go, 90 for 7. They did score 90 in their second match. That was actually against Scotland 11, believe it or not. All the way back in match 3, France. So 1 run will better that here. Shrug saying he wouldn't have retired him that late in the innings. For me, that's why you would do it, because the wicket now has very little value. And I think they just think there's guys that can do more than push it around and run hard. I think those days are gone. You gamble to get more. That probably hasn't really affected the score too much. Here's Santhira Kumaran, who gets to face the last ball. Can he score? He will. So here comes the highest score ever. In fact, it'll be 94 because that's going to go to the boundary. So Dixon ends up 2 for 27. Santhira Kamaran comes out. They move the line. They change the batters and doesn't really slow them down too much. France 94 for 7. Luxembourg, they'll need 95 to stay alive here on finals day in Group C.
Stay alive, yeah. And listen, hey, you know, let's not rule out golden ball talk here because, A, we are talking about France. We know that they took Belgium to a golden ball yesterday. Is that sort of score for me? It is that sort of score. But look, Luxembourg, I said it before, if they're gonna eye up a final place, and that means a showdown with Belgium, I think the likes of Timothy Barker and their captain Vikram Vij has to get going. And I think Tony Whiteman, Mr. Evergreen, has got a big part to play.
Let me throw you some numbers at you as we look back at some of the highlights in this innings. France average runs against 88. Luxembourg average runs for 93.
Ooh.
Target 95. So I think we're in for a humdinger of a contest here. As we know, that 2 teams arrive, only one will survive through to later in the day where they'll play Belgium. And then potentially Scotland later on if they can get through that. But Dixon doesn't drop too many catches at all, does he? But France, I've got to say, at least this time after a reasonable start in the first 5 overs, even though they lost Kanasane there for a duck, they do go on with it a little bit better than they have before. They were 49 at the halfway point. They put on another 45 in the second half. So they really have given themselves something to bowl at here, Rico.
Yeah, they have. I mean, I like it. You know, I was saying this to a few people yesterday when they were saying that, no, there's no way we're going to see anything better from France. And I said, yeah, we will, because I said they're a team that's talented, they're young, they're showing what they can do with the ball and in the field, and the batting will come. And they were making little subtle changes, which eventually was going to pay off. And I think that's what we saw there. Just take a look of Ahmed's eye as he came off there. He definitely was limping. I think there was a little bit of that reoccurrence of his knee injury, because as he was walking off, he was holding it. So I think that was another reason for him to come off, because he's probably thinking, you know what, I do need to get a couple of, 2 good overs in of my spin bowling, so I don't want to hurt this knee anymore. He comes off for that reason, I think, as well.
Yeah, okay. So, regardless, I think that France, if you offered them 94 at the beginning, they would take it.
Big time.
And looking at the scorecard here, Jubair Ahmed, he's gone to the top of the order and had a pretty good time of it. 26 off 12, 24 for Amjad, the captain, off 19 balls. Dawud Ahmedzai, he retired himself out unselfishly for 19, feeling that maybe some of the hitters like Rahmatullah Mangal could go out there and score quicker. He couldn't, but Zain Ahmed could. He scored 13 off 6. And Santhira Kamaran with a very handy boundary late in the piece off that very last ball gets them to a score of 94. As far as the bowling went, well, a couple of good performances there. I've got to say, Elias Jarakel went off with a bit of an injury concern of his own late in the piece. He took 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. Also, a wicket for Dingra, 1 for 15 was economical. And the figures went to Dixon, who took 2 for 27, but he'll be a bit upset that he went for that many runs. In fact, he was the most expensive of the bowlers. Also, Cope, I think, had a role to play, didn't he? 2 for 20 of his 2 overs, but the second one was a bit more expensive than his first. We'll take a bit of a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And when we do, it will be time to see who will survive this eliminator. It will be Luxembourg chasing 95 victory. Can they do it? Will they do it? Or will the French Renaissance continue? Join us to find out shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And Rico Falls with me. We'll see you shortly for more Group C Finals Day right here in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Su calle, a vivir su ambiente, ven conmigo, a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven, conmigo ven. Ven, ven conmigo, conmigo ven, ven conmigo. Su ambiente,
Welcome back to the Costa del Sol in Spain. It's a beautiful sunny Friday and it is finals day for Group C. Only one of these teams will make it through to Championship Week in just 9 days' time. They'll be back and then in 10 days we will start our Championship Week fixtures with the top 5 teams from Europe. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. This is the Euros of cricket. We started with 21 countries. We know the England 11 will make it through to Week 5 automatically as reigning champions. They won in 2021 over Belgium, who are represented here today, but Belgium are not through as yet. They'd have to win the final today. They'd have to overcome Scotland, and that's after beating one of these two teams. Whoever wins this will be through to qualify too later on today. Also, we have Spain, the host nation, through after a dramatic finish to Group A. That saw them overcome an Irish 11 to qualify. And then last week we had the Netherlands 11 win Group B. Whoever wins next week, Group D, they'll be the 5th team. So there's plenty to play for. Let's get ready to start the clock. Thanks to our official timekeeper, Frederic Constant from Geneva. And this should be a real battle. Luxembourg averaging 93 per 10 overs. France only averaging 88 runs against. And the target 95. So it doesn't look like much, but it's going to be a testing target for Luxembourg to stay alive in this tournament. Here we go. And we are starting with the playmaker, Rahmatullah Mangal, right on the money first up. No surprises there. Played away. This is Timothy Barker, who will open things up. He's out there with William Cope for Luxembourg. Vinny Sandu here, and my partner in the commentary box today is none other than Rico Full. Rico, this should be a real interesting run chase.
It certainly will be. I'm loving the noise that the French are making there. I mean, the way that noise they made after that ball as they changed over from right to left-hander, they went across the field, and they took the noise with them. They really are up for this, France. And wouldn't it be something sensational if they were to get the victory here? I mean, what a revival in their form this would be.
Edged, and this is probably going to run away for 4. It does. Very quick off the edge, and well, it's a good hurdle from Rahmatullah Mangal, but what it is, it's the first boundary for Luxembourg in this chase.
Yeah, nicely played. Well, William Cope, we know he was very vocal himself when he was behind the stumps. That's probably why France are very vocal here now. They're trying to get under his skin. But well, that fall will certainly help settle any nerves that he had when he went out there.
Had some questions here about potential formats for next year and these marquee tournaments, because we are planning, it's not confirmed yet, planning to have even more teams involved. I'll come to that in a minute because I see there's a bit of chat about it right now in the comment section. Looks a long way across, but I think this is going down the leg side. Yeah, so at the moment, you can see there are groups of 5 days. The teams play each other twice, and then there's a finals day. Probably the most likely scenario is that we will have groups that are shorter, and we'll have more groups. So there'll still be groups of 5, but instead of playing 8 matches and then finals, you'll just play each other once. So there'll be 4 matches and then a finals day. So you'll either play Monday, Tuesday, have finals on Wednesday, or you'll play Thursday, Friday, and have finals on Saturday. So this will allow us to expand, which is something we're always trying to do, to get more teams, more players involved, and spread the message and spread the word and the reach of cricket on the continent.
Yeah, big time. Hey, what do you think on this field France have got here? So just got the 3 men on the leg side. So Rahmatullah Mangal is concentrating everything outside that off, and just look at that sea of blue.
Yeah,
outside the off. I'm liking it. I really am.
Are going to wear their emotions on their sleeves throughout this 10 overs. I'm sure of that. It goes straight, but he might have found trouble. He knows he's in trouble, and he's gone. So that's Timothy Barker, who's a key player, took on the wind and lost, I think. He tried to go after this man, Rahmatullah Mangal, and he's not the first. He probably won't be the last this week. Mangal takes another wicket, and Luxembourg lose an opener. It's 6 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best of shots, is it? As soon as he hits it, he knows it. It's just got to be a little bit more patient, Timothy Barker. And, you know, the difference is he looks like a different player. When he was full of confidence, he was dancing around in the middle, moving his feet, getting to the picture ball, and getting these shots spot on. And, well, I think that's probably about the 5th time that he's been out there and things just haven't happened for him. It's Numan Amjad, the captain, who takes the catch. He's certainly not going to drop those. It's a key player, the captain, with the ball, with the bat in the field. and they've just taken a key player out of the equation from Luxembourg. And Barker has to depart, Timothy Barker. And I was saying that he, along with I think Vikram Vij and also Tony Whiteman, are the ones that I think are going to keep for Luxembourg. They've got one of them back. They're going on Dixit here, and I think the reason for this is because of the good knock that Dixit had yesterday. So they're just making a slight change. They're saying, well, okay, you batted well yesterday. Can you do the same today?
Yeah, swings at the first one and misses. Yeah, Dixit was a bit of a wild card they threw up. The order, and it worked for them. So I think they're trying to get off to a similar start. End of the first over, and the score is 6 for 1. Well, speaking of 1, we're at golden ball 1 now, because this morning's match is the first match, completed match, without a golden ball. And that's because we went back to golden ball 0 last night, didn't we? In a dramatic finish to Group C. It was France that were involved. It was Belgium that did beat them in the golden ball, hitting it for 6. But France, by making it so close, they actually improved their run rate enough, their net run rate enough to overtake Malta, who were powerless to stop them. They were right back at the Sunset Beach Club watching, and I was just speaking to some of those Maltese guys last night. They didn't really know what was going on either. Their emotions were all over the place as well. Now here's a guy we love to watch him bowl, Stalwart Ahmedzai, the Energizer Bunny. Rico calls him the Ludo Master. He gets swept away, and this should be 4. So he just misses his length there, and William Cope, he certainly had a lot to say to Stalwart Ahmedzai in the first half. Now he's letting his bat do the talking, and he gets a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, no risk involved here at all. The ball is already going down the leg side, so he watches it onto his bat beautifully. Gets 4 runs. So yeah, the Luddu Master, or the Luddu Bolt, maybe we should call him, because look out for that Bolt celebration.
He's certainly got the sunglasses on. He's got the protection, doesn't he? Ready to hit the slopes.
Look in the business, isn't it? Here he comes.
Gone. Wow, no, he's not gone.
The game for the LB, and now, well, his foot stays down.
I thought they hit the stump straight away. I mean, how did it miss? Now, they're going to the keeper. They think they might have a stumping. I thought this hit, I heard something. What has gone on here?
Well, there was certainly a noise. It was very woody, wasn't it? I mean, they think they've got their man here. They believe they got their man. So let's have a look.
Wow, let's have a look.
Yeah, what was that noise? It was really strange. I mean, let's have a look. First of all, this.
Oh, that's close.
I mean, what does it...
Oh, and then they think... He drops it on the stumps, doesn't knock the bails off. He's gone, I think.
Well, he's caught napping. That foot is
out.
in the air for me. I think... I mean, look at the shadow. The shadow tells you the story.
He's out.
The stumps have been... Look at the stump. The stump's gone. The bails are gone here. That foot, for me, is next... I wonder if we've got the next frame. Yeah, that foot's in the air. I think he's out.
I think this is gone, you know. I actually think the LB was out. I mean, maybe we'll go back and look at that later, but I think that there's no doubt for me that Action Jackson does it just in time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here, what they're probably looking at, because, you know, in cricket, they say, we need to see the bail. But I think you've got to use a bit of, maybe I'm wrong in saying this, a bit of common sense. I think you can see that the stumps have been dislodged. If the stump's been dislodged there, you see that shot there? That's the stump's been dislodged. The bails are off. We're looking at the other side of that, but that's what you've got to look at.
If he gets away with this, he is super lucky, Cope.
Yeah, they're looking for the bail, but
yeah, he's gone.
There we go.
He's given stumps. I got to say, and look, Stalwart Ahmedzai, well, he's off. He's off to the races.
Oh, look at this. Balle, balle, balle. Look at this. Shaba, shaba. Badanya, badanya. Wicked there. Look at the celebration. Well, I told you, he's Luddu Bolt. There he goes. There's the Luddus and there's the Bolt celebration. And look at this from Ramatullah Mangal. He then swings him round like a little child on a swing. Well, I tell you what, he's little, but he's mighty as well. He knew he had, he thought he had his man LBW, but in the end, it gets him stumped. Brilliant piece of work from the wicketkeeper as well. You've got to say from Action Jackson.
Let's have a look at this LBW.
I think the noise we could have heard, maybe it's an inside edge onto the pad, maybe.
Well, I think the umpire thinks it hits him just outside the line, and it's probably umpire's call on impact. But that's why the keeper doesn't glove it, because it took such a big deflection off the pad, and Cope, he just needed longer toenails, and he probably would have made that, but he stumped. So both openers have been removed now, 10 for 2. What dramatic scenes we've seen here in Eliminator number 1.
This is doing it again.
It's the drama. This is the drama.
Both openers gone. Both openers gone. Marcus Cope.
Ramesh
Comes up the order.
thinks it hit him outside the line. Maybe. I think that's probably umpire's call on impact. Now Marcus Cope comes out. I mean, the thing is, we heard a noise. I mean,
there's a big noise.
And I thought it was the off stump. I thought it was the off stump getting clipped.
You went for bowl, didn't you? You thought that was a ball hitting the stump, and I can understand why.
We weren't the keeper in the way, right? So from where our vantage point.
Watch the line Ahmedzai's bowling. So clever. He's making all the batters play cross. They miss. He's hitting. He's going up. He's going to be celebrating before the umpire even puts the finger up. Watch him go.
Goes after him, and he gets him pretty good. Maximo. Well, this is what Dixit did yesterday. He's Mr. Dixit for a reason. He's trying to fix it here because it is Ahmedzai. It just gives him a length. Again, doesn't really pick it, doesn't care. Swings away, gets 6.
Yeah, 33 of 11 he made against Scotland yesterday, which is not a bad innings, but they still ended up losing by 29 runs, 114 to 85. But with the score as it is here now, a contribution like that in this match would make a huge difference. It really would. I mean, the captain, Vikram Vij, holding himself back a little bit and also holding back Tony Whiteman at the moment. He wants these guys to try and get a bit of acceleration on. Well, this is launched. It's going a long, long way. Balle, balle, shakalaka.
What a good shot that is, straight through the line. And you just can see that Luxembourg, they know, despite these early jitters, they have to keep playing their shots. That's a really good cricket shot. Dawid Ahmedzai, though, comeback ball. Spins it so hard he can't even catch it that time. He's gone for 17 in this over with the ball remaining. And they're going to go one more time, and they're going to get it. So it goes magical in the end. Maximo to finish the second. Luxembourg up and away. So a bit of everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly for France. Both teams fighting hard for survival. And at the end of 2 overs, the score is 29 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big hit, isn't it? I mean, when you lose a wicket, you need someone to come back. And one thing we say, and we say all the time, is you still got to be positive. Don't let it get you into a shell. And that was very good hitting from Dixit.
Well, 999 emergency line if you're in the UK, right? But France, well, just take that to one decimal. Pretty much that's minus 1.0. Malta minus 1.1. That's how close it was.
Yeah.
And it actually came down to a matter of just a couple of balls, 2 or 3 balls. So, you know, net run rate, we talk about it a lot. It actually matters all the way through, not just in the last game. But, yeah, it was a crazy finish. There were all kinds of diagrams and numbers being scribbled down. But when the dust settled and the rain stopped, it was France that survived, and Malta, unfortunately, out of the tournament in 5th place in Group C. So now we're going to get the captain, Noman Amjad, to bowl over number 3. They need a good over here, France, just to get back in this. Dixit's come out, and although he swung a miss at the first one, the next time he swung the willow, it was pretty successful. He's 18 off 4 now. Now Cope, 20% smarter, says, okay, if you're hitting it, Mohit, I'm just going to get to the other end and let him swing away, because this is the power play. This is the last 5 balls of the power play coming up.
Yeah, Marcus Cope, got a really big, bright future ahead of him, isn't he? I really like what he's done in this championship. I think his bowling has been exquisite. He's just got better and better, and he's been rewarded with wickets. And just seeing him out there with the bat as well, looks really confident player, confident young man.
Here's Amjad. He's bowled pretty well. Brought himself on for the golden ball last night, which we only realised kind of a bit after the fact that Ramatullah Mangal took 3 for 8 of his 2 overs.
Cool, yeah.
And Amjad, look, he didn't bowl badly, but he said, okay, thanks for getting us the golden ball, but I'll take it from here. And the captain came on and got pumped for 6 by Zakil. But like I said, it didn't actually matter in the grander scheme of things. But he has bowled some very good seeds, Amjad. This is one that cuts back, and Dixit almost dares the keeper to throw.
Action Jackson, what a good stop this is. This goes over the stumps, you know, and you can see how he's taken this. This ball has moved big.
Last time, Action Jackson last night was crazy. We'll forget that actually on the last ball of regulation, he could have hit the stumps off the bite to run out Zakil, and France would have actually beaten Belgium, and it wouldn't have gone to the golden ball. He also took his right glove off to throw and dropped a catch that went to his right hand, and he couldn't hold it in his inner at one stage. Now Dixit swings away, but this is hanging up. It's dropped. And now they think of a second. It might have been off the end of the fingers. I don't know whether Rahmatullah Mangal is just disappointed or hurt. I think he's just disappointed. This one, because it was hit so badly and Midon was in the circle, the wind held it up there. A bit of a crocodile style there, really, to be fair. Get away with it. Dixit dropped on 18. Slower ball, waits on it. Cope. Cope's more of an accumulator, isn't he? And I think he's playing his role well at the moment.
Yeah, he got into position pretty early there. I think he picked a slower ball, got into position, plays it away. Yeah, I mean, how big would that be? Dixit, you know, he doesn't like to hang around, so he's going to be, I mean, he's back on strike here now. He's going to be swinging the blade pretty hard. He was dropped on 18.
Short, takes it on and gone. And he drills it straight to the man at short mid-wicket. And so Amjad tries out the short stuff and it works. And Dixit, he'll be feeling a bit unfortunate to go in that direction. But he is going to have to go. It's the end of the power play as well, 32 for 3. But I think Dixit more or less does his job. He gets a quick 19 off 8. And he sets the table for some of these middle order batters to come in and finish the job. But as he departs, it's 32 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. He's there to do one thing, and that's to accelerate. So there's no point us saying, well, it's the last ball of Newman's over, you know, you've got lucky already, don't play that shot, just take a single. No, he's there to attack. He's there to take the field on. I mean, the one who's there to stroke the ball around and maybe bat all the way through is Marcus Cope. So gets a quick fire 19, got lucky as well, didn't he? But that will make Rahmatullah Mangal feel a lot happier because he's the one who put the catch down to drop him. Just, well, the last shot that he played. So he goes, and there's still no, I'm a little bit surprised here. I think sometimes I can understand maybe what the captain is thinking here. He's bringing others up there. Jabakal goes in now, but he's in danger of leaving maybe himself and Tony Whiteman to come in too late where they don't get a chance to get in.
They're fine with it because as long as these guys don't chew up balls, I think that's their thing. They feel they're confident to steer their team home, but they're saying, okay, let's put some high impact players in and see if we can get this target down a bit. Some more spin, and it's going to be Zain Ahmad who bowls these left arm tweakers. He's very slow out of the hand. He forces the batters to make the pace. And probably today, it's going to be tough because I think the wind's into the batter's face, although it's kind of all over the place. Jabakal has been sent in to do some hitting. He gets a little edge. This will have to be chased down. It is chased down. That is Jubaid Ahmed.
I still don't get this wind, Vinny. How come to the left? So anything that's been hit onto the onside, the wind is blowing from sort of right to left going towards the fan zone. If you hit too long off, it's actually blowing the other way. It makes no sense at all.
Well, it's actually is a wide down leg side, bounces off Action Jackson into his helmet. It's always a good idea to wear the helmet up to the stumps. I think regardless, even against the spinner, you see it pretty much all the time these days. It can be really nasty when those little deflections happen. Pitched up to Jackson, hunting another cheeky stumping. Top ball though.
Like that ball, not afraid to give it some flight. And not the quickest to come down the wicket, Marcus Cope. In fact, doesn't really want to come down the wicket. He's trying to flick to the leg side.
Goes back, something a bit short, might have found trouble, and he's dropped. Wow, that's Rahmatullah Mangal, and it's going to go for 4 to rub salt into the wound. So, well, this has been the issue for France. Occasionally, their fielding hasn't been up to the standard of their bowling. I know it's a tricky wind, but I mean, if you want to keep going, it really helps if you hold on to those ones.
Yeah, it's another one that gets dropped, but will this one be an expensive one? So far, they've made some errors, but it hasn't cost them too much. Oh, this one. Well, does he get bat onto this? I think he does. I think he hits this. Does he hit this?
I think it just
goes
straight,
over
I think
the
he missed it, goes straight over the stumps.
No,
he does hit it. You're right. Good spot, Rico.
And it hits. I think it hits him in the, you know where. I think he's yeah. This gets him right on the in the furniture zone. Look at that. Oh, look away, look away. Wow. That's hit him where you don't want to be hit with a cricket ball. I know he's got protection there, but look, all the men watching that are just crossing their legs.
Action Jackson gets some unwanted action, doesn't he? There.
Well, his name is Jackson, so there was a little bit of a, oh!
I'll tell you what, I like that Nilkesh. He's got a big smile on his face.
Well, Nilkesh, you
know
can
what?
have a laugh.
That could quite easily, if you get a nook, not a cranny, then that
don't
could
do
actually
that.
stick and it would have been out. I mean, it's one of those ones that if you're
This
super
is-
lucky,
But this is what you say, your wicket-keeping training skills. You'll frame these at the wicket-keepers and say,
I
I'm gonna
used
hit you
to
with
have
this,
a
take
drill
it.
where I would kind of throw that
You
from
wouldn't
point
throw it
blank
there,
range.
though, would you?
Unless it depends if they're annoying me.
You're wicked if you throw it there.
If he closed his legs quicker, he
Ouch.
could have caught Cope there. He's trying to go backwards. This time he goes forwards, takes it on. He'll get away with it. Probably just a single, it is. So Luxembourg at that 10 and over pace at the moment. 40 for 3 after 4.
Yep, and Action Jackson is probably talking a little bit like this at the moment. But look, which way you think this guy? I think it's evenly poised. I think France will know. Get another wicket here. I think they know there's batters to come. So would they be thinking here, right, keep it tight, just keep the rate, trying to get that rate up to about 10, 11 and over, not focus too much on wickets, because you may not want the likes of Vikram Vij, the captain, good left-hander, to come into Tony Whiteman. You're probably saying, put the squeeze on and just get that run rate to
You're
go up.
definitely thinking defensively, but also I mean, the easiest way to win this game is to go through everybody, including Vikram Vij, who hasn't really kept up the pace that he's cracked at the start of the week. Shivkaran Gill, again, good player, but I mean, France will believe they can go through these guys. Here's Dawud Ahmedzai coming back for his second over. Quicker one. And a big
He's
appeal,
off.
and he's
Oh.
off. Would someone follow him? You're going to have to go very fast, but you can see the batter went right across their Cope, and he used his pads as a second line of defence, but it was no defence because the Energizer Bunny is running away with it. Another LBW decision, and now Luxembourg, they are 40 for 4.
Well, there he goes. Once he gets this, as soon as it's almost like the when he gets going. I mean, look, he's hitting middle stump. He goes right across Marcus Cope again, and then off he goes. There he goes. There's the Laddu Bolt celebration, and you gotta love him. I'm loving the energy from him, and I know people are loving him on our viewers chat. Dawud Ahmedzai, well, he's become a little star, hasn't he? Little star with the big Laddus, and he does the Laddu Bolt celebration once more. It's just, can you imagine if it's not given? What does he do? Because we haven't been in that position yet where he's done that celebration and not got the wicket.
Thing is, the umpire gave that out pretty quickly, but by the time it was given out, he was already in the outfield.
Yeah.
He had already left the circle. That's how fast he's moving. But yeah, that works every time but once, that walk across tactic. The one time you miss it, you're going to be in trouble. Hello to Mesnil Man, who's watching from France. I know he's one guy. He might be one of the umpires if we do an ECS in France next year. Great to have you joining us. Now here is Vikram Vij. He struggled a little bit with wrist spin the other day. Got stumped off Hogarth early. How careful will he be? I think pretty careful.
One thing I will say, Vinny, if we keep talking about the way this wind is, for a left-hander, it's good.
Yeah.
For a left-hander, it's
He
good.
used the wind very well the other day. It's a good call by the umpire. It was inside at the moment past the crease. I just don't think he's going after. Doesn't want a piece of Ahmedzai at all. Plays it away carefully. His role, Vij, is to get his team home and to be there at the end. That's what he sees his role as. And you've got Jabarkel there, who's a bit more of an explosive player. Probably not as polished, but he is a hitter. So I think now they've gotten themselves almost halfway there with this kind of shock and awe strategy, where they just said, like, just knock off as many as you can, and then I'll do the rest. Because Vij has gears.
Doesn't Nilkesh Patel, the umpire, look like one of the baddies out of a spaghetti western?
Right, with a big hat.
Yeah. I'm liking the look for Nilkesh. There he is there, Nilkesh Patel. But, yeah, he's
Certainly had a big chuckle when Action Jackson had copped it in
he did, didn't he? In the cojones.
the giblets. Oh, that's really good keeping by Action Jackson, because this could have easily gone for 5 wides. It was the quick one speared down the leg side, but it will be 2 wide still.
Very good stop, isn't it? Very good. This is about anticipation. He knows where the ball is going, and then really he's thinking, I just got to throw myself at it, and he does, and he gets the block.
Such a good stop, actually. I know he didn't stop all of it, but he stopped most of it. Ahmedzai, it's just a bundle of energy, isn't he? Still 3 to come here in the 5th. Where he goes after this, going, gone, and he does use the wind. Seems to be going that direction. Maximo Vish sees it, he likes it, he goes it, and he gets the result. 6 runs to Luxembourg.
Yeah, I think this is the key here with the left-hander. I mean, Vikram Vij, he hits this with the wind behind it. Wind assisted, look at that, that's the wind. It shows you the story. And that's where I think early on, Timothy Barker, he went for the other side of the ground where the wind is not going to help you. So Vikram Vij, the captain, can he produce an innings which gets Luxembourg a chance to play off against Belgium in that all-important qualifier coming up?
Big smash side off stump. Here's the thing, I've just realised that no matter where you go, look around the ground, the flags are away from the centre. And no matter where you go, so pretty much the wind is going wherever the batter hits the ball. I've never seen anything like this. It's like the centre of the pitch is the epicenter of the storm. Wow, Vij kind of loses his mind here, but he gets away with it. It'll be the end of the 5th over. He'll retain the strike, and the 50 comes up. They stay on that 50 off 5, so 10 and over pace at the moment. As we'll get to the end of the over, the score is 50 for 4. I want to welcome everyone, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full, or Dr. Full, in the white coat today. Makes you 20% smarter. It is Peacock Friday as well, and I think the early mail is they really like your shirt.
Did I like it? Yeah, yours is pretty. That's a
matching
good
today, actually, aren't
we?
we? And I know the few people over there in the fan zone have taken on the Peacock shirt.
Yeah, well done to everybody
As well. So why don't you give us a big wave in the fan zone if you're up there. I want to say a big hello to you guys. Hope you have a great day. And I've got the Royal Box over there as well. Hello to you guys. They said that they'd give us a wave, and there we go. I've got them.
So the Royal Box, okay.
The Royal Box. Anyway, here we go. It'll be a wide, I think, to start the over. It's going to be Zain Ahmed.
Yeah, the thing is, though, this is the other thing that Luxembourg will know. Okay, after this one of spin, you've got 1 apiece from the captain and Ruhutula. Then you've got Ruhula Mangal to bowl as well. They have bowled really well. These runs are not going to be easy to get.
They shut Belgium down last night, don't forget. They shut Belgium down,
this is what I'm
held them to
about.
84, and a lot of that was at the end. I think the last over Belgium needed 7. They could only get 6. This is a cracker of a game. I cannot believe we could be looking at double French golden ball with a sighting of frog's leg sauce. It's a long way across his stumps here. He drives and we'll get it for a single out to deep cover. Well, we were talking a bit about food this week. Of course, that's one of the benefits of travelling all around Europe with the European Cricket Network. We sample a few different delicacies, but we haven't had a series in France yet. Maybe it'll change next year. We're hoping so. And I can't wait to get stuck into food chat there. I think my breakfast, I already know, it'll be 16 croissants, and then I'll think about what I want for breakfast.
16 croissants, okay.
This one would have been a wide, but he spoils it. Turns out to be a dot.
Yeah, not a good choice of shots this at all, really. You just leave those be. I like the way, well, I say I like the way, he always crashes himself back in his pads, doesn't he, before he faces the next ball.
He's back and punches. Just noticed Vikram Vij, I thought he'd be captain sensible here, but he has played a couple of pretty loose shots, but he's gotten away with it. A couple of little edges that went behind. Here's the thing though, I think after this over, I can't see any more spin being bowled, so they will go back to the pace.
I think he's going to go for a big shot here. I just sense it. I think he's going to try and get across and hit the leg side.
He called it, goes across, hits the leg side. Probably one if there's no fumble.
Yeah.
Jackson throws his glove away for no particular reason. Backs up the throw. This is going to be a real humdinger. I'm telling you that right now. Very different kind of a game than we saw this morning, where we saw 200+ scores. Luxembourg, their batting has fallen away towards the end of the week. Remember they chased 148 on day 1 against Malta. Seems a long time ago now. Takes it on and gets it. Maximo! Bit of a teaser for Rahmatullah Mangal, but that's important. Jabakel, he hasn't had too much of the strike, but he's been sent out there to do a job, to hit big. That's exactly what he does. And what he does, the wind is going towards the boundary in all directions, and he gets the 6 runs there.
That is such an important hit, you know, because that 6 takes it to 10 off the over. If he doesn't get it, then it would have only been, you know, it would have been a really good over for, once again, for France. It would have put a little bit more pressure on Luxembourg. And that's the main thing here, I think. With that rate, I mean, that rate is just staying below the 9. If they can keep taking the singles, pushing the singles, and just getting the 1 boundary while these overs are tight, they're still in it. But they know that one good over for the batting side, Luxembourg here, one over that goes for 15, 16 runs or goes magical, that would change the way this match goes. So every ball is so vital here at the moment. Every ball.
Getting these 10s. 10 off the 5th, 10 off the 6th. There's the spin gone. And can France hold on? I mentioned 88's their average runs against. Luxembourg, 93 average runs for, 95 the target. And this is in the air. Well, this is a chance, but who's going to catch it? The cover needs to catch it, and he does. So Vikram Vij goes now. That's a big wicket, and it's Rahula Mangal with a wicket with his very first ball. Vij didn't want to have a look at him. He went straight away. He skied it. The catch was taken. Luxembourg lose their skipper. It's 60 for 5.
Yeah, it's, I mean, what can you say? I mean, it's very easy for us to say that that's a bit criminal. It's the first ball that Rahula Mangal is bowling, and he's swinging wild at it. But what Rahula Mangal does so well, I think he's already seen where the Vikram Vij has had his issues. Anything that's wide outside the off, he's been drawn to play at it. He hasn't played sensible. He's gone across the line. He hasn't looked to cut it, hasn't looked to guide it down to third man. He's just gone to play the big shot and gets it wrong. A very good catch. I also like the way that Rahula Mangal, he wants it himself, but he steps back. He says, okay, if Sati Kumaran is saying he wants it, I'm going to let him take it. A good catch taken under a lot of pressure, because we know now when that ball goes up in the air, the way this wind is blowing around, it's moving around a lot.
A lot of pressure, but yeah, it was always blowing away from the bowler and towards Seventhiran Kumaran. Held his nerve under pressure. I mean, pressure does funny things. I remember we saw Ireland 11 dropping a bunch of catches on finals day. And well, let's see if we get some push-ups from Tony first up here.
Yeah, he just done those push-ups. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to see a replay of him. He does it all the time. I absolutely love it. Do you know any other batter that does that? Anybody else that does that? Some sort of celebration goes out there in the middle and does, and it's almost like somebody saying to him, "Give me 5, give me 5."
I still don't understand how wind can go in all directions away from the pitch. So you can actually hit the ball anywhere, and it's with the wind. I'm looking at every single flag around the ground. It's going away from the pitch. Anyway, here we go. Mangal calls to Tony Whiteman, of course, father and son in this Luxembourg lineup. A little bit unusual in an international sport, but Tony, 53 years of age, gets off the mark. Right now, Vij was a big wicket. I know he wasn't batting that well today, but he was the kind of guy. We saw him engineer that huge 148 chase on day 1 against Malta.
Yeah, he was sent. He just hasn't really found that form again, has he? The same as Timothy Barker.
Just bludgeoned by Jabakel. He'll just get a single, and singles at the moment. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's 4 runs. He's missed it. I couldn't even believe it. And that's the captain, Amjad, who's one of the best fielders in the French lineup. And he gives himself a literal face palm. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, I mean, how important could this be? You know, he's living with himself. He just takes his eye off the ball. Look, just here, has a quick look at where the batters are doing. And before you know it, the ball's gone past you.
Now this is in the air. Fielder comes in, can't quite get there. It's the Energizer Bunny, Ahmadzai, who, wow, his leg was so injured it was almost looked like it was going to fall off about 2 nights ago. And there it comes back now, but he will give 100% all the time.
He does really well here, because if this gets through him, it's 4 more. Look at the way he throws himself at it. Look, really good work from him. He well, feels the pain of that knee again, but he makes a valuable stop.
Start driven. Mate, look at 2 here. It's a long chase. They're going to go for it. I think that's very good running.
Ouch.
Tony Whiteman accidentally hits this. Did it hit him or did it hit the bat?
Does it hit him on the back? I know, well, either way, it makes contact. I'm not sure if it's the bat.
Let's wait for a Ben Stokes moment there.
I think it might be his back, because that's nice. You can see that the fielder comes across. I think that's a Jubaid saying, hey, you're right, Tony. Tony, see how fine, no worries.
Needed a boundary from somewhere. I can't believe that's the way they got it. Going under the captain, one of the best fielders in the French lineup. He goes on this, but he might have bunted it straight to the fielder. He has. So Tony Whiteman's out now, and he just tries to guide this over. He likes this shot, but there's 2 fielders waiting. And, well, the push-ups are coming out back.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there we go. And, well, bit of monkey see, monkey do about this. Tony Whiteman, oh, he's a character, but right now he's a character that's walking back after being dismissed early in this eliminator. He goes for 3, and it's 68 for 6.
Well, We know Tony Whiteman likes to do the old push-ups before he starts. You see, he just gets this wrong. It's really cleverly bowled by Rahula. It's too close to him. Well, that's how he started. And they thought, well, okay, if you can do it, mind you, I've got to say, Tony Whiteman, 53 years old. I think his technique is far better than the youngsters there. I don't think youngsters do push-ups anymore, do they?
Tony will be filthy with being out, but when the dust settles next week, he'll appreciate the theatre of that celebration from the French. But he goes for just 3 off 3. Couldn't get the uppercut out of the ground. Found the hands of Jubaid Ahmed, and he departs at 68 for 6.
Wickets are falling, and you're at a point here now where you got to say, all right, Jabrakel is there, 13 of 5. But who can stay there with him? Who can give him the partnership they need?
Well, I was going to say Shiv Karan Gill. He's not batting yet. They've got
not,
for
they haven't even
Orsu.
sent him in.
I'm so surprised we haven't seen Shiv Karan Gill earlier. Maybe he has a bit of an issue.
Oh, he did bowl. He bowled okay. We know he's been good form with the bat. In fact, he's the second highest run scorer for him.
Amjad back for a new over. Jabrakel faces up. Can't get this away right now. France turning it on. Only 3 overs to go in this eliminator.
That rate, look, you're not going to be too concerned about the rate. It's around 9. Yeah, I'm really surprised. Look, Luxembourg, top batter, 136 runs plus what he got in this one was Timothy Barker. Next, Shiv Karan Gill, 126. Where is he? He's still sat in the dugout. Makes no sense to me. Gone.
Yeah, that's chopped on, and now Jabrakel goes, and France, oh, they were 6 feet under this time last night, but right now they're right back in this tournament, and they'll believe they can do this. It's Jabrakel, who swung away for 7 deliveries, but he has to go off the 7th. 13 he scores, and it's Amjad coming in with a wicket now. Luxembourg, really, he's getting the last roll of the dice time for them, 68 for 7.
Well, he makes the error in the field, doesn't he, the captain? He smacks himself on the head, and then he says, you know what, you made a mistake, now go and make amends. He gets the ball, bowls it, knocks the stumps over, chuck the fatte style, and yeah, he is pumped. And is he leading his team to another victory and line up a rematch? And what a rematch it will be against Belgium.
Oh, yeah, it would be. I mean, when France and Belgium met yesterday, it was literally last against first. But now, Belgium have been on the slide. France have been on the rise. The fact that they'll meet in the middle in the essentially the 2 versus 3 match. That's assuming that Luxembourg don't do this. And look, here's a guy. He's a batter. It's Shiv Karan Gill coming out now. Maybe he's got a bit of an injury concern. I don't know. But he's got some work to do. You see from that shot, this guy can hold the stick. And the run rate required isn't out of control. A bit like the Belgian innings, where they were ahead of the rate and that was fine, but they just kept losing wickets and were running out of resources.
Yeah, but they are going to have to do it against the best attack that we've seen. There's no questions about it here from France. Still got Rahula to come back with 1. Rahula has got 1. I mean,
inside edge from Jabrakel. That could have easily missed the stumps. It only hit the top of the stumps. Could have easily gone for 4. If it misses the stumps, it's probably not getting stopped. Could we have more golden ball drama? Asks Keanu. Well, he goes for the hook, but he might have found trouble. Doesn't carry. Now they might get 2, but they're not watching. Oh, just little basics there. Orsu and Shiv Karan Gill. Well, these are 2 guys we've seen batting in the kind of 4, 5, 6 spots. So these aren't tail enders out there. The rate required, not even 11. So 25 off 14. No real time issues for France here. Another very, very tense game. ECN cricket should come with a warning. It might take years off your life. It causes stress, not just for the spectators, but also for the players and everyone out there in the middle.
wow.
Judd, look at this spell. He's got 2 for 5. He's got 2 balls remaining. Not a wide.
It's a leave. I mean, he leaves it. There's no way you could be thinking, Gil, this is going to be a wide. There's never, is this going to be a wide from the moment it leaves his hand.
Well, he charges, and then so he doesn't get as much of a look at it. He hopes for a wide. It isn't one. Again, if you throw the bat at that, you might miss it. You probably will miss it. Maybe you nick it to the keeper. Maybe you nick it away from the keeper for 4. But by leaving it, you guaranteed a dot. But he does guarantee he stays there. Last ball of the over coming up. Luxembourg looking for one final push towards this target. No ball called. And they're going to get a single as well. So Amjad, after all of this, he's overstepped at a critical moment. It means a free hit's coming up. It'll be Orsu on strike. Let's check the call.
Oh, well.
Is anything here?
Yeah,
it's a big one as well. So just, yeah, maybe sometimes when you're bowling and you're warming up, your strides can get a bit longer. And I don't know whether he's been pushing that front line. This one, there was no doubt. So essentially two bonus runs. Free hit coming out for Orsu. Can't get any bat on it, so that hurts as well. And this will be the end of the over. So 23 required off the last two, Rico, and we are going to the wire. I'll meet you there. It's 72 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, what a good delivery that was after the no ball. It's a free hit. You can see the batter just trying to give himself some room. But really, in fairness, I think he goes the wrong way. He knows the ball's going to be outside the off. I think he should have probably tried to give himself room to be playing the uppercut. You can't be out on it. You might as well take the shot. So, you know, maybe a little bit of technical fault there from the batter. But it just means that this match, what a finish we're going to have on it. 23. This over the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th. It has to happen in the 9th. And it has to happen off this man, Rahmatullah Mangal.
Yeah, he's bowled so well, hasn't he? After 8 overs, France was 74 for 4. They got 10 and 10 off the last 2 overs, so pretty much average overs.
Yep.
Luxembourg need to do a shade better than that. So this game, more or less 10 and over is more or less par over. Anyway, this guy's been so good, Rahmatullah Mangal. What can he do here in the 9th? Swing and a miss. And with every one of those, things get a little bit more difficult for Luxembourg.
Yeah, bowling today with the headbang. It is a little bit windy, so he's probably thinking he doesn't want his hair blowing around into his face.
You've got double Mangal attack. You've got Rahmatullah here. You'll have Rahula in the last.
Yep.
Rahmatullah took 1 for 5 off his first over. Rahula took 2 for 8. So it's going to be really tough. You can't score really if you don't hit it though. A little edge for 4. Anything could happen here. This is going a long way. It's called a wide.
Yeah,
Does swing a lot. Swings a lot actually after the stumps as well. Tension. It's probably a wide, I guess.
Yeah, you can see it's a close one. It's the question is, does it go after or before? I mean, only the umpire can see that clearly. So just the one though. The ball will have to be bowled again. But you can see the batters not being able to cope with this line outside the off.
Got to step towards it, I think. Now, big swing and a miss. Throw back, but no run. Right now, France are odds on. You've got 2 recognised batters, but they're just not really able to cope with what's being dealt here from Mangal. Everyone's a big fan of Rahmatullah Mangal as well. Corey said he's definitely in his team of the week. I think you can do that with Corey on Saturday, by the way, tomorrow. He actually said he might be captain, by the way, by the way he's going. Boundary could change everything here. Get something away. It'll only be 1. Should only be 1. What it does do, it changes the strike though. And so let's see if Orsu can have some more luck. But right now, I mean, that's half the over gone. They've had hardly anything off this. I think 2 runs off the first half of the over. Now here's how I'm breaking this down. I'm looking for 3 7s. There's 3 half overs left, 3 sets of 3 balls. I need 7 off each of these 3 balls. That's how I'm looking at. Break it down. Okay, so 1 boundary in each of those sets of 3 would be handy. But this is hard. Orsu getting a look at Rahmatullah, but he doesn't bowl it just yet. Sometimes when you have an issue like this, 21 runs seems a long way away, but if you break it down into smaller bits, you can just conceptualize it a bit better.
Yeah, doesn't want to do that too many times. The clock is ticking as well, remember.
Should be okay, but you wouldn't want to bowl a bunch of wides here. Normally every ball takes about 30 seconds. So 3 balls to go, just over 1:40 to go. Tension. Goes for it, it's a thick edge, it's flying towards Dawud Ahmadzai, and he takes the catch. Well, you better watch him, because he is being a star for France. And Orsu, there was always this chance, wasn't there, with the pace of Mangal, the edge would fly in that direction. Dawud takes the catch. The emotional roller coaster continues, but now Luxembourg on the receiving end as they are on their last legs. It's 74 for 8. Batter didn't do too much wrong there. He went deep in his crease. He got a bit of bat on it. On another day, maybe that flies for 6. But today, well, that man, Dawud, holds the catch.
Yeah, it's another wicket for Mangal. Hasn't he been sensational? And this is Rahmatullah Mangal. He just keeps on picking up the wickets, gets better and better. That's 15 wickets that he's taken in this championship so far. Absolutely sensational. It really has been great. And France just showing that after you've got to say, a real shaky start from them, they've just got better and better. And we've always said they just needed to find a way to get 20, 30 more runs, and they've found that way. And because they've found that way, their bowlers, a very strong bowling attack, have found a way to win matches for them. And that man, well, Ahmadzai, isn't he a happy chap? And isn't he somebody who inspires them all on the field?
Here's the thing though, right? There's a 1 minute allowance for that wicket, but you can take 90 seconds to face up. We identified this kind of a loophole yesterday, in fact. So you see it will rub a bit of time off the clock, 2 to bowl. Oscar Whiteman in the hot seat now. And he gets a fair piece of this actually, but the fielder should handle it. Amjad's got the yips a little bit. They're going to come for 2. And, well, I don't think he has the ball here.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have the ball. I think he knows it as well. There's 2 runs.
Yeah, so you can see here, really shouldn't have pitched 2 here. But they said, all right, let's just go for it. And he actually knocks the bails off. So, see there, would have been out by a mile. But
Yeah,
it was the
doesn't
hands
get
that
the
take
ball.
him. All right, so last ball of the night. Need something to happen here. Oscar Whiteman swings and misses. What a good over. And he delivers once again. Rahmatullah Mangal take a bow. He finishes with 2 for 9. And they're going to have to do something really special to get out of jail here. Luxembourg need 19 off the last. It's 76 for 8.
Quality, isn't it? Quality bowling. I know that at the beginning when France played their first, I think maybe the first 2 or 3 matches, they always went with Ahmadzai, the spin, to bowl the first over. And I was saying then, when you got the sort of attack that they have, he could quite easily come and bowl like that 4th over. But they eventually made a change and started with Rahmatullah, and he has delivered every time. He's always got a wicket for them. They still go with spin in the second in the power play, but that little change has made the difference. Up in the air, it should be taken. Action Jackson, in he comes, takes a catch, and it's another. And it's Rahula who takes the wicket. And look at them, they're all over the place. And here we go, it's a little bit of celebration, fun time. I like it. Oh yeah, showtime here in the middle at the Cartama Oval. And liking this celebration. Well, the French, they're doing all sorts of things out there in the middle. Rahmatullah Mangal, just noticing there, he just got a little bit of injury or something as he's walking up there. Bit of a limp, but here we go. Watch this. There's the catch taken. And let's see some of that celebration. Here we go. Come on, boys. Show us how it's done. And now it's time for them to be having fun. And, of course, Ahmadzai had to come in there in the action. He came flying in there, actually. It's a good job he's a little guy, because I think he could knock somebody out there. Gill, he goes to 3 off his 7 deliveries.
He'll be disappointed. It was a good catch by Action Jackson. He knew that was his ball. Did not make a mistake with it. What a remarkable turnaround this is from France. And it's probably the only thing I can compare it to is Portugal last year. They actually lost their first 6 matches. They had to beat the table toppers, the Netherlands 11, in their group last year. And then they actually won the eliminator as well. So France doing something similar here. They can win this with 1 more wicket, 9 down.
Oh, he plays all round this. Good work. Oh, well, I think he's going to get there, is he? Yeah, they're not going to throw this. Well, they get the bye. Yeah, remember that question, folks? HCL question. How many teams will be bowled out today? Are we going to see a bowled out team here now? He's got a last 4 deliveries. And he's getting going. Amit Dhingra wasn't the fastest run, but he gets there, gets 1.
Yeah, so what do they need? 3 sixes, 4 chances. Whiteman, powerful young man. Can he keep the game alive? Well, it tries. This is going, and he does. Well, there's 1, Rico. There's 1. And shades of Adam Alga in the first week. Adam Alga was able to almost win the game. What a shot. I mean, this guy, he can hold it.
Slightly shorter from Rahula. And yeah, Oscar says, yeah, I'll have it. And he gets it out of the middle. It goes all the way.
Oh, Maximo time, so Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad. If he gets 2 out of 3, they'll win the game here. But we need to hit a 6 to keep this game alive, more or less. Can he do it? No, but he can still have another chance. Need 2 sixes, 2 balls. We've seen this exact scenario, shades of when we were in Stockholm a little bit earlier this year, and we had this exact situation where we had a batter hit 2 sixes last 2 balls. High drama. Golden ball seems out the window unless there's a wide here at some point.
Went for that shorter delivery again. The only difference this time was it was better directed. It was outside the off. But I just thought any bat on it, I think it would have sailed over the boundary.
He'll be swinging hard. Need a miracle here. Whiteman needs to go back-to-back Maximos. Goes for 6.
It's gone for 6.
It's out of here. Top edge.
Unbelievable.
We thought of it last time. It might happen. Maximo time. And suddenly it'll be 5 to tie, 6 to win. If Oscar Whiteman can do that one more time, then Luxembourg will win. Well, this is unprecedented drama, and French heart attacks all over the place now. I mean, it's hard to see a 5, but if there's a wide, for example, then a 4 could tie it. But unbelievable, Oscar Whiteman using the pace, and the breeze just blew that out of the ground.
Well, I told you the ball before, if you got anything on it, would have gone for 6. Okay, here we go.
Wow, this is now the pressure's all back on the bowler, isn't it really? And this is smart. Action Jackson is going back, but really, if the ball stays on the field, or even if the ball bounces on the field, it'll be game over.
I think this is, oh, well, what a finish. 6
6
required.
6 to stay alive for Luxembourg, otherwise France go through. Misses, and France have done it. They win by 5 runs.
Oh, the bowler, Action Jackson, has just bounced the ball back to Oscar Whiteman. Well, he smacked him on the lid, but now they're doing the press-ups. Well, this is a new celebration here from the French. Well, how about this? What an ending to the match. They win the game, and then Action Jackson throws the ball and hits Oscar Whiteman on the lid.
Well,
oh, incredible stuff.
But what a crazy finish this is, and France continue to entertain. Unbelievable scenes. The final score here in the Eliminator, it's France 94, Luxembourg 89. Oscar Whiteman, what a brave effort to try and drag his team to victory, but it was just too much to do, and they fall perilously short. Remember I said that France averaged 88 against, and Luxembourg averaged 93-4. They end right in the middle, 89 the final score.
Have a look at this, have a look, have a look, have a look. Wait for it. Oh, no, you missed it. Oh. Well, we missed the bouncer back at Oscar Whiteman. And there's the celebration. Well, they're doing the Luddu celebration, the Luddu bolt, and then they decide we're going to watch. Whoa!
Jesus. Isn't that, well, there you go. He apologises straight away. But there's equipment everywhere. There's players everywhere.
Hey, what a match.
France, I mean, last night they were on the ground. They were emotionally distraught thinking they had been eliminated from this tournament. But now they survived on 0.1 of net run rate, and they've somehow knocked off Luxembourg. You got a feel for them as well. They had a really good start of the week, but they finished with a 4-5 record. They are out in 3rd place in Group C. It means that Belgium take on France, a rematch of last night's Golden Ball thriller. Well, I hope the rain stays away this time. That match is starting about an hour and 15 minutes from now. You do not want to miss that one. The coin toss will happen shortly. We'll give you the info in the chat and also on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. The winner of that match plays Scotland 11 for the right to reach Championship Week. Well, strap yourselves in because this is going to be a ride. Let's look at the highlights from the second innings of this match.
What a fantastic match. Once again, this is the European Cricket Network serving you the most entertaining form of cricket on the planet. It really is. It's sensational. And France, well, viva France here. And there he goes. Well, he's Luddu Bolt. He wanted the LBW, but he gets the stumping. And watch, there he goes. He says, there's my Luddus and there's the Bolt. And there's Rumatullah Mangal then just swung him around like he was a little bit of a ragdoll. But there was some fight back. It was Mohit Dixit who plays some big shots. This one just went down from Rumatullah. Then he had to pick the seam out of his fingers. But, well, he weren't able to hurt them because the very next ball he goes. That was a nice catch that was taken. Just couldn't get things going. I mean, there was another blip there. They did let themselves down, but look, they always come back well.
Speaking of coming back, that's the LBW decision. Seemed an obvious one against Marcus Cope. I mean, France, you wouldn't have put money that fell off the back of a truck on them really a couple of days ago. And here they are in 3rd place and they are gathering momentum. And the thing is, they are statistically the best bowling team in the tournament. They're conceding the least runs, but where are they going to get the runs from? That's the question. And who's to say they can't do one on Belgium? There's Tony Whiteman. Well, you see.
He started something here now in
How
Cartama.
about that? I mean, Amjad misfielding that one. This was almost turned into a chance. Then Tony Whiteman went with that little uppercut. Well, France, they were loving it, weren't they? This isn't the last we'd see of that. And someone saying that hopefully Belgium give France the shoe phone celebration in the next match. Well, we'll have to see. You see that Jabakel stuck around for a little bit, but he went trying to up the ante. And it just was falling apart. And then France were well ahead in the game, especially with those wickets falling. They get all the way to 9 out. And you see that was the wicket that hurt as well. But then Oscar Whiteman came out and we needed pretty much a miracle because they needed 3 sixes, but then he peeled off 2 and took this game to the very last ball.
He certainly did. I mean, this one, we thought, okay, last ball, 6 runs, anything could happen. Well, it did happen. He misses it. Well, he misses it. He's not looking. Watch out, watch out. There's a bouncer coming your way, Sunshine. Well, they were pumped. And then we see more celebration. Well, there you go. Tony Whiteman, what have you started? Well, we got a couple of new celebrations from the French here now. Cartamania taking the world by storm. Viva Francia! Well, nobody gave them a hope. Come on, face it. Put your hands up. Santiago, we know what you thought, but here they are. They have beaten Luxembourg. And now, well, we're going to see another rematch of that absolute classic golden ball match that we saw last night. France will take on Belgium to see which one of the two meets Scotland in the final.
Yeah, so you talk about your batters not clicking. No one reaches 20 for Luxembourg. They just needed someone to stick around. I think Vikram Vij held himself back, but then he couldn't quite go on with it. And it's quite amazing. France, they had 2 batters that reached 20, and to think that the highest scores would come from France would be pretty much unthinkable. And looking at the bowling figures, well, Rahmatullah Mangal, 2 for 9 off 2 overs.
Class.
He has been incredible. But also Amjad, 2 for 7 off his 2. Dawud Ahmedsar was a bit expensive, but did pick up a couple of wickets. And 3 for 20, Rahullah Mangal held his nerve at the end. And that was after the spin of Zain Ahmed was really effective, I think, as well. Though he didn't take a wicket, he only went for 18 off his 2 overs. So we will have to take a bit of a break. And well, hopefully you're enjoying the action as much as we are. But we are just reminding everyone out there that we will be coming back in around about an hour and 5 minutes because we have a bit of a break, obviously, because France will need some time to recover. Then they'll take on Belgium in a rematch of last night's game. I don't know if we'll have them on soon, but I think we will have a lot of fireworks out there in the middle, Rico.
I think we will do it. It's going to be interesting because I think Belgium will be thinking to themselves, right, okay, look, we know what we did wrong yesterday. It's going to be a different game here. We're going to be powerful. We're going to be explosive. We're going to really go for this. But you know what, France, I mean, they just seem to be turning it on at the moment. Be very interesting how the coin toss goes. I think we know it, don't we? I think if France win it, they're going to have a bat. They are. But it'd be interesting to see what Belgium do.
Belgium normally like to chase, but maybe they will just want to get the runs on the board so they can turn up the pressure on France. And they know that France would want to bat first.
Yeah.
Look, I just want to say quickly to all of my friends in Luxembourg and the whole Luxembourg team, let's not forget that they went winless last year, and they were really one of the most improved teams, if not the most improved team we've ever seen in a year of ECC cricket. So to their captain Vikram Vij, to all the characters like Tony Whiteman, for example, and Mohit Dixit, all these guys, Shivkaran Gill, I want to say very, very big congratulations. I know it didn't go the way you wanted, but we are really excited with your enthusiasm for ECN cricket, and we hope to see a lot more of you in the future. We'll see you a little bit later in the day, I'm sure, in the fan zone.
I said it right at the beginning, focusing on that they didn't win here at all in 2021, but the way that they played the cricket, the way that they played it, they were happy, they were joyful, it was rubbing off in the way that they were playing early on. That's the way to play, and they really, I think it was an absolute blast to have them involved in this championship, because I think all of the good work that they did and the way that they went about it, the sportsmanship that they showed, rubbed off. It's what this is all about. It is a fiesta of cricket. So Luxembourg, look, well done. You've really outplayed yourself this time. The improvement in the squad has been great, but I do think they were a little bit unlucky. I think I'm going to say it again. Thomas Martin is a big loss for them. He could have made a big difference with their bowling and the batting, and I hope he recovers well as well. So, well, Thomas, if you're watching, speedy recovery to you as well.
Yeah, well, remember the good times, Lux, and remember that huge chase of 148 against Malta on day 1. And we hope to hopefully see you once again soon in the ECC. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, back in just over an hour with that qualifier number 2. Once again, it is elimination on the line. Either France or Belgium will go through to meet Scotland 11 in the final for Group C later on today. Well, don't miss out. We will be back, and when we do, it'll be time for that crucial match. Until then, we hope you have a great hour off. Back soon with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven, conmigo ven. Ven, ven conmigo, conmigo ven, ven conmigo. Ven conmigo a hablar con la gente, conocer su calle, disfrutar su ambiente,
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Well, it's a beautiful festival of cricket. It's a gala of cricket bringing 21 European nations together in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And now only 3 teams remain in the running for that coveted spot in week 5 of the championship week. We know Scotland 11, they're already through the final. They'll play the winner of this match. It's going to be Belgium versus France. Well, these guys played a humdinger last night. Let's see what happens here in match 23. It's qualifier number 2 in Group C. And out in the middle, we have Cale Hooker as a guest tosser and also maybe a special little guy that's going to deliver this giant coin. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Look up. Dream11. Dream11 is cool. That's a tricky one. Dream11. Barfa.
So it is Casper Weston that delivers the giant coin to Cale Hooker, and I can tell you that news from the toss is that France, they've won the toss and they're going to bat. Just speaking to Ali Raza, the Belgian captain, I think he probably would have liked to bat in this one just because France have been so good at defending. But still, we will get to see a very, very close contest indeed. France have been scraping together totals, but they've never got out of the 90s. In fact, the 94 they scored in the last game was their highest total all week. But they've been bowling so well. Statistically, they're the best bowling team. They only average around about 88 runs or so against. But Belgium, we know that they are a power-packed lineup. And France, can the renaissance continue? We're about to find out. Big thanks again to Cale Hooker for being our guest today at the ECC, and also to Casper for his excellent delivery of the coin. Let's get ready to see which of these 2 teams will survive to the final to meet Scotland 11. I can tell you Rico Full is waiting in the dream box, and Rico, the news from the toss, the French, well, they've done it again. They've won the toss and they're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there in the middle. And yeah, wasn't that lovely? Young Casper and also Cale involved in the coin toss there. Loving that moment. Liking it when we get some different people out there doing the honours. And so Rob came in and just making sure everything goes well. Well, they had to catch up with that coin, didn't they? As it went for a little bit of a ride along this Cartama Oval. But look, looking forward to this match. France, exactly, Vinny, can they do it again? Well, I tell you what, I did speak to them earlier. There you go. It's Stefan Gooch and going to be Assad Ali, the umpires that are going out in the middle. Yeah, I had a quick chat with the French guys in that little break, and they are up and buzzing. They really are. Can they do it again? Yes, we can. They said we can beat Belgium and we can go all the way and win the group. They are full of confidence. They won't like to look at this, but hey, it's probably been against them most of the time. 103 to 85. In favour of Belgium beating France here. Belgium, they've got a point to prove, haven't they? I think they've had a couple of low-scoring matches as far as they're concerned. They lost out in qualifier 1 this morning to Scotland. Scotland have booked their place in the final already with that victory, 122 to 111, beating Belgium by 11 runs. And, well, that's why Belgium are here in this match. France, well, they're here because they won the eliminator against Luxembourg 94 to 89. We just saw that, and winning by 5 runs, and what an epic finish it was. Oscar Whiteman almost pulling off the impossible, hitting the last ball for 6 for victory. Hello to everyone that's joining us wherever you're tuning in from. I suppose it could be either afternoon, a night or morning, wherever you are. Well, thank you for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed Group C Finals Day so far, and well, take it from me, it hasn't got started yet. The action is going to continue, and maybe, well, we know there's going to be action, maybe there's going to be some drama as well, as here comes the first delivery. And it's a good one from Ahmed Zai. So he's been so good, hasn't he? Bowling here to Jubaid Ahmed, who's been probably the one man that's been delivering for France, along with the captain. Captain Nouman Amjad, he's the highest scorer for them, 143. Then Jubaid Ahmed, 106 runs he scored. And the next man who's closest to them is Kanasane, who's on 90. So they've been the 3 main contributors. Zain Ahmed put in some healthy contributions as well with 74. But then after that, there's nobody. There's absolutely nobody. So you can see just where the frailties have lied with France. Belgium, they're bowling. It's Wakas Raja who's been the pick of the bowlers for them. 11 scalps he's taken so far. Good delivery. Just didn't feel right with the run-up last time round, went back to his mark and delivers a nice one. It's really been good opening up. Picked up 6 wickets in this championship so far, but it's the way he contains, that's the secret here. Just keeps it nice and tight. Not too many batters have gone after Sajjad Ahmedzai. Good areas. Hangs it into the batter and just getting the ball to shape away. So finding it difficult, Jubair Ahmed, to get going here. Just sensed that now after those deliveries that this one is a pressure shot. I think already he's thinking about going after this. Interesting enough that Abdul Matir having a word with him. Don't know, what do you say to a man who just faced 3 dots? Have a swing? Well, he does have a swing. And he's just joining up here. 4 dots, not the start that France were looking for. Shaba, come on. Belgium, they're up for this. They want to put their place in the final. They want to have another go at Scotland and hope for a better result. Shorter, it's through. So are we going to start with a maiden here? For France, they've struggled to get good runs of 60 deliveries. Well, take another over away from that. It's going to be even harder for them to get to a sort of score they need to. You'd suspect that they'll be happy with, again, 90 against Belgium. They know they've got the attack to do it, but at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a maiden start. Where's this one going to be? It is, well, maiden over. How about that? It's an absolute tremendous start. And Sajjad Ahmedzai, take a bow. That's outstanding to bowl a maiden. And once again, I've talked about some of these stats already. And as we look over them, why don't we welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinisandu into the Dream Box.
Yeah, thanks, Rika. Good to be back. Well, you can't hit what you can't see. And it's pretty much the story of the first over. As you look at some of the top performers, Mohamed Suleiman now leading run score, just ahead of Ali Raza and Sherry Butt. For France, Amjad's really carried their batting. Got Jubair Ahmed there in the second spot. He couldn't hit any of those from Sajjad Ahmedzai. Have a look at the Mangals. Rahmatullah Mangal, 15 wickets. Rahula Mangal, 12. So 27 between them. And have a look at the Belgian bowlers. They spread it around a little bit more. Safat Ekrami leading there. Wicket taking. Here is Ekrami. And there you go. Last 6 balls of the first 6 balls. 6 dots. Maiden Waters. Well, she'll be excited with that. Anyway, we'll come back in a second. We've had lots of messages from all around the world that people have been saying they've been enjoying the European cricket. First, let's look at Ekrami. And he gets the wicket first ball. Well, 7th time unlucky for France. And Mahathir is going to have to go very first ball. He swings across this, crashes into the bottom of off stump. And the French are grounded at the moment. It's none for one.
Yeah, Ekrami, I think they know the importance of Ekrami. I think that's probably why perhaps they gave him a rest against the Scots. Maybe he has got a bit of a niggle, but he's been one of the bigger bowlers for me. Muradi Ekrami just gets the ball in the right place and just here. I think this is just frustration. I said Abdul Matir, I think he knows after that over, that was a maiden, that he needed to get after this delivery, plays down the wrong line and gets his stumps knocked over.
It's always tough to go across a ball on the stumps. And Mahathir learns that the hard way. He goes for a golden duck. And the first wicket falls here in qualifier 2 before a run is scored.
Well, we are coming from the lake end. There's a few ducks in there, and that's another one. And now, well, come the big moment, come the big man, the captain. He has led France so well, hasn't he, Nouman Amjad, and he seems to have done everything for them with the bat, with the ball. And, well, there doesn't become more of an important innings than this one from him, the captain.
Yeah, true. He's only got shade under 9 overs to work with now. I want to say a quick hello to Rahel Khan, who's watching from Sweden. Hello, Rahel. Hope you're well.
Hello, Rahel.
And Matt Aravides has a bit of a theory about the French. He's saying maybe there's one too many push-ups after their win against Luxembourg and they're low on energy.
Nicely played, no run. Well, they're not low on energy, I can assure you on that, because I had a chat with them and they still want to do it. They're just a lovely bunch of look, average age of 20. They're absolutely loving their moment here. They really are. They've absolutely loved being part of the championship, and they're full of beans. They reckon they can go all the way. Well, let's see. At the moment, just struggling to get the runs on the board, aren't they?
Got a couple of messages here, Rico. This is from Con Lutis in Melbourne, saying he's enjoying the broadcast from Melbourne, and he wants to give a shout out to his local cricket club. This could be another one, you know. Adnan's got to hustle in, and it will be. It's a disaster. Amjad's gone for a duck, and that's 2 wickets before a run is scored, and that's the big one of the captain, their leading run scorer, back in the sheds. He scores 0. France a 0. It's 0 for 2.
Well, it's another duck. It's another. It's not a good one. And there's no runs on the board. We saw a maiden for Sajad Amza. Now we've seen 2 wickets in this one from Akrami. No runs. Are we going to see something special here in this over? No mistakes there at all from Adnan Razak. And France now, especially with the captain and Amjad gone already without scoring, they are going to struggle here. They really are.
So Akrami came in for Wakas Raja, who was left out of the lineup. And Akrami is a handful, we know that. And disappointment for Amjad. He's been so good this week. He can only take his team so far. As he departs, it's nothing for 2. This will bring one of the more entertaining batters to the crease. Lingaswaran Kanasane for France. Akrami got his tail up. So that's basically 9 balls without scoring. 7 dots and 2 wickets.
We could see a special over here. Akrami comes in again to Kanasane. It could be another, and it is going to be another. Incredible. 3 wickets down. Kanasane goes first ball. It's another one of those. And, well, Belgium, they are flying high. No runs on the board. 3 wickets. And this over so far has produced 3 of them. Akrami now, he's on a hat-trick.
And he's on a triple wicket maiden as well to boot. Just 0 patience for defence. You can understand that, but couldn't quite get it over the fielder. Sajad Ahmadzai, who was so good in the first over, takes the catch. It's 0 for 3. 3 wickets have been lost in these first 2 overs. And Akrami's on a hat-trick. We're still waiting for a hat-trick in Group C, Rico. We haven't actually seen a hat-trick since the first day of Group B. And you can see that is the hat-trick Hall of Fame, Mohammad Asadu Zaman. He took 4 for 3, including a hat-trick Finland versus Hungary, all the way back in match 2 of Group B.
Well, look, before this hat-trick ball comes, let's talk about this club.
Yeah, well, I was going to say big hello to Con and everyone from the Rosebank Cricket Club. I might just wait a little bit because
this is something special, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is something amazingly special, and you wouldn't put it against him because it's a new batter. Well, it's Action Jackson who comes in, and he is definitely full of action, isn't he? I mean, that last match ended with a bit of action from him, but now he's got Akrami to deal with. Hat-trick ball. He's already taken 3 in the over. It's the last ball of the over as well.
Lowest
no
score,
runs on
I'm
the
getting
board.
a lot of questions. The lowest score ever is 6 for a completed innings by Gozo. Don't know why people are asking, but they are asking. Here we go with the last ball of Akrami's over, and he's on a hat-trick.
It's nicely played along the deck. He doesn't want to be a statistic for that hat-trick. That's Jackson.
I'll give you a statistic, though. That's back-to-back maidens.
Yep.
This time a triple wicket maiden.
I don't think we've ever seen that, have we?
Maybe not, actually.
I don't think we've
Back-to-back
ever seen
maidens.
the first 2 overs as maiden, and that last one is a triple wicket maiden. That is sensational.
Crazy stuff. Before we come back to that, let's tell you that if you're enjoying European cricket, the good news is we have cricket all through the year. 45 weeks this year, in fact, of consecutive cricket. We've got the Fan Code European Cricket Series resuming again on the 17th of October. It'll be October tomorrow. Can you believe it? And we'll have a week in Croatia, 2 weeks in Malta, and then 5 weeks in Barcelona to finish the ECS season, which goes all the way up until Sunday, the 11th of December. Let's go back to Ahmadzai. Still no runs on the board. Still no runs on the board. Okay, Con Lutis, I want to say hello to you. Said shout out to Rosebank Cricket Club in Melbourne, which celebrates their centenary year this coming season, especially their leadership team of Tony and Rick Tanuta and their club champions John Villela, Chris Cantarius and Peter North. Big hello to you guys watching from Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah, hello to
They've been
the
loving
Rosebank, was it? Rosebank Cricket Club?
Rosebank, yep. I've been loving the coverage. Will we see a run here?
Oh, yes, we do. And, better, wasn't it? He uses his feet there, Ahmed, comes down, meets this on the full, gets a run on the board, the first run on the board. And,
it's like a football match. You're 3 goals down. Well, there's 1. You're still trailing by a lot. And got one more shout out to Fraser Gregg, who said they're watching from Scotland. They want a quick shout out for their good friend Callum Ross, who's gutted he can't be watching today, wanting to watch the Magic Hoagie, Jack Hogarth. And so hello to you guys, because unfortunately Callum's going to be working today. So I know the feeling, Callum, but hopefully you enjoy it, and hopefully he's finished in time to see the final, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. That's coming up later. What a final that's going to be. I love finals day, particularly the final, because of course it finishes in the dark.
Some of the
under the
Luxembourg
lights
guys there on the hill.
Goes for the pull shot, doesn't quite get it right, and then comes the throw. Oh, it's a good throw, but the battery is in. Well, they're taking a cheeky second, but the ball is still going, and well, they will get the 2. Good throw first up, I'm liking it. The wicketkeeper questioning whether it was necessary. Yeah, I like it. Have a go, why not? Look, there was only 1 run on the board. You've got to have a go.
Yeah, it certainly sends a message, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That I've got an arm and I'm not afraid to use it. Gets in, but it does allow the equaliser, so the game's tied at 3 now, 3 for 3.
Equaliser, like it. Sajjad Ahmadzai, he wants to finish on top, so can he get a few dots in here? Maybe old wicket as well. Well, this is being well hit. This is a really nice shot, and it goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Eso es una Ariana, una grande.
ActionJackson.com. How about that? Just comes in, goes with it. Why not? Still time in France. They're crazy enough to turn this around. Can they beg, borrow, or steal 90 and then defend it? Remember, 84 last night was the golden ball score. Even 80 from here, you take it. At least hope the Belgian batting implodes. But yeah, crazy stuff. You saw some of the Luxembourg guys on the hill licking their wounds. Rebecca saying Luxembourg is like, we lost for this. France losing 3 wickets without a run going on the board. Keanu was talking about the Gozo record of 6. Well, good news. France go past it with that shot from Action Jackson.
Not happening. And, France, they're going to battle. I mean, whatever they get, they're going to try and defend it. Take that from me. And this is a lovely shot. It's an uppercut. And Action Jackson saying, yeah, I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood to party. What a beautiful shot this is. Just using the pace of Ahmadzai, lofting it over the top. And Ahmadzai, well, after starting with a maiden, gone for 13 off the over, still a ball to go. This is good comeback, this, from France, particularly off the bat of Hevit Aludin Jackson. The action man, Action Jackson.
Yeah, he's liking the pace here. We have seen him opening before, Jackson. Didn't really work out then.
Oh, that's a good delivery. But I think that catches a bit of bat on there. He places actually quite well. It's a good ball. Ahmadzai gets the Yorker length in. And, well, it could quite easily cannon back onto the stumps, actually, when you watch this again. Look, goes across. Yeah, look, gets bat onto it, goes bat pad. Could have gone bat stumps. End of the over. They do take another single. And just with that one, the power play comes to an end. It's a very low-scoring one. They get 14 on the board, but more concerningly, 3 wickets lost, including...
Have you ever seen a power play like that? Look at that.
That is something else. That's
when a one-toothed tiger.
Yeah, that's when the other blocks have been demolished and one is left standing.
Back-to-back maidens. I don't think we've ever seen back-to-back maidens.
No, I don't think I've ever seen it.
We've seen a lot of cricket. Between us, we've done, I think, 3,000 matches. Of course, most of them probably have been together. Probably 1,000 together. But, yeah, back-to-back maidens to start a match? Don't think so. Even Gozo managed one, I think, in the first over. That Gozo match is famous. The score was Malta Super Kings 200, Gozo 6 on ECN debut. And then Gozo won a match the next day. That's ECN cricket. Here's Safat bowling over number 4. I've got to say, though, I'm bowling Ekrami out here. I don't know why you change. I know maybe this is your plan, but when a guy takes 3 for none, I think I'm looking for him to take another 3 wickets here and put the game to bed.
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed in this group. As Safat gets ready to come again, they haven't always gone for the jugular. You know what I mean? They've got teams in sticky positions. You see this again. It's played out nicely. It would just be a thing. But then bowlers haven't come back, and we've seen it all along. I mean, France do it all the time. When you watch France and you think that they are a bowling unit, and they've been so good. But even still with that, the first 4 or 5 overs will always be a different bowler. They've done it religiously all the way through. And I just think sometimes that you look at some of those matches they lost earlier, sometimes if they went back to the key bowlers, they probably would have been more successful. In the air, but that's too well hit. That goes past Razak like a razor blade, and it's 4 more runs. And now it's the time for Jubaid Ahmed. We know Jubaid Ahmed can bat. I said already that he's right up there as one of their highest run scorers. So this is going to be a very important partnership. Well, I don't know what's happening there. They can't come out the bat with the tennis racket, surely.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Who knows? France can do whatever they like in this tournament as far as I'm concerned. But, yeah, I do think, well, how many wickets do you have to take to get a second over here? 6? I mean, Karami, I just would have gone while he's hot. Seifat's a very good bowler, don't get me wrong. But they're enjoying the pace on the ball. Big swing and a miss this time. But yeah, Jubaid Ahmed, he's had a really interesting tournament, hasn't he? He kind of laboured for 22, but got them home against Malta the first time they played them. Then he went out and started banging the ball around all over the place. And now he's just having a bit of a conference. And I don't know how you can really advise your partner here, except to say, look, just settle down a bit, get bat on ball. Seifat's got a bit of pace on the ball. It's going to fly. Not as windy now.
Nicely played. He plays this, guides it down. Razak now goes on the boundary after seeing a few that have gone past him. So I like that move.
Yeah, well, a lot of people obviously pretty excited to see France in the top 3 now from nowhere. I said it before, you wouldn't put money that fell off the back of a truck on them a couple of days ago. They were 0-5. But by beating Malta twice and holding on long enough against Belgium, they've qualified in 4th. And there's also a bit of chat I noticed about Action Jackson celebrating at the end of the last game. Probably come back to that next over because the score at the end of 4, 21 for 3.
Yeah, starting to get a move on over there. I mean, we know that it was 0 for 3. So this is a good partnership. Started to develop here. You can see that. I mean, when have you seen the scorecard quite like that? Jubaid Ahmed, though, a lot will depend on him now. But liking what Action Jackson has started doing. He's been brave. He's played some good shots, some nice, handsome shots. Been nothing lucky about he's not.
Yeah, true. Again, doesn't have to hit the ball that hard because he's using the pace as we get ready for the start of another over. And now, long way away from us, but I think that's the smiling assassin, Khalid Ahmadi, who's going to bowl over number 5.
False shot, opportunity. Will they get there? No, drop short.
Bit luck for Jackson. And look, some people think he's a bit lucky because he did celebrate by throwing the ball recklessly, let's say, and it bounced up and hit the batter, Oscar Whiteman from Luxembourg, in the grill. Not too hard, I should say, either. See this for one. I got to say, I think common sense has to prevail. I don't think there was any intention there. Yes, it was maybe a bit reckless, maybe needs a quiet word. I didn't think it deserves a suspension. That's probably what happened. I think if you asked Oscar Whiteman, the other player, he would say, look, you know, I know it was an accident. He went up to him straight away, stopped celebrating straight away and said sorry, put his arm around him and said, I'm really sorry about that. I think common sense prevails and he gets to play here.
Yeah, I agree. This one should be a catch. It should be simple, and it's been taken really well. Really keeps his eye on it all the way and clean into his hands, and then he gives the thumbs up to everybody. So well done. And, that's another wicket. He just tries to clobber this straight down the ground, does Jackson, but doesn't quite get hold of it. He'll go for, well, an exciting 16 of 9 deliveries, but doesn't get the middle of the bat. And a very good catch taken there by Munib Mohammed.
Very good in that position, isn't he, Munib? Knew exactly where the boundary was, knew he could jump, but had to just kind of jump straight up, straight down. Well, it was lights, camera, action, but the director yells cut, and that's the end of him. And he will go with the score at 23 for 4, which makes that a partnership of 23 because they came together without a single run on the board. 16 off 10 with a 4 and a 6 for Action Jackson.
We've certainly had some celebration fails though, haven't we? I mean, that one,
yeah.
I mean, it's a celebration fail, and you're right. There was no intent at all, so it's purely accidental. Common sense. And then, of course, last week we had Jyoti, the wicketkeeper.
Oh, yeah. Jyoti threw the ball up in the air.
Can we have that up again? I'd love to have that up again.
If you're suspending people for hitting other people in the head, then what happens when Joti threw the ball up in celebration after a caught behind, ran in, and the huddle, the ball came down on his own
Come on,
head.
you're good at these things. Find it
Do you
for
want me
us.
to try and pull that in?
Go on. It's an absolute classic. That is going viral everywhere. But it's one of those, you see it once, you just see it. Every time you see it, every time you see it, you can't stop laughing. I reckon I just heard in my earpiece we have it. So at the appropriate moment, we will put this on for you. It was an absolute storm. It really was.
Tell you what, Spring Productions, they're so good. I just heard a little whisper
have
in my ear. We have it.
Well, we won it. If you have it, we won it.
Got a feeling it's a slow ball. Got a feeling slow ball from Amadi. He's got a good one. I'm wrong. It's not a slow ball. It's cut, and Darwood's going nowhere. Think about throwing, but they don't need to.
Good stop, wasn't it, from Suleiman?
See, this is what happened before, right?
Yeah, so this is today.
I didn't realize he bowled it. He didn't throw it, he
that's
bowled
why I said
it.
he bowled it. Yeah, that's why I said he bowls the bouncer.
One for the over. Jeez. I'll try and find Joti's as well. Well done, guys.
This will be a wide. That was the slow delivery that goes wrong. Yeah, he actually bowled it in, and that's why I said I've never seen quite a celebration like that where the wicketkeeper, the celebration bowls a bouncer back to the batter. Who, well, that was Oscar Whiteman, who needed, looking for the 6 really which would have won the match for Luxembourg and put Luxembourg in this contest. But France held their nerve, and here they are. But they've got work to do. Well, this one will be a wide, surely. Yeah, it has been signalled. Well, Khalid, he bowled the slow delivery, and this time he bangs this one in. And he's only a little man, Dawood Ahmadzai. You don't pick on him like this. I mean, look at him. He's up 2 feet in the air. He can't get anywhere near this.
Yeah, even for a big Adrian Neal, I think this would have been over his head. That was really short. Amadi, again, you never quite know what you're going to get from him. He's got that very well-disguised slower ball. He's got the quicker one as well.
Shot, and that's the answer. He said, you're going to bowl short to me. Well, I'm going to tell you what I can do. He said, I may be little, but I'm also mighty. And that's been smacked away, and he's got a little bit of a celebration. I don't know what this little gesture was afterwards. Here's the shot. I don't know if you probably don't get it on camera, but as he turns round, I think he's looking at some of the fielders and does a little, it's almost like I don't know what it was, like an underarm sort of action to say, well, there you go, take that. I like it. I do like him. I think he's such an entertainer. He's the Laddu Bolt. Watch out for him when he's in the field, and if they're going to stick with what they've done all the way along, I can tell you now, he will be bowling the second over. So, see what's going on here. They're just checking the ball, and
just checking it.
I think, well, of course they're going to check it. It's a Laddu Bolt that hit it. It's probably got a big dent in it now. Might need to change it, and
it's almost time for the halfway point of the innings, but I might just show you this because we've got 3 teams already booked in for week 5. England 11 as reigning champions. Spain won Group A. Netherlands 11 won Group B. We'll find out the Group C winner today. Group D winner next week. So we'll know by the end of the day. There's down to 3 teams now. It's either going to be Scotland 11 or Belgium or France. Imagine if France did that. I mean, they could still come back and get something on the board from here. Anyway, here's the last ball of the over.
It's a full toss. It's got to be called. It has got to be called. Well, they're picking on the little man. It's not. I don't like this. Don't like it. First of all, it was a bouncer that went way over his head. Then he replies by hitting a lovely shot. And this one, oh, that's a nasty delivery.
You know what that's hit? It's hit the end of the handle, I reckon. Look at that. See? That's so rare. It's hit the actual end of the handle. Yeah, actually it hits him on the, look, the very Q end of the handle and bounces back. We're talking about playing straight.
Absolutely right.
So it doesn't hit his hands. That's good. Free hit coming up, though.
Still going to miss.
Close. All right, so end of 5 overs, the score is 31 for 4. Well, it's a long way from 0, which is where they were. So if you take the last 3 overs in isolation, they've scored 31 off those 3 overs. Want to give a big warm welcome to you guys, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me as well. We are blessed to be here about halfway between Cartama and Coen, just off the A7059. If you are in the area, why don't you come down? It is free, and it is such a great atmosphere. Big hello to everyone in the fan zone today. Hello, guys. Give us a big wave. I hope you're enjoying the cricket, and I know that I love the fans here. They've come from all over to see who will win Group C.
Sensational. And look, what could be better? the Costa del Sol. The sun is shining. You're watching some excellent cricket. You've got Purple Pepper there doing the catering, and you've got the Victoria Sylvester as well. And it's Peacock Friday.
Purple Pepper about us today, isn't there?
Bit
Anyway,
of purple.
here's Razak. He's coming on to bowl over number 6. So a little bit earlier than normal. Still wonder where Ekrami is.
Yeah, he wasn't at his best this morning, was he, Razak? We know him very well for getting those Yorker length deliveries in. He started with 3 full tosses, got lucky with the first 2, but the third one was called, which was smacked for a big 6.
As far as Ekrami, I'm getting my lawyer involved to get another over. This is going to be called a wide, I think straight over the blue line. Ekrami, he'll be seeking his options here. Be like, hey, remember me? I've got 3 for none.
I think this is a tight call, you know. I think it actually goes.
It might have swung around the line, but the benefit always goes to the batter on those ones. You're flirting with the line too much. I think.
Yeah, tight.
You want to encourage the bowler to bring it back a little bit.
In the air, should pluck this, and well, he tries to take this in a sensational way. I mean, what do you think? Do you think he makes this harder than what it is?
I think he knows he's probably never going to catch up with it, so he does something outrageous. He almost tries to dive too far, but look, I think it's a very difficult one to take. I think he does very well there, Sherry, but it either sticks or it doesn't.
I think if he runs side on, sticks one hand up, he's got a better chance.
It was looping over him.
He liked the dive. I reckon he liked the dive there. Full toss again from Razak. I don't know if he's getting this wrong because he's trying to slow a delivery. Well fielded.
He's missing his spots. He's a Yorker specialist. He just dreams about Yorkers. I think he's got Yorkers on his ceiling in his bedroom. And that's his breakfast, lunch and dinner, really.
Is that his password, you reckon?
Yeah, everything, yeah. Got to hack into his computer. Yorker 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's a pretty good idea with Razak, but just has been missing it a bit too full today.
Hit pretty well, but fielder is running and well, I think he takes this. This is a sensational catch. I don't think he's
saying I didn't touch the rope.
What's going on here? I mean, this is an amazing take. I thought from the corner of my eye, I thought the ball come loose again, but it doesn't. My eyes are deceiving me.
He's got him here.
And, well, he's
got
taken
room to move.
a
Look at this.
3-wicket maiden already. And watch.
Got to land, got to stay inside. Never touches it, never touches it.
Such a good catch.
What a catch.
Look at those fingers. Look, those fingers won it. They were well spread. Takes a really, really good catch.
What a catch. Honestly, Ekrami took a great catch last year. Almost knocked himself out when he knocked his head on the turf. That was another wipeout, and it's going to get rid of Jubaid Ahmed, who certainly had an interesting time at the crease, but what a fantastic piece of boundary riding from Ekrami.
Oh, that's fantastic from the man who bowled the second over, which was a treble wicket maiden. He now comes out and says, well, I'm not just here just to bowl, I'm here to field as well, and he takes a great catch, and Adnan Razak, well, he will be buying him a jug of whatever he drinks, because that is a sensational catch. Just for a moment there, I thought the ball was coming out of his hands. It's such a good catch. I mean, he's also in a zone where the sun is going to play a part. Look, he takes it side on, and look at the way there. That was what was important. Just watch this step here. That one. He has to make sure that he's not going to go over the rope. He sort of springs himself back, and I love the way he sort of gets up and says, yeah, did anyone see that?
He tries. Yeah, there's that one step, you mentioned it, where he has to try and start turning so he doesn't run over the boundary, and he does. And actually deliberately goes to ground to try and slow him down.
Yeah.
Anyway, Razak with the wicket. He's got 1 for 4 now.
Well, that just inspires and motivates him to get another dot ball in. That's what it's all about. When you see magical stuff like that from your teammates, it just makes you perform even better. It rubs off on everybody.
What's their best case scenario here? Maybe if they could get 10s from here, snake to high 70s. Hard to see it standing up.
Well bowled, well played as well. They'll take the single. Yeah, I mean, I think if you can make your way to a score around about, I don't know, 75 to 85, I mean, they'll do well to get there. They've still got to really score at some rate, but they need a bit of luck to go the way. But the thing is, I know there's 5 wickets down, but the batters that are there and that are going to come, they've got to really be positive and play shots. That's a good delivery. If this doesn't take any bat, he's gone, and he is gone. But there you go. He's absolutely pumped Adnan Razak. That's what he's known for. And this time he does get the Yorker spot on. And it's a good one. And I think the only thing that could have saved the batter here is a little bit of contact with the woodwork. It doesn't. Hits him on the pad, and you're a goner.
Well, we know that Ahmed Zai, he's normally quick to run off towards the dugout when he sees the ball hit the pads. This time, the shoe's on the other foot. He's hit dead in front here, I think. Yeah, I think that's out. Might say it's looking leg stumpish, but I still think it's hitting the leg stump. And Razak gets it right. And Dawood, unfortunately, like I said, this time he's the victim of an LBW. And it just sneaks too far across there. It's also the end of the over. So Razak takes 2 for 5 in the 6th, and France are reeling at 36 for 6.
Yeah, well, the Ladou Bolt gets 8 before he has to depart. That was his 6th delivery. So it's not good from him either. And well, I was talking about a score around 75 to 85. Or with that wicket going there now, it's looking even more unlikely. But somebody could be the hero. Somebody could come out there and smash a few big hits. I know that, well, maybe somebody like Rahmatullah Mangal, if he comes in, could be the one who does it. But somebody's got to do it. You also got the likes of Ibrahim Jabakil that can come out and give the ball a bit of a crack as well that we've seen. It's going to be Khalid to continue. Oh, good delivery.
Yeah, you're not going to get any easy overs here, are you, either? Sport for choice, Belgium. Brought in Akrami. It's turned out to be a masterstroke with 3 wickets off his over. Conceded 0. Wonderful running catch around the boundary as well. One that we'll remember. Now, Santhira Kumaran trying to get anything going for the French.
Well bowled. It's Yorker. Well, what's it?
I think this could be out, and everyone assumes it's a
thought
bump
it was a
ball.
bump.
No, I'm not so sure.
You're not so sure?
I'm not so sure it is.
Okay. Well, let's have a look at this. Well, he's absolutely certain.
And it feels like a bump ball, but sometimes they're not, and they're saying the way this has come up, has this come straight off the bat?
Let's have a look.
There's the... Out.
Yeah.
Out. Yep, definitely straight off the bat, straight up, and it's one of those things that you feel maybe it's a bump ball, but this is just a straight caught and bowled. Because of the angle of the bat, you feel that the ball will go down, but 100% that's a catch. And Amadi sees it and he says, look, am I crazy? Or is this straight off the bat? And he will be gone. The batter will feel maybe that's gone into the ground, but when he looks at the replay, he'll understand he's gone. Yeah. Santhira Kumaran's got to go. Things going from bad to worse. France now 36 for 7.
Yeah, good on you for seeing that first. I must admit, when I saw it, thinking surely that's a bump, but I think that's all to do with the way that it's been played. The bat is certainly going into the deck, but bat hits the deck and it scoops the ball up. Yeah.
Yeah. And
your eyes are all right then.
Yeah, I just think, I know you can be too quick to assume a bump ball. With the angle of the bat, you feel it probably is, but just the way it looped up, I felt it probably was a catch. And obviously, myself and Amadi, probably the 2 people at the Cartama Oval that realised it. Well, you might need that tennis racket soon, the way they're batting. But, yeah, Santhira Kumaran couldn't keep that one out.
You know what was interesting? What was interesting there is his own teammates were looking at him like he was mad.
Yeah.
They're saying, what are you peeling? Even the wicketkeeper is thinking, hey, what are you peeling for? This is it, you see. Yeah. You can see if you watch that normal speed, if you watch it from that angle, for example, there's no way that you're thinking that's a bump ball.
Yeah, this is what...
There we go, look.
Yeah.
At normal speed, you think, no way. But he asked the question, the umpires.
Without technology, maybe that's benefit of the doubt going to the batter, but you could see there was no doubt from the replay. Yeah. So what have we learnt from this, Rico? This is what I did as a keeper. Appeal for everything. You never know your luck anyway. Here's Javakel coming out at number 9.
It's a good delivery, but I suspect this is probably going down leg side. So Javakel, can he be them? And he gets a couple of big hits down here. Look, he does go right across, so he is leaving himself open for this, and I'm pretty sure that Khalid Amadi, 2 for 10 so far. We will probably go for that full-length delivery one more time. Oh, he does, and he's so unlucky not to knock over the timber. The castle stays standing somehow as this whizzes past him, but he's going to have another go, you know. Maybe he's thinking, you know what? Why don't I try the slower Yorker? Maybe that will get...
I think these guys are a sitting duck for that slower ball. He's just... He's got 2 balls left. He's definitely bowling one, either this ball or the next. I think probably now, because Jawakel's going to come out. Amadi's got a bit of pace about him. I just don't know if he'll react to the slower one. Here it is.
Oh.
Got him, I think.
Well, how high is this? How high is it? I mean, are they going to check the height? The ball has hit the stumps. So has it gone direct and hit the stumps?
I've seen these be too high. I don't think this is, judging about where it hits the stumps. It's exactly what we predicted, wasn't it?
Well, we knew it was slower.
Bamboozled him.
This was, well, this could be, keep an eye on the height here. And he's outside of his crease.
I think at the crease, which is the next frame. So we've got to keep going a little. So it's around the waist there. I think it's fine.
That's out. That is out. It's such a clever delivery. You can see why you're looking at this and saying, right, that's a no ball because where it passes the batter. But look where the batter is. Look how far out he is. This is going to be out. I don't see this any issue. What a clever delivery that is. And look, it hits halfway up the stump as well.
Yeah.
It is gone here.
It is too high when it passes his body, but it's not too high when it passes the crease. I think that's essentially what happens here. What a clever bit of bowling. I don't think he meant it for it to be that full, but now there's the decision. And Amadi bamboozles him with the slower ball. Well, didn't need the crystal ball for that one. I knew it was coming. And maybe even the batter did, but it's so hard to react to it. And he was feeling for that, came up with fresh air, and France now 36 for 8. Right now, could be looking an early afternoon tea, the way this game's heading out now, because Ibrahim Jawakel is going to have to go as the 8th wicket down.
Yeah, Khalid Amadi, very, very clever bowling indeed. It's another duck in the innings, unfortunately, one for Ibrahim Jawakel. And it's well done because of some really crafty, clever bowling from Khalid Amadi. He's now taken the 3 for 10. Ball still to go.
This is the guy that I'm surprised batting number 10. It's Rahmatullah Mangal. I think for sure we're seeing another slower ball. He's got 1 ball to spend, Amadi. He's got 3 for 10. Do you reckon this is a slower one?
No, I think he'd go for pace up.
I reckon I'd be going exactly the same ball.
You think he's going for a slow one?
Me and Amadi, we're connected here. Watch this.
Victoria on this.
You were right.
Yeah, there you go.
Wasted it. Slow ball, he would have had a 4 for. Anyway, 7 overs down, and France are 36 for 8. And Ekrami is saying, hey, you're running out of wickets. I've got 3 for none. Any chance of another over? Well, he might come back now here in the 8th.
36 for 8. So was that a double wicket maiden then?
I will tell you that over.
I reckon there was no runs on it.
You're exactly right. It's the third.
Oh my God.
Well spotted. It's the
This
third
is crazy.
maiden of the innings.
This is crazy. So we've had 3 maidens, and of those 3 maidens, 5 wickets have been taken.
Oh,
This
Manhattan for this 10 overs is going to have less teeth than a slack-jawed yokel. Has had a first over maiden, a second over maiden, and a
I hope
seventh
Maiden
over
Waters
maiden.
is watching. If she's not, she's going to be so devastated.
Well, message us while you can, because this game might not go that long. You can get me at Mr. Maximo on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. I'll read out your messages if you'd like to get in touch. And you can also get Rico at RicoFull. And don't forget, follow at European Cricket for all the latest. What's happening? Over 1,000 matches a year. Ekrami, remember him? Here he is. Now he's ruined his figures by going for a run.
Well, I don't think he's going to mind that too much because he's got a 3 for. That's the first runs off him. He's got 5 more balls to come. I think he's eyeing up a couple of more wickets. We could have a, well, he should be on for a 5-er here, I reckon, because he's a cunning bowler. Well, that one's gone straight through.
The best he can do now is 5, because there's only 2 wickets left in the innings. Still, very good player.
Goes for the shorter one. That's nicely played. But it should and will be fielded out there.
Got to say, I'm a bit surprised you see Mangal down so low. I mean, he's a guy that can smash it around. Both the Mangals betting 10 and 11 here.
I did see, I mean, I don't know if there's anything in this. Say more after this ball. That's a short delivery and just dropped short of the fielder out there. Yeah, I did see at the end of that last match when he was, after he'd bowled, he wasn't walking 100%. He had a slight limp. Now, I don't know whether they're protecting him because they know he's got a bowl. Could be. Well, playing Akrami quite cautiously, but they need runs, valuable runs from somewhere. Down the ground, and oh, well, he needs to go for this catch, I think. Akrami is probably thinking, hey, take it. I reckon he bottles it. I reckon he goes for safety, I think. Look, you see, this time Cherry Butt had to dive, and he doesn't dive. When he went for the dive early, he didn't have to dive.
I didn't see it that way. I saw him giving away 4 if he went for it. But anyway, it's the end of the over. Ikrami doesn't concede too many, just the 4 singles off the over. He'll finish 3 for 4 of his 2. Well, there's a worm that was going nowhere. That is a horizontal worm. 2 overs, no runs at all.
Looks like the hill behind us, doesn't it?
It does, very, very much so. Here's Razak in over number 9. Yeah. Got to say France, though. What a roller coaster ride for them. They were down and out until 2 nights ago. They picked up their first win. They were able to beat Malta a second time. That dramatic golden ball last night against Belgium.
This is pretty well hit. It's going to be a boundary, you know, 1 bounce 4. And that one will get them closer to the 50 score. Remember, they've still got, another 10 balls to go in the innings. I like this. I like the way he gets there. He uses his feet. First time I think we've seen that in this French innings. The batter using his feet, and it is Ramatullah Mangal. We know he can give the ball a good whack.
Yeah, exactly.
It's time to square, who doesn't take it cleanly. That's the new look from our man Rahimi.
Yeah, Rahimi. Pretty cool with the shades as well. But yeah, Belgium. This is the first time we've seen them at risk in the tournament. Remember, this morning they had the double chance. The first time we've seen them at risk, and they certainly have gone up a gear.
Firmly struck. Looking to get it in the gap. He won't. What do you think that was with Ikrami not playing that match against Scotland? Just purely tactics, or?
Yeah, it surprises me. He hasn't been as on as he was last year. Maybe just deciding they wanted to go more or less all pace against Scotland.
This one will be 1 for the over. Yep, doesn't get over the.
I'm not so sure. Wakas did bowl pretty well yesterday. They probably just found they couldn't squeeze all their bowlers in, so it would have been a straight choice between Wakas Raja and Ikrami. But yeah, I mean, it's good to have those kind of decisions to make, hey? Last ball the over.
Gets a big, thick inside edge. He's a bit slow going, and Rahimi thinks about this throw, and then I think everybody's saying to him, hold on to it, and he's quite right. There's no point sacrificing some extras here, especially when the score is as it is. So that was the end of the 9th over. 7 runs came from it, 47 for 8 as we go into the last.
Yeah, 47 for 8, so even if you get a blinder here, maybe get it up to 60 plus. Doesn't seem enough against Belgium, but I suppose if there is a bowling attack that can defend something like 60, you might be looking at it. We have seen 60 defended as the lowest ever defended score on ECN.
That's a nice looking shot,
2,
and
quick.
hits the stumps on the way through. Luckily for the batter, the non-striker, it doesn't catch any of the foot.
It's the thing, Zayn Ahmed's there, and I can see why he wants to strike. He's had some success hitting boundaries. It just surprises me, these guys coming out so low.
Yeah, decide not to take the second. So yeah, the left-hander, Ahmed. Interesting enough, that wind has practically gone now. Those flags are not moving at all.
So funny.
This is hit into the net. Now, earlier when that wind was playing quite strong, I think I said to you that these conditions probably favour the other teams as opposed to Belgium, because Belgium, we know, they like to hit big all the time, and the wind will probably play a part in it. So Belgium probably looking forward to going out at the bat now in these conditions.
I think you're right.
Won't just carry, and good work there from the fielder, Munib. And like you said earlier, that's the part of the field that he patrols so well, Munib Mohammed.
It brings up the 50 as well for France, but with only 3 balls remaining, they're not going to get many more than that.
This is a good hit. This will go all the way. I think it will. Balle. Inna Sona Shaka Lagia. Just a second Maximo of the innings, and it comes at comes a little bit too late, but maybe they can try and get this score into a 60-plus score. It's the sort of scores that they were scoring at the beginning of the championship, so they've gone backwards a little bit really, and where they were making a progressive step forward, getting extra runs on the board.
Boundary for the 60.
Up in the air, and this one will go to the boundary as well, and it's back-to-back sixes. There you go. It's shotgun time here now. Well, it does normally all happen in the 9th, but it's happening in the 10th. Swinging hard, Zain Ahmed. And just as you said, Vinny, some of these batters coming in a little bit lower than where they should be, especially some of the likes of Zain, who we know has already smacked the ball pretty well. What's happened here? Is this... Oh, hang on a minute. We're going to go back to that. There was something exciting happened here. Well, this could be exciting as well. Is it going to be 3 on a spin? Yes, it is. Well, how about that for a finish of an innings? Well, Zain Ahmed is saying to his captain, hey, remember me? And Nouman Amjad will have to take note. Well, that is just 18 being smashed. 3 sixes on the spin. And just like that, well, that score, well, I said that they want to try and get to themselves about 75 to 85 would be good, but they almost get there. 68 they finish on. Well, what a finish to that over. I think that one goes for 21.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, imagine if they had more time to bat, those guys. That's the thing. They came out with the team in a huge hole. And you can see that's Belgium a little bit sore and sorry, but I think they did the hard work early. Maybe lucky they did. And France, well, they have a score, not particularly great score, but it's a score nonetheless. They're going to finish with 68 for 8. And there's a lot going on. We'll probably see it at the end of the highlights here, because I think there might have been an accidental glove punch that went wrong. But anyway, early on, it was all wickets, no runs. In fact, 3 wickets fell before a single run was on the board for France.
Certainly were. Sajid Ahmadzai started with a maiden, and then, well, that man, Murid Agrami came on, and he took 3 wickets in the over. Had a chance of a hat-trick as well, but no runs of it as well. It's quite amazing. It was a treble wicket maiden. If you thought that was good, well, we also saw a double wicket maiden from Khalid Ahmed a bit later on, which is quite outstanding. It really is. It means that in 3 overs, no runs, and 5 wickets were taken. But we did see a little bit of a fight back, though, led by, Action Jackson. He played some nice shots, and also there from the little man, Dawood Ahmadzai.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, with 3 maidens in the innings, you know it's going to be tough. And that was a really good catch by Manib to stop the action. But yeah, France, can't really fault their efforts here. But I think Belgium, like I said, it's the first time that their tournament life was on the line, and they certainly went up a notch, didn't they? They want another crack at Scotland. How about that from Agrami, skating around the boundary, wipes himself out, but makes sure he stays on the right side of the border. And then it was over to Razak. This was a fairly prime LBW. Dawood Ahmadzai was on the other end of that decision. And this one kind of confused a few people, but it was straight off the bat and up to Amadi. And upon further review, that was given out. It was a long way back for France, but even that from Amadi was a masterclass with that slower ball. Check the height, that was absolutely fine. But then, late in the piece, some good late hitting at least gets France to a score, which we have actually seen defended before on ECN.
Yeah, I mean, look, you take nothing away. How valuable were these 3 sixes right at the end there? I mean, that's really well. Oh, look at this. Oh, my word. That is... that's a jab.
I thought I saw that corner
knockout blow. Oh, we've seen it all here today, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've seen.
The bowler's down. The batter punches his partner in the face. This is ECN cricket at its very best. I'm so glad we got a second look at that. Thanks to the guys at Spring Productions. A lot going on here, but not too much going on the scoreboard, unfortunately. 0-0. That's an emergency where I come from. And it was 3 early wickets. 3 for none, in fact. 3 wickets for no runs. It was Zain Ahmed who comes to the party with 22, including 3 big blows out of the ground, and an even better blow that he received from Mungal, who jabs him for 10 of 12. Pretty disciplined with the ball, 3 whites and only 1 no ball in there. And the bowling figures, plenty to talk about there for Belgium.
Well, we've seen it all here today, but cricket becomes a dangerous game, doesn't it, if you watch it today? And now we know why we like to see players wearing helmets for all sorts of reasons. Well bowled to Murid Agrami, 3 for 4. He was absolutely sensational. And also, well, don't forget that spell from Khalid Ahmadi, 3 for 10 as well. He also bowled a double wicket maiden. And so when you think about it, really, a lot of runs were scored off the other overs maybe. So that's a plus for France. But they needed that big hitting right towards the end there from Zain Ahmed. So well done to him. 68 it is, so 69 is required by Belgium. You would say, wouldn't you? You would say that they should knock these off quite easily. Well, yesterday when France put 84 on the board, for 9 down. You thought that Belgium was going to knock those off pretty easily as well. Well, they did not. It went down to the golden ball, which Belgium did eventually win. So are we going to have another nervy cliffhanger, low-scoring match, a low-scoring finish here? Well, there's only one way to find out. That's to stay tuned as we come back for the conclusion of this match. France, they put 68 on the board. Belgium, if they are to book their place in the final, they need to score 69. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the sunshine of the Costa del Sol. Yes, it is the sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket part of the day. And, well, France certainly have provided us with some magical moments. This is the Sunshine Coast, and we've seen some great cricket here. We've seen some great action as well, some of it quite dramatic. And these two teams have provided with some action already. Some have been fun. Well, he knows what I'm talking about, maybe. Well, some of those highlights of the match were absolutely brilliant. It's going to be Munib Mohammed opening up with Mohammed Suleiman and Rahitullah Mangal to do the bowling. And we know he's been sensational. 15 wickets he's taken in this Group C so far. He's a leading wicket taker. And well, will this be the last time we see him, or is he going to do something amazing and give France the opportunity to take on Scotland in the final? Whoever wins out of this goes through into the final. The loser, well, that is it. That is the end of their championship. Belgium needing 69 runs. They've had a few blips, haven't they, in their performances when they've been chasing, but most of the time a chase like this should be a walk in the park for them. Let's see how this goes. Starts with a wide to the left-hander. Supporting the headband look today. It was a bit windier earlier, so I could understand it, but now he can go free flow if he wants. Not too bad, just having a little chat with each other.
Let's give priority to the punch in the face video during the second over. Is that cool? I just sent it through.
Rahitullah getting back. So it's well bowled. Good take also behind the stumps there from Action Jackson. Mika Full here of the European Cricket Network, enjoying the sunshine on the Costa del Sol, enjoying very much so this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hope you're enjoying it as well. Well, not only am I enjoying it alone, but in the Dream Box here, joining me once more is the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back.
Thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Yeah, we've seen it all today, haven't we? Not just today, last night. It looks really calm right now. No rain at all, but we got monsooned last night. Here we go. Oh, bowls so well.
A delivery.
He's been unbelievable this week, Rahitullah Mangal.
This is a ball and a half. Look at this takeoff. What a take this is from Action Jackson, but look at this one go. Wow, this is sensational. Woo! That is quick. What a good take from Jackson behind the stumps. Well, that's just given the batter something to think about.
Sure has. But yeah, I mean, we have seen totals like this defender, just not very often.
Short again and goes for the uppercut and it's taken on the boundary. And what a good catch this is. And this is all about setting the trap, banging it in. Rahitullah Mangal plays his part beautifully by taking the catch. Caught by Rahitullah Mangal, bowled by Rahitullah Mangal. The two, they do it again, is another wicket for Rahitullah. He has been sensational.
Wow, this is going to be first-class entertainment no matter what happens result-wise. And Munib, I thought off the bat this is 6, and it probably would have been 6 if there hadn't been a fielder perfectly placed there. And the Mangals will combine to remove Munib Mohammed. So 1 for 1, Belgium. Just try not to fall in a heap here. There's Action Jackson getting a bit of attention, maybe a bit of cramp. It's been a long week for him, but Munib, he'll be disappointed. I don't mind that shot. I think goes for it. I think quite a lot of the time with the pace of Rahitullah Mangal, that flies out of the ground, but that time it flew straight into the safe hands of Rahitullah down on the third man boundary. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider the context of the over, what's happened before, he wants to get runs on the board. He doesn't want to get tied down too early. We know the way that Belgium do bat. It was there for the shot. He plays it. But what a really, really good catch from Rahitullah. But also good captaincy again. The trap was set and he played straight into it. Oh, this is a big wild swing from the captain, Ali Raza of Belgium. Certainly wasn't there for that shot.
If there's one team you'd say are just so volatile that they could make a meal of this, might be Belgium. You know, like, I wouldn't expect it, but things will happen occasionally that you won't expect. and they'll happen more often than you'd realise. What a grab. 2, 3 more wickets in this power play, though. France. Ali Raza is going to fight fire with fire here.
Oh, it's another swing and a miss. And he's eyeing up. You can see he's having a look in front of him, and you can see that it's mid-on, mid-off, like inside the circle. And he's backing himself to hit this out of the middle and hit it out of the ground. He's looking to send it to the moon, but he's got to touch it first. And, well, we saw an amazing start from the bowler from Belgium. It's Ahmadzai, who bowled a maiden. Well, this one, only just got the one from it. That was the wide. No runs off the bat so far. And looking to finish it off, Rahmatullah Mangal. And this one has been smacked, and this does go. And watch out there in the fan zone. Well, that's had somebody's Victoria. Well, I hope there's no damage and no harm done there. That's been absolutely smashed. Well, that one is done some damage, I think, there in the fan zone. I hope everybody's okay. But look, that's why you got to be careful out there. This is kookaburras that are flying your way. And, well, everything's up in the air there. Hands, legs, everything. I think everybody's safe. Are you hunky-dory there? Give us a wave if you're okay.
Yeah, well, I find it hard to believe that wouldn't have hit somebody. Anyway, it's the end of the over, 7 for 1. Let's have a look. Lowest totals defended on ECN. And they would tie, what do they make, 68, right? So 68, maybe sneak onto that list, maybe on a count back. Pochirka defended that in Stockholm. That was last year. This year we've seen the 2 best ever, actually. 60 was defended by the Prague Tigers on their first day in ECN cricket against the Barbarians. That was in the Czech Republic, and Stockholm Tigers. So the Tigers have a bit of luck with this stuff. They did it against SMI at Stockholm Mumbai Indians, defending 62 in Stockholm earlier this year. Let's roll with Amjad. Pretty good in-swinger first up, dug out. It's hard to believe, but funny things can happen. I just hope that everyone's okay over there in the fan zone. Looks like a bit of a nasty one. Look, almost a Yorker into that row.
Yeah, this is the first time in a long time that France have made this change. Normally, as I said, it would be Ahmadzai bowling this one, bit of spin, but the captain said no. So he wants to bowl it. He wants to try and get another wicket here early. You can understand that. The captain thinking he believes he can do it. He believes he can get the wicket. Captain to captain battle. And it's going to be Raza with the bat. Not the most convincing of shots, but he gets this in the right area, gets this in the gap. So he's being brave, isn't he? We saw when he came out there, a lot of swinging and missing. He missed a few. Then he hit the big 6 right at the end of that over from Rahmatullah. And now here, he's taking on the captain, Numan Amjad.
It's a good contest, isn't it? Ali Raza, like I say, he's not going to take a backward step. Did hit 4 boundaries off his first 4 balls.
Battle. Bat versus ball continues. The 2 captains. No ball called, and well, this is going to hurt you because it goes for 6 runs. The no ball first called, and then 6. That's 7. This is going to hurt you because the next one is going to be a free hit, and you just cannot afford to be doing this to a batter off the Claser and the class of Ali Raza. Yeah, that's a big one. We saw him do one earlier, but what a great shot that is. What a pickup.
Gets it wrong, gets it pretty wrong, doesn't he, Amjad? Just overstriding, probably trying a little bit harder. And so, free hit coming up. Belgium, they are not going to slow down. They'll be trying to knock this over as quick as possible.
He gets the dot ball in, so good recovery, I suppose. They gave away 7 the ball before, and then tidies it up with this one. So Ali Raza missing out on one. So bit more focus put in by the captain there, Amjad, to get this one a little bit wider and away from Ali Raza outside the off stump. Successful.
Yeah, good wheels from Amjad. Gets out of jail slightly, but already you can see it's under a runner ball required for Belgium.
Firmly hit, and well, forget about catch it. You might as well fetch it. Once again, not the cleaners out the middle, but he knows where he's placing these now, Ali Raza. Doesn't always have to go for the big power. And he gets this one away as well. He moves on to 20. And this is turning out to be an expensive over here from Numan Amjad. So he does make that change. He decides to take this over as opposed to Dawood Ahmadzai. That's what always has been the plan. And it's actually worked pretty well for them. So a little bit surprised that he's made this change. And another wild swing from Raza. You know he's going to have a go. He's trying to make this over magical.
I suppose it's hard when you've only got this many runs on the board. They're trying to keep it more or less the same as when they defended 84 against Belgium last night and keep Mungal for the end. Ramatullah Mungal, that is. But there may not be an end. There might not be these kind of 8th, 9th, 10th overs. That's the thing. Amjad's gone for 16 here with the ball to go.
Ooh, this is fast. And not sure if this catches anything on the way through, but I think a few words from Ali Raza there to Action Jackson, who takes this one. Oh, well, how about this? Have a smell of this.
Yeah.
This is a bit of chin music.
That's well bowled. It's got some spice to it, doesn't it? Anyway, end of the over. 23 for 1 after 2. And we know that whoever wins today, it does seem like France, barring a miracle, they'll be out after this. It'll be either Scotland 11 or Belgium. And well, we've seen pretty much everything today, haven't we? Now this is from before. We want to show this is Jyoti, who clonks himself on the head. That was back when Sweden were here.
Yeah, watch this. This is sensational. Have a look. Keep an eye on the wicket keeper. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him and watch. There we go. Just gets me every time.
Yeah.
Gets me every time. I love the way the ball follows him.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to do.
And this one is going to be into that open area. There's no field about there. You can't be bowling this line. And it's just going to get punished. And now it's Suleiman's turn to go. And yeah, that's a disappointing start really from Rahul Mangal.
Yeah.
Just change it. I don't. What do you think about this? They're making a change they haven't done all the way through. France have been winning. They've been winning and they've been getting results go their way. They go with Rahul Mangal, then they go with the spin. Why change it?
Yeah, I'm a bit
What's
surprised.
different?
Well, there's a quick break while they try and work out which cricket ball we're going to use next. But I've got to say that, okay, that was strange. The Jyoti one was strange. Obviously, we talked about Action Jackson bouncing the batter at the end of the game, accidentally hitting him in the grill. It was an even stranger one, and we almost missed it at the end of the first innings in the 10th over.
This is gold. This is gold. Well, you're watching cricket, not boxing. That's
Check
all I'm
this
saying
out.
here.
The glove punch, I don't mind it, but it can go too far. Watch this.
This is like, well, a rumble in the jungle. Forget about Cartamania. Well, that is the best left hook that you will see. And I like the way I like the way he just walks off like it never happened. Watch,
here.
Look at this. He just keeps going.
Oh, boy. Anyway, guess what? It's going to be more runs. We could be headed for an early dinner here. Maximo time. And right now, it's Belgium running away with it. Salou with the big 6. And he's been pretty quiet. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, but against too short, it's dispatched over backward square leg for 6.
Yeah, big 6. That's a Bizaway supersonic one. I think he goes for a slightly slower delivery, but the line is all wrong. You got to get this bowling outside the off stump. Otherwise, these batters are going to hurt you. And, well, they're going to run away with this match as well. You can see now that rate is way below runner ball. So something needs to happen and happen quick.
So the thing is, the batter got punched, actually hit the 6. That was Zain Ahmed. And then he actually hit the next ball for 6 as well, so it worked.
To the fielder, no run. Beautiful part of Spain here. Look at that. A little bit of action in the sky as well. Well, you can see that now. A bit later on, you won't see Jack because it'll be dark out there when the floodlights are on. But loving that. A bit of nature as well here at the just above the Cartama Oval. Beautiful work there once again from Spring Productions. Back to the action on the ground. Hit hard. A really, really good stop here.
That's dropped though. I think that's on the full, you know.
Yeah, but that is mullet. I mean, yeah, okay, it is a chance, and it makes, you know, you take these chances, and well, you get yourself in the match. But well, that is travelling. And Kanasane is the one who's throwing himself at it.
Gets 2 hands to it. Yeah, I know it's hit hard, but he's 30 yards off the bat. You want to catch that.
Well, this one is not catchable, and it's not stoppable either. 1 bounce, 4 runs. And Suleiman He's now playing catch up with Raza, and you can just see here, just with those last few boundary shots, that catch going down. The France, maybe for the first time, are just starting to think that maybe the amazing run that they pulled all together is coming to an end here.
What a ride, though. I mean, this is what ECN cricket's all about. You never know which way the narrative's going to turn. You could not script this stuff. It is real. It is out there. It is something unlike we've ever seen on a cricket field before. Cricket on steroids, we call it sometimes. What an amazing week for the French. Last ball, the power play.
Oh, this is awesome. What a hit this is. Balle, brrrr, kita स्वाद आ गया कि नहीं कितना अच्छा शॉट मारिया छक्का लग गया. That is a beauty. Top draw. This is power hitting at its best.
Yeah, that's in the killer python territory there. Silliman, he's hungry. He wants an early dinner. 5:45 in the evening local time here in Spain. Let's have a look, and it's a weird looking first half. Look at all that. It's almost like measles is back there. 3 maidens and a couple of other really cheap overs. And so fairly normal service for Belgium. They get 43 for 1 off their power play.
Yeah, Rahula, he goes magical in that one. So the change that they made doesn't work. And I'm just suspecting here, Vinny, because they're still not going with Dawood Ahmadzai. I'm just suspecting maybe that injury is worse than we think. But then I'm questioning why he's on the field. If he's not going to have a bowl.
Who's going to tell him to get off the field? I wouldn't want to.
That is true.
Yeah, maybe that is the situation, but it's kind of now or never. What do they need? 26 off 7. Hard to believe it's possible, but we've said that a few times with France. Here's Zain Ahmed.
Oh, and this is launched into, that is going a long way. Adios, Balota. When we were having a look at some of the birds in the sky, with this kookaburra might have knocked 1 or 2 out of them. The kookaburra is hungry, especially with it sailing in the air like that. That's another big hit from the captain, Ali Raza. He gives this one everything, doesn't he? That's all the white goods, including the kitchen sink. Big runs, 6 runs.
Big hit there.
And this one is not out in the middle, but it's still going the distance. It's 6 more. And looking to finish this in a hurry is the captain, Raza. Just launches at it. Boom. Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, and he doesn't quite get to this, but he goes through with the shot. He's got such good hand-eye coordination that he absolutely nails it. So right now, Ali, he wants an extended break before the final as well, I think. Back-to-back Maximos off Ahmed.
And now he goes. Well, okay, fair enough. It's a couple of 6s, and you can see Ali Raza saying, it just stayed a little bit low. It wasn't the best of shots, though, really. And you can see there, well, when the 6s were being hit, the coach, Abhijit Harikrishna Khan, was on his feet enjoying it. He won't enjoy that much because it's not a good shot. And that's the case. A shot, Maria Ganda, Bapas, Agya Banda, Zain Ahmed, after being hit for a couple of biggies, comes back and gets the wicket off the Belgian captain. Not a good shot. You see that? That's it. It's a short delivery. It takes, short, no pace on it, but a play out of the ability of Raza. Shouldn't be getting himself out like that, especially after you get quick runs. So he goes for 32, just with the 12 deliveries that he faced.
You can understand him getting a bit carried away there. I think he did a couple of decent ones, 4 6s and 2 4s. In fact, he scores all of his 32 runs in boundaries, and he makes sure there's not going to be any blips in this chase. Sherry Butt gets a chance. Probably not a bad thing, just to get some batting into Sherry and maybe 1 or 2 others. Sabres I kill, probably wouldn't mind a bat, but don't know if they'll all be able to. Sherry Butt just takes a dot here. First up from Zain Ahmed, who showed that he could take a punch. He was the man that hit a 6 and got rocked. By the way, let's have a look at what's coming up. Scotland 11, we now know pretty much it's going to be Belgium that takes them on. So that next match is taking place about 1 hour and 40 minutes from now. Don't miss it.
Oh, this is a wild swing. Well, after playing the first ball pretty defensively, he goes to attack this one, gets it completely wrong.
Yeah, so what a cracking game that will be between Scotland 11 and Belgium. Rematch from this morning where Scotland 11 got the win. They've played 3 times now. Belgium won the first 2. Scotland won the third. Who will win the 4th? That's the one that matters. 4 overs down here. And Belgium, they are 55 for 2.
Yeah, they're looking to finish this off pretty quickly here now. Not too many runs needed. And, just 14 a team like Belgium, well, they'll be eyeing up, maybe looking to do it in this next over, especially the way that Mohamed Suleiman is hitting the ball. France, though, yeah, I mean, what a run it has been. It's been absolutely amazing. And one man, well, he's obviously not injured, and even if he is, he says, I don't care, I'm still having a bowl. It's Ladu Bolt. Dawood Ahmadzai going to have a bowl here. Maybe we're going to see a few highlights from him before this contest is over. But, well, like they say, it's not quite done yet. They still need those 14 runs. But, I know they've got plenty of deliveries to do them in.
Shrugs asked me, is that a record for maidens in a completed innings? I think so. I don't think we've ever seen 3 before. Here's Ahmadzai. And he's going to get knocked down to the ground for 6, as you do. Maximal Suleiman. He is in a rush, isn't he? He moves to 27 off just 8 balls.
Yeah, I mean, quite surprised there. I've seen this hit. I'm saying there's got to be a fielder there, but there wasn't. I think he was just far too wide, really.
Pick the gap between the long on and the deep mid wicket.
And well, this one is 4. The fielder was close to it, but he's been hit so hard, and every time this ball is going to the boundary, you can hear a massive cheer from the Belgian bench. So they're almost there now. Just 4 required, 6 and 4. And well, Mohamed Suleiman is hungry for more. Dawood Ahmadzai, can he get a highlight before the match is done? And well, what's happened here? Is this bowled or does this come off the keeper? I think looking at where the barrels have fallen in the other side.
Comes off the keeper's gloves, and he was hoping maybe that's stumping, but I think Suleiman's playing back.
Yeah.
I don't really think there's a chance of a stumping there.
Cannons
Quick look at it.
into the keeper's pads, and there the barrels come off. Obviously a telltale sign when you see which side the barrels have fallen.
4 to win here.
Ahmadzai, it could be an opportunity. No, just dropped short, and the fielder has a few issues collecting it, but with just day 1, Dawood Ahmadzai was ready to do a celebration there, but has to stop in his tracks.
I will say this, though.
It doesn't carry.
France's last 48 hours is really what ECN cricket's all about. We've seen a lot of improvement from them. We've just seen drama at every turn.
And that will be it. And they talk about every turn. Well, this has been turned around the corner. It is big. It's a Bizaway supersonic 6 that finishes this match. It's the 6 that sends Belgium into the final where Scotland wait. These two teams, they battled it out this morning. Scotland 122 to Belgium's 111, winning by 11 runs. They're going to do it all over again. But remember, and when you look at the full context of it, Belgium do have the upper hand over Scotland. 2 wins to the 1. So it's going to be an interesting one. But yeah, first of all, let's just focus on the team in blue, what they've done here, France. I mean, they've been absolutely amazing, haven't they? They won both their matches against Malta, but then had to take Belgium deep yesterday. And it doesn't get any deeper than a golden ball, which got them here today.
Yeah, you would say that you've never quite seen a team go the path that France have this week. And I'm going to congratulate them, their captain, Noman Amjad, particularly. And we love their bowling unit, led by Rahul Mangal as well, the captain himself, and the spin twins as well, Action Jackson. But, well, a bit of action first up. Manib was an early casualty, but Ali Raza came to the crease, and he wasn't in the mood to stick around. He smacked 4 big 6s, and one of them was sending the spectators scrambling. And ultimately, they would do this in less than half a lot of overs. They do it with 31 balls to spare. So Belgium, I mean, they were, I suppose, a little bit underwhelming against Scotland 11 this morning, but they will have the opportunity to play for that spot in the Group C final. And of course, Championship week only just over a week away, and I'm sure Belgium would love to be there. Well, so will Scotland 11. They've been sitting watching, I'm sure, just relaxing back at the hotel. But in this one, it was only ever going to be one winner, I think, after that first innings. And although there was a late wicket of Ali Raza, Sherry Butt came to the crease, and Salu was in a mood to finish it off pretty quickly, Rico.
He certainly was. He hit the ball really well, didn't he? And this was that last over, 6-4, and then this big 6 to finish it off. You know, watch out, there's a kookaburra about. Well, that one wanted to order a bit of merchandising. Why not? There's some good stuff over there. The hats, shirts, cups, all sorts of things, even tequila glasses. So if you're in the fan zone or if you're coming down, well, pick up a couple of souvenirs as well. Well, that Kookaburra did as it went in there. Let's hope it didn't destroy anything. Well, the only thing that got destroyed here was the hopes of France. But France, well, what a ride that they've had. They've been absolutely amazing. I think they've made a lot of friends while they played in this championship. There's a lot of neutrals that really back France because of the way they played, because of their never say die attitude. They've been absolutely brilliant. But Belgium, well, we suspected Belgium would make it. We suspected that it would be a Belgium-Scotland final. That's exactly what we got.
That's what we're going to get. Yeah, Mungal, once again, so good. Ramatullah Mungal, 1 for 7 off his over. The other week went to Zayn Ahmed, the left-arm spinner. Ahmed Zayn came and went pretty quickly as well. So, look, France, they were an incredible team to watch. And I just want to wish them all the best. Always great to see some new faces on ECN. Like I said, we do have some plans to go to France in the not too distant future, perhaps in the 2023 season. So I want to say a big well done to them.
Yeah, well
Last
done.
night is a night I don't think we'll ever forget with the weather coming in. And look, France, I know they probably struggled with that 1 or 2 batters that could bat longer, and be destructive longer. But sure, I think it goes without saying, I think their bowling unit was the most potent in this entire Group C.
Yeah, I love watching them bowl. I mean, what can I say? I know we're talking about Ramatullah Mungal, but Rahula Mungal bowled really well. I think, the Laddu Bolt was brilliant. Dawood, I think they were really spectacular. And every time they went out there with the ball, you thought they were going to pull off something amazing. And they're a team, a young side. And one thing we do know about them, and I know talking to the guys, talking to the coaches, they're going to, the learning experience from this, and we always say this, don't we? When you're a young side and you play in a competition like this and you play against good teams, well, that makes you a better team. They're going to come back stronger and better.
No doubt about that. So wishing them all the best. Okay, we're going to take a break. It'll be about an hour and a half break. The next match you will see will be Scotland 11 versus Belgium. It's the Group C final. It's coming up 5:30 p.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and it's 11 p.m. in India. The lights will be on for the conclusion of this group. So don't go too far. We will be back with more action just around the corner. Coin toss news on the way. Stay tuned to our website, europeancricket.com, and of course the comment section to get those results as soon as possible. It should be an absolute humdinger. In a word, Scotland or Belgium? Who do you like?
Well, I just think, I always said before the start of the day that both these teams will play each other twice, it'll be one apiece. So going by that, I've got to stick with Belgium.
I'm going to give you 2 words, golden ball. See you shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Falls here as well. The final is on the way in just an hour and a half. See you soon for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven, conmigo ven. Ven conmigo, conmigo ven conmigo. Ven conmigo a hablar con la gente, conocer sus calles, disfrutar su ambiente, a mirar
Group C has been so challenging. It's been great to watch, and Scotland 11 there in the final. You know, their cricket IQ, the way they've adapted their skills, they are polished, they are great. But I tell you what, Belgium, they are a team that won't go quietly. They love this form of the game. Their last year's runners-up should be a fantastic final. Only one spot in the championship week up for grabs. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Group C final, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval for the final time here in Group C, but we will be back on Monday, don't forget, for more ECC action with Group D featuring Italy, Germany, Romania, Switzerland and Norway. So that should be a fantastic week of action as well. But right now it is time for the final, and only one of these two teams can make it through to Championship Week 5, which starts in only 10 days' time. Should be a very, very interesting clash between Scotland 11 and Belgium. I know the coin toss is important, and Manuela Melt-Weston is going to toss it here in the final. Let's go over and see what happens at that coin toss.
Ja, do it now. Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It's heads. We will have a bat.
So it is Adrian Neil that wins the coin toss, and he's elected to bat first. No surprises there, because Scotland did put a winning score on the board this morning when these two teams met in qualifier 1. But before that, Belgium had successfully chased twice against Scotland, but it should be said that those chases weren't quite as high. So I do like the strategy here. I think that Adrian Neil would just fancy his bowling attack to defend whatever they score. But we know their batting has taken a bit of time to get going, but now it does seem like it's up and going. It seems like every day another Scottish batter would hit his strap. So they're a dangerous top 6 now. But Belgium, I mean, they love this format of the game, and I'm sure that they would fancy their chances. Don't forget that they were top of the group standings, just one loss there during the week, and then the other loss this morning. So they've got an 8-2 record versus Scotland 11 6-3, who haven't quite been as consistent, but it does seem like Scotland 11 are timing their run. Should be a wonderful final. Rico Full will take you through the early stages. Also, the national anthems are on the way, but the news from the toss here in this final with a championship week spot on the line is that Scotland 11, they've won the toss and they're going to have a hit. Over to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. I think somebody should have taken him up a little step ladder there when he was standing next to the Scottish captain, Adrian Neil. Welcome back to the final. You can see the sun is starting to make its way down. You see those long shadows there. And, well, it's going to be an absolute classic, isn't it? Belgium will hope that they're able to do better than what they did yesterday in terms of the way they batted in that night match, when, well, they gave France the opportunity to make it through the finals day, didn't they? Went to a golden ball. And I wonder if this one, wouldn't that be something if this final goes to a golden ball? Well, the teams are making their way down, getting ready for their anthems. And Scotland will take on Belgium. And as you heard on the coin toss, Scotland won the toss and elected to bat. I think they've been pretty lucky with their coin tosses. And the teams make their way out there. And we will get ready for their anthems. We're going to start off with the Flower of Scotland, and I think it's an opportunity for us to just all take a moment of pause as we respect the anthems of the two teams. So Flower of Scotland first, and then it will be the anthem of Belgium. Players line up, and nice to see a lot of spectators in the fan zone, all standing to listen in and appreciate and acknowledge the anthems of the two finalists here. Scotland will be taking on Belgium. Let's get ready for the anthems. Flower of Scotland will be the first one that will go on. Nice to see a nice shot there of Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, and the umpires.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we ask you please to make some silence, I guess, for the for Flower of Scotland.
And died for, till we beheld and went and stood against him. Now Labour's army and sent him homewards. think again. Those days are past now, and in the past they must remain. For we can still rise now and be. Proud Edward's army and sent him homeward to think again.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Belgian national anthem. Give it up for both teams, ladies and gentlemen, come on.
There you go, absolutely fantastic. What a proud moment for all the players there. And a proud moment there for Danny Weston with his family. Manuela there, wasn't it lovely to see her in the middle doing the coin toss? And there's Casper as well, absolutely fantastic. And well, Kyle Hooker as well, who we had in the comms box earlier as well. What a star, and isn't it great to have him here at the Cartama Oval as well. So we saw from the coin toss that Scotland have elected to have a bat, and as Vinny said in his introduction, they have got better and better. They've got batters now that are starting to look the part. Michael English is coming back into this one, but all eyes will be on the likes of Jarvis. And well, how about this? Well, we know we did have a golden ball yesterday featuring Belgium, and it was the night match last night. And according to Bat versus Ball Wall here, we're going to get another one. Well, wouldn't that be something? And a golden ball by night. And I know this is going to excite somebody. Hey, Maximo, come have a look at this.
Yeah, I'm back. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. The supercomputer has a sense of humour. I didn't know you could program that into computers. But it's saying 107, 107. Well, 24 hours ago, we had our night match yesterday. And it was a crazy, crazy match. It ended with horizontal rain. It ended with a golden ball that involved Belgium. It kept France in the competition by the skin of their teeth. And although France did go on to beat Luxembourg, they couldn't get past the Belgians in qualifier 2. We have a rematch of the first match of the day right here. So this morning, Scotland, once again, they batted first. In fact, Scotland have batted first all 3 times that these two teams have met. And Belgium have been successful on 2 chases, not the 3rd this morning. But Scotland, when they have played the Belgians here, they just have gotten better and better each time we've seen them. And they made 100 and they made 100 even, in fact, in match 7. They made 97, so a couple less, in fact. Let's get ready for the final. And it's English who's into the side. And he is facing up to Sajjad Ahmadzai. Yeah, so match 7, Scotland made 100 batting first. It wasn't enough. Match 11, they made 97 batting first. It wasn't enough. But this morning, they made 122, and it was enough. They won by 11 runs. But, Rico, whatever happens, I'm sure this will be a very, very exciting final.
Exciting is the word. I'm already excited. The computer says golden ball. Let's have one. Ahmadzai. And this one's a little bit short, and that's been worked away beautifully by English. So he's up and running. That's the first runs on the board. Cuatro carreras as signalled by the umpire out there in the middle.
Yeah, so it's interesting that they've gone with these two. They've gone with English at the top of the order with Alex Hinkley. Hinkley's come good in the last couple of days. English has also shown he's not afraid to play his shots from the get-go. They just don't want these guys chewing up balls. They're going to attack this power play pretty hard. They've got a strong middle order to come 3 to 6. This is up in the air, and this is going to be towards the fielder. Has a bit of work to do. They're going to take on a second now on the fumble, and they're going to get away with it. So I think fielding's going to be super important. It's kind of an awkward time of the day now, especially in that point region. But you can see plenty of people filling up the fan zone. And I can't wait till the lights take over, Rico. It should be an excellent conclusion to Group C.
It's going to be superb. I love these night matches. I really do. And I know the fan zone love it as well. It's packed up nicely for this one. Ahmed's eye once more.
This is up in the air, and it should get over the fielder. In fact, it'll get over the boundary as well. Maximo English for Scotland. Well, you better believe it doubles the score in one hit. This one was perfectly positioned just the other side of the rope, and suddenly Scotland hit 12.
Yeah, not the same start as what happened in the match earlier. Belgium, remember, took a wicket straight away, the very first ball. But this time, English, he's up to the task. Played some nice, handsome shots.
Well, this is up and over, and this is a very, very good shot. Well, it's going to send him scrambling. Look, guess who? Well, he's meant to have the day off, but he's hanging around the fan zone. Maximo, a deflection 6 this time.
Well, this one, come on, Corey. Compared to the one you took last week, this was easy. And where are you? Oh, hang on, look. Oh, look. Well, he gets the dive in there as well. Plenty of action there in the fan zone. Corey Ruckus, he's watching this one from around the corner. But what a lovely shot that is. It's showtime here at the Cartama Oval. That is a beauty.
Big first over now for Scotland's worth 18 plus this, and make that 24, because this is launched over the leg side. Maximo, that one's over the tents. It does go magical. 24 off the first over, 24 without loss, and Scotland go large at the start of this final.
Well, that is huge. Well, one man who hasn't had a chance to play a ball yet is Alex Hinkley, but he's smiling. He's got a massive smile on his face. That is huge. Well, look at them scarpering out the way. Incoming! That is big. That's a Bizaway supersonic 6.
Yeah, so just have a look at this. I mean, all three of the top run scorers for Scotland, none of them are in the top 2 here, but they mean they can come in the middle order. So that's why these guys have no excuses for Belgium. See that Suleiman, the top run scorer, a shade over Ali Raza, and also Sherry Butt up there. As far as the bowlers, Hogarth's going to be a factor, isn't he, in the second half of this game in the power play with his leg spinners. And for Belgium, Marcus Raja back in the side. And notice that he has made the 11 in the final. He's their leading wicket taker. Ekrami was incredible in the previous game. Took 3 for none in his first over. Here he is. They turn to spin in the second. And they go after it straight away into the gap. This will be 4. So Hinkley starts with a boundary, and Scotland looking very dangerous early on here.
Well, they've had to remain stronger together, as the boundary banners say here. They had their struggles early on, particularly with the bat. But with every match, they've just got better and better. It's almost like that the guys have understood and learnt the concept of this game pretty quickly, and now they're putting it into practice.
So Wakas Raja comes in for Shagarai Safat for Belgium. English comes in for Majid. Now he might have a pop at this. This would have been out. In fact, his bat plugs, and he had 3 to aim at Ekrami. He'll be upset that he doesn't remove Hinkley there.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity, and it was always going to be risky. He's on the back foot, remember. Gets going, picks it up, turns blind, has a go. If he hits it, he's gone, because
Rookie
you saw
error.
there.
Rookie error at the Cartama Oval. You got to run on the pitch, because if you try and run your bat in, off you'll get plugged. That's exactly what happened. But English, he's 24 off 6. He's had a magical start. Nick Rami just trying to slow things down. It's a very Belgian-like start, actually, with the bat from Scotland. On the charge, doesn't quite get it. Manib is in the game, and he'll take the catch. So English 24 and out. Ekrami with the early wicket. Can that turn the tide? Scotland lose their opener. It's 29 for 1.
Yeah, this is a good catch from who? Munib. He's been sensational out there, that part of the boundary. He's made that his part of this ground. Munib Mohammed takes the catch, and it is Murid Ikram, who didn't play the match first in the morning against Scotland, and maybe they've held him back for the perfect time. Well, he does take the catch, and but he has a few issues with it, but that is a wicket they badly needed, because Michael English, he was on fire, wasn't he? Smashed a quick fire 24 of just 7 deliveries before he departs.
Does his job there, English. I think he needs to hit big or get out the way. Kind of does both. 24 off 7, 3 Maximos and a 4. I think already they're learning the roles, and that's obviously the role that he had to play, and he's only halfway through this power play. Gotta say, Ekrami, starting to think maybe he didn't play against Scotland this morning, because they didn't necessarily want Scotland to have another look at him, potentially. I don't know, but that's Mohammed Suleiman. This is another guy that can hit the ball a long way, Jack Jarvis. But, he was one of the early Scotland batters to fire, wasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly was. Jack Jarvis, 183 runs in the championship so far. He's looking to go beyond that.
And Karami gets a crack at him here in the second over. Flatter gets off the mark, and Razak does the fielding. So I think Hinkley will still go pretty hard at this. I've got to say, I love watching Scotland 11 adapt to this format. There's a lot of thinking that goes into it. It's not all just slap bash and an absence of planning. They've planned this innings very carefully, I think. Hinkley to face up now. Steps across, goes leg side, almost carries, but doesn't quite to the smiling assassin, Khalid Amadi, out the deep mid-wicket boundary.
He does well, doesn't he, Amadi? This is one you've got to watch all the way. Gets his body behind it, makes the stop, just the one run. Agrami looking to get another one. Just 7 off the over so far. Can he finish well?
Flatter again is right off the end of the bat from Jarvis. They won't get a run here. So a good comeback from Ekrami, who only concedes 7. And that kind of brings things almost back to normal. After 2 overs, it is 31 for 1.
Yeah, 31 for 1. Great bit of bowling from Agrami. Gets the wicket off the dangerous Michael English, who started so well. But plenty of dangerous batters out there. Hinkley, he takes a little bit of time before he starts firing these shots, but well, Jarvis, he's dangerous. Well, remember, the cricket doesn't stop here. I mean, you've got a massive final on here. But tomorrow, we go back to the fan code ECT10.
We do. I'm going to have a rare day off, but I will be watching because Costa del Sol, of course, the host club here, involved in that domestic T10, as well as Madrid CC, who have come a long way from Madrid, and Gracia have come all the way from Barcelona. Join us the same time tomorrow. That one you have to watch on either fan code in the subcontinent or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So subscribe if you haven't already. Trouble, but you'll get away with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he dives in. I mean, if I'm the bowler here, I would have left this and just say, okay, take your chance, Khalid Amadi. Look, he wants it, he goes, and then he's sent back. And watch the throw here. I reckon if he leaves, this is a chance.
This is a no ball, and I think it's a no ball for too many outfielders. It's been called a no ball, and so they had 3 outfielders for that ball, Belgium. And you can see the batter straight away recognised it. That's good awareness, and now Hinkley's going to get a free crack at the bowler. Rare error. And they're still working out exactly where to put the second outfielder. Now they've sorted it out. Amadi, annoying from him. For him, I should say. Free hit. Full toss. Straight to the fielder. Wakas has a pop, and this would have been out. Even though it's a free hit, you can be run out. So a couple of run-out opportunities going begging. Just feel like those are the kind of half chances you feel to turn the tide in this game. Belgium would really have loved that to hit the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 chances they've had at that end, haven't they? Rami had one off his own bowling, and that's another one that comes in. And that hits, he's out, and all of a sudden, Belgium are up and about.
Well, we see the slow ball early from Amadi. Yeah, we do. Ali Raza comes around, turns it into a dot. We just need a good over or 2 to try and counteract that magical start. Ahmed Zai went the distance, didn't he, in the first over. I love this time of day as well. The heat just hanging in the air. The sun slowly going behind the trees. Sunset in around about 20 minutes here at Cartama. Marty, very clever operator. Puts the pace on, now beats him. So very hard to time up because this slower ball is not as easy to pick as you think. He's got a real kind of gunslingy action. The arm still comes around at the same speed. So as a batter, you don't have much time at all to make that decision as to what's coming down at you.
Yeah, very clever bowling. As I like to say, it's like a packet of Bombay mix. Don't know what's coming next, and that's exactly what Khalid is doing here at the moment. And he comes once more.
Jarvis has struggled early, 1 of 4. Now, top edge has 1 into his head, and it might still run away for 4. It will. Well, there we go. Luck's of fortune for Jarvis, who, again, just can't really catch up to this one, but he gets lucky. Top edges. Lucky's wearing the helmet as well, because I think that's what it hits last before it goes over the boundary.
You're right, it does. He has no idea where it goes. So slices off the bat onto the helmet. Hey, hasn't it been a day of helmets today?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen some collisions, all sorts.
We've seen everything. Group C has been fantastic. You know what, Group D? I'm sure we're going to see a few interesting things there as well. The action just keeps on getting more and more intense as we head towards the finale of this ECC, the Euros of cricket. This is hit straight back over his head. Really good cricket shot. And this will be straight down the ground for 4. Cuatro carreras Well, he might have headed to 4, but this one is right off the middle. Good cricket shot, good technique from Jarvis. Gets his team a boundary.
Beautiful shot. I mean, this is just a correct, authentic cricket shot, isn't it? Jack Jarvis, he made 39 of 19 against Belgium early this morning in winning that qualifier #1. And he played a number of these shots just nice and straight over the umpire, 4 runs.
Slow ball coming, I think. There it is. And he misses it. So he gets a bit lucky he doesn't nick this one. Amadi goes for 10 in the end. Not the worst over. At the end of the power play, Scotland 11 are 41 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good start. It's where they'd want to be. And they know that with the batting, they've still got to come. I mean,
that's right. I'm here with Adrian Neil, the Scottish 11 skipper. Adrian, congratulations on making the final. How's the week been for you so far?
Yeah, it was a rocky start to get going, but we found our feet. We've kind of worked out what our game plans are, and we kind of stuck to that.
Yeah, and how have things surprised you this week, for example? Because obviously you haven't really played this form of the game before.
Yeah, it's been quite challenging. There's a lot of hard hitters, like guys coming in at 10, still clearing the ropes very easily. So it's been adaptable, but we've got here now and we're in the final.
And do you give any instructions to the batters about how to approach their innings, or have you kind of just left them to work it out by themselves?
We try to kind of go with the wind, but guys are good at certain things, and we've just told them to stick to what they do best and then see the results. That's the way it's going.
Now, of course, in this game, you've won the toss, you've elected to bat. What's the strategy behind that?
We just think with our bowling attack, it's get runs on the board. It's a final as well. Runs are always important, and we've got the bowlers to hopefully defend any score we put on the board.
Look, what's the reception been like back in Scotland, for example? I'm sure a lot of people are watching.
We've not really, few of the guys from Forfarshire, they're big following, but a lot of the guys' parents and things have been quite supportive, so it's been good.
All right, finally, what would it mean for you to come back in just over a week's time for Championship Week?
I think it'll be good. Like, we've seen some of the teams that have gone through, and I think it'll be a very tough week.
Well, Adrian, best of luck for you in this final. Let's get back to the action.
Lovely.
That's right.
Sandu there, catching up with the captain, Adrian Neil of Scotland. And yeah, interesting thoughts from the captain there. Let's go back to the action here. Even nicely poised, 42 for 1. This has been hit really hard into that gap, and I think this will go all the way. The umpires probably just want to check this, but I suspect this is hit long, hard and strong. This is going to be 6 runs, just waiting for it. Come on, don't be shy. Put them up in the air. Nirkush Patel is checking. Here he goes. Arriba, arriba. Oh no, no. Izquierda, derecha, porque eso es una 4 carreras.
Fooled me too. It was moving so fast. It was great to catch up with Adrian Neil a little bit earlier. Sajjad Ahmadzai coming back on. Remember, he was expensive early on. They have gone back to him in the 4th. It's a better ball.
Hey, listen, I think Adrian Neil's done really well. I mean, obviously there's been some tactical changes. We know that to start off this Group C, that it was Angus Guy that was captaining. And, well, he did a couple of games. Things probably weren't going tactically as they expected, so they made a change, and I think he settled into the role really well as the captain, Neil.
Yeah, true. Next one, turn around, should be handled, that's Prince Charming out there. Omid Rahimi, just a single.
He makes it difficult for the camera guys, doesn't he? Because whenever you're filming everything, when you get to him, you just got to remember to go just up slightly, because otherwise you're going to chop him off. He's a tall man.
He really is. I think he uses it to his advantage. He's a clever bowler, that's for sure. I was just thinking back to Belgium. They've had some high-scoring finals. I'll take through some of those in a sec. First, we'll see a low full toss, drill down to Manib. He's pretty solid down there. End of the 4th over. So, not the worst over there from Sajjad Ahmadzai. You can see that his first went for 24. Just 7 come off that one with the 1 boundary. The score after 4, 48 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. I mean, like you said, first over went for 24, and then you can see that Akrami and Khalid Amadi and there, Sajjad Ahmadzai, who was hit for the 24, they've come back well here. So now you're looking at another good over here, and maybe, again, just 8 or so from it. I think Belgium were pretty happy with the way that they recovered. But also, I think the team that be unhappy, Scotland, they know that, well, they've allowed Belgium just to get back in here. They want a good over here. Let's see if they get it. Hinkley is the man on strike.
Go back to last year's tournament, the inaugural edition. In the Group A final, Belgium beat Spain 134 to 107. So had no problems putting some runs on the board in the final then. As we see Wakas Raja into the attack. This isn't really timed, but they will get a single here. But then, of course, Belgium made it all the way to the championship week because of that Group A performance. And they ultimately made the final again. And in that final, Belgium came out and whacked 148 off their 10 overs against England 11. England 11 chased it down without losing a wicket with 7 balls to spare. But it just shows you, what's that, 130s type score, 148 in the final. They do perform under pressure.
Good delivery this from Wakas Raja, back into the side like you said. He's picked up 11 wickets in the championship. He's joint leading wicket taker in his side with Murid Agrami, who with his one in this match already takes him to 11 as well.
Yeah. We've seen some high-scoring finals. Think of the Group A final this time, where Spain chased down a score in the 130s. England last year in their Group C final chased down 142. So sometimes you do see some runs scored in these games. There's going to be 1 run scored here, a slight fumble, but still a good stop.
Yeah, that was travelling. You said it's a good stop from Hamzai. Really hit hard, and you can see that the wicketkeeper ran there when he saw that Hamzai was thinking of firing the ball in. He said, "No, don't worry. If you've made the stop, you've kept it to 1."
Yeah, that's fine.
Good.
They've reined it back well, haven't they? Now back to 111 pace, Scotland. Wow, there's a bit.
Fair enough. I don't mind this at all. I don't think enough bowlers do this.
I think he didn't know if he was pulling away or it was the pre-movement. Have a look. He goes here and then kind of drops his shoulders, and Waka said, "Okay."
Yeah.
You can't do that too often because the clock's on, right? You won't get an allowance for that. Tries the same. Completely misses it. This is the thing with this tactic. Occasionally, the batter puts himself off more than anything. 50's up now for Scotland, by the way.
Yeah, the thing is that this is why I don't mind the bowler doing that, Roger. He's thinking, okay, that's what you're going to do. So now when he's coming in the bowl, he knows the batter's going to do the same thing, and he just bowls the ball in the area where I don't think Hinckley's expecting it to be. He wants the bowler to attack the stumps so he can play a shot on the leg side. So well done to Wakas Raja.
Steps across, gets what he wants on the stumps and gets it past Rahimi. This is 4. So these two need to get moving or get out of the way when you think of some of the batters still to come, like Naylor, for example, like Callum Garden, for example. That's exactly what Hinckley does. Takes a bit of a chance, but gets away with it. 4 carreras.
Yeah, well, just as I said that, like what Wakas Raja did this time, he does exactly what Hinckley wants. He does go for the stumps, and Hinckley, well, that's the shot he's eyeing up. So Raja gets it right one time, but then gets it wrong the second. What's he going to do here?
Last ball, the over coming up. Now he goes straight, and he gets enough of it. Maximo! Into the twilight sky. The Kookaburra does fly, ends the 5th with another boundary, this time a 6er, and 60 for 1 the score. 120 pace at the halfway point.
Yeah, good hit this, isn't it? Sweet out of the middle. As I like to say, sweet as a bowl of glove jumbo. That's a big shot. It takes them to 60, so they're already at around about that 120 pace.
Yeah, big shout out to our on-field officials. You saw there Suleiman Saeed as well as Nilkesh Patel out there in this Group C final. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full as well. Corey, well, he's off today, but he's hovering around, doing a bit of work, of course.
He's trying to do a bit of catching, and he's getting it.
He's getting a few things ready, I think, with Spain, who will be in the championship week before too long as well. Want to welcome you here to the Cartama Oval. Sun's about to go down, not only on the day, but also on Group C. It's been a really exciting week. We've had drama. We've had kind of surprising amount of surprises. This should be out, and it's dropped. Ekarami gets caught under this one. It was so high, really, and Jarvis ends up running 2. That ball went so high, and Razak comes in. He should have had a wicket first ball. Instead, it's a life for Jarvis.
Yeah, and this is the repeat of that delivery. Yeah, he's got to take that, hasn't he? Oh, he's so disappointed, and he will be. Big opportunity for Akrami.
The higher they go, the faster they're travelling when they come down to you. So if you misjudge it, it's very hard to readjust. And well bowled. That's more like the Razak we know. And they're thinking of 2, but it's not quite there. So I think now these two are going to be hyper aggressive, just with who's to come. Just over 4 overs left. Scotland not too worried about getting bowled out here. They can go for pretty much everything. This is almost a Yorker, but turns into a half volley, drilled back, just a single.
Yeah, he's got his line better though, hasn't he? I think that match that they played against France, when he bowled, he's got his length right. He wasn't there in the morning, and I think that's why he got a fair bit of punishment from the Scottish batters. Much better from Razak so far. See if he can continue.
He has to. His one mistake will be gone. And this is a slight mistake. It's dragged to the leg side. Maximo, you missed. Scotland hit Jarvis with 6 runs.
Yeah, well, this time they're targeting not just the bowler, but also targeting the Belgium camp. This is in their direction. This is big. Hit big, hard, and strong. Watch out, here it comes, smashing the top of the tent there. The house of Belgium is under attack.
2 to come. Razak needs to find the plan A again. Does kind of, although it turns into a full toss. Gets away with it. Akrami this time does handle it for a single.
Yeah, well done to Akrami. Hit this powerfully. He gets his body behind it, makes the stop.
Razak goes for one large shot. You can kind of, I'd say that's par to go for a 1-6 in the over. At 12 and over par here. This is a really good looking drive that finds the boot of Wakas. Now they always get Fox into a second run, but it's not quite there. So 12 off the over from Razak, not a disaster. Scott 11 still at that 12 and over pace. Exactly 72 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, he'd be very disappointed. And then Razak, he knows he should have had a wicket there, and Akrami gets it wrong, and it's Jarvis that is going to continue. He was dropped on 17, moves on to 25. And I think now this is the opportunity. I think you're right. I think both the batters now will be thinking, right, this is the time, knowing who we still got to come in. Still got Naylor there. You've still got the likes of Garden to come in. This is the time where you say, right, let's go big. And of course, we know something like Cash Sargent as well can provide valuable support there towards the end.
One thing I want to mention is our official timekeeper, Frederic Constant, in Geneva. It's amazing what a big clock can do when you stick it the other side of the boundary, because we have not had time problems at all here in Group C. Well, this is in the air. Ali Raza's going for this one, and he will take the catch. So Hinkley falls on his sword for 22. And Akrami, change of pace, does the trick again. He gets Hinkley, and Scotland lose the second wicket now, 72 for 2.
Yeah, well done. I'm liking this from the captain. It's good thinking from Ali Raza. He's thinking, okay, this is probably a good time to bring the spin back in. So Akrami comes on, just floats it up there. He wants to go big, he wants to go hard again. You see, he's giving himself space outside the off stump, but Akrami, he just follows him. He doesn't give it where he wants it, doesn't bowl at the stumps, gets the wicket. Well done to the captain, not for just the bowling change, but also then getting the catch as well, and sends another victim back.
Yeah, good job, I suppose, by Hinkley. It's come good. He's finished with 22 or 14. It doesn't quite make as many as English did, although he's faced double the balls English did, but it has given them a platform from which they can launch. Ali Raza, that's a pretty good catch. The hardest thing with those is actually seeing him in the first place. It's a big swing of the bat when you're keeping up to the stumps. Sometimes you lose a little bit of your vision under the peak of your helmet. But yeah, this should be a very interesting few overs. Here we go with Naylor coming out at number 4, and he's not going to waste any time. He pumps a 4. Well, that's straight into the ice cube, Rico. You know what that means?
There it is. That's the alarm. Well, go and collect your ice cream at the end of the innings. That's a lovely shot from Naylor. He plays those shots, I think, outside the off stump better than anyone I know. What a lovely shot that is.
There's nothing sloggy about that shot. That's a cricket shot, and you can get value for cricket shots here. Naylor looks in the zone here early. Akrami, comeback ball, faster. This one's hit off the back foot down to the sweeper for 1.
Yeah, Liam Naylor, he's been quite impressive, hasn't he? With the bat before the start of this match, 164 runs.
Just keep tracking at this 12 and over, no matter what at the moment. This is hit pretty hard. Muneeb can't get there. Maximo. Well, Jarvis and Naylor, and these are 2 guys which really fired early in the week for Scotland, and they kind of went missing a little bit for a couple of days, but they're back with a vengeance in this final.
Yeah, this is actually quite a powerful hit. You see, he doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, so he's relying just on brute strength, and he gets enough of it only just over Muneeb.
It's hand-eye coordination that you need in the extreme if you don't get to the pitch of that, but he trusts his hands, trusts that he's going to get the middle of the bat on it. He does. Akrami, 2 to spend here in the 7th. There he goes, and could be gone. He will be gone. Nicely taken by Sherry Butt at long off. So Jarvis again does his job. That one was low. It was a bit of a laser beam through the twilight, but Sherry does take it, and so it will be the end of Jarvis. He will go for a quick fire 31 off 19 And with the ball remaining in the 7th, it's 83 for 3.
Yeah, well bowled again from Maruda Karami. He's picked up a 3 for once more. And, well, that's 13 wickets to his tally now. Really good bit of bowling. 3 for 18, a ball to go in his innings. So it just goes to show, doesn't it? I remember when this group started, Vinny, and we saw Scotland for the first time, and we looked at the all-pace attack, no spinner. Then we looked at some of the other teams where spin was involved. I mean, we saw Karami early picking up wickets. And you mentioned about how the Scots have learned with their batting. Well, also, they were very quick to learn that they needed a spinner. And Jack Hogarth came in, and I reckon that when they get to these scores around about, I mean, they're looking at probably passing that 120 if they can keep going. They've got still big batters to come in. Something like Hogarth is going to be very key for them
So
again.
important. He'll probably bowl overs 1 and 3 and will set the tone of that chase. Let's see how attacking Belgium are to him. You see there, pretty relaxed. Coming to the crease. There's Callum Garden. It's a guy I've enjoyed watching this week. Looks like he was whistling to himself there. Just getting the heart rate down.
Whistle while you work.
Last ball for Karami here. Takes off a little bit, and it will be a single. And we are just locked into this 12 and over at the moment. Still 12 off that over. So it's 84 for 3 after 7. Well, coming Monday, Group D action is on the way. And I'm really looking forward to seeing these 5 teams. Germany, Norway are the opener, and then Romania, Switzerland. Switzerland are new to the ECC, so looking forward to seeing them to make their debut in match 2. And then Italy, they're the 5th team in that group, and same format. They'll play 4 days of round-robin matches, and then finals Friday. A week from today, we'll find out who is the remaining team to make Championship Week, which starts on Monday week. So join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. And if you can't wait for that, well, you can tune in to our YouTube channel tomorrow for domestic T10 cricket from Spain, right here from the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, big 3 overs coming in now. So spin is done with, so it's going to be Khalid Ahmadi to come in. He's bowled pretty well, wasn't he? Nice and tidy. Let's see if he can continue. Gets his variations, but, well, he gets lucky here because this is ill-directed. It's a short delivery down the leg side. And, well, I think Garden's a bit disappointed he's not be able to work this way to the boundary.
Yeah, Naylor and Garden certainly very, very capable of moving this game forward. Belgium, if you offered them 120 right now, they'd take it and hope they bat well enough under lights to do it. We did see a 130-plus chase achieved in the Group A final by Spain. Slower ball, so just throw the bat at it. It's clever bowling. Naylor, weight was going to the leg stump. Couldn't quite get back where he needed to be.
That's well bowled. I mean, it's you look like you think it's going to be a wide, but when you think how far down the leg side that Naylor went, it's actually a very good delivery. He likes to give himself room to play on that offside, doesn't he?
Just keeps you guessing, doesn't he, Ahmadi, the smiling assassin we call him. He does have a nice smile he likes to flash now and then. Goes pace on this time. Might have a pop at this, thinks better of it. There's no one really backing up. I think you're happy to eat the single there.
Yeah, I think also this is good from Belgium. They seem to be a bit disciplined in the field there. It's always around there, no need, don't throw it away, it's fine, it's a single. Don't worry about it too much.
We've had some heart-stopping matches, haven't we, over the last couple of days? And why do I feel like this could be another one? Gets a long way across. Player's not interested. Ahmadi pulling out a good over here in over number 8.
Yeah, it's tidy, isn't it? But he's got to finish it. He's got to finish it. Once again, you see that movement. I think he gets the ball that he wants, but he's not able to execute the shot. Be disappointed again with that.
Hasn't gone for a boundary yet. Every over has had a boundary in it. Most of them have had 2 or more. Let's see what happens here. And now he goes for it, throws the hands at it. The chase is on, and there is the boundary in the 8th.
Oh,
well, there we go. Ahmed Zai, I'll give him a 9.6 from the Romanian judge, but it will be 4 runs, and Ahmadi bowls that slower ball. The time is picked. He just throws the hands at it, doesn't he, really? And, well, what? Now you see him, now you don't.
Well, that's called a quick high jump. Does very well, or quick hurdles. And, you've got to be an athlete these days, you know, to be playing this format of the game.
Still only 7 off the over with the ball to go. I feel like this is a big ball. Last one for Ahmadi. Has he nicked this? And no reaction from Nilkesh Patel.
This is such a good delivery. I don't think he touches it, but I'm amazed that the bails don't come off. This is so close. Look. Oh, and how close is that? I think that probably... Oh, look, it does. It kisses the stump. Watch the bail. I said I can't believe that the bails haven't come off. Well, now I certainly... Look at this. It gives him a little kiss. It gives the bails a kiss, and they don't come off. That's why he's appealing, but the umpire's saying, unless they come off, it ain't out.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it missed the stump. The reason is it didn't miss the stump. That's a ridiculous bit of cricket. Just watch this. We'll slow it down for you. It hits the stump, and there it moves, but it doesn't knock it over.
They go up and sit back in their place. Amazing. So absolutely amazing. When you seen that? When's the last time you seen that, folks?
Not for a while. Anyway, a big slog from Garden, no other way to call it.
Hey, what an over that was from Amadi. Super over. Absolutely
7
super.
runs, dot to finish. So, Naylor, I think that counts as a life if the ball hits the stumps and the bails don't come off.
We've seen some things happen here in Group C finals day, haven't we?
We're in the twilight zone right now. Okay, this isn't a great ball and it's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo. Razak gets it wrong. Might have been a slight change of pace, but he misses his Yorker. And when that happens, bad things seem to happen to him. 6 runs to Scotland.
Yeah, bombastic. This goes all the way. And, well, Garden, he's had a few attempts at some shots, hasn't found that he's been able to beat the fielders, but this one comes out of the middle. That is what he wanted. Now he's felt it. Now he's after more. Pressure on Razak.
Down to 116 pace. Hit back and might have got a little bit of the boot of Razak on the way past, so just a single. I feel like we're heading for this 120-ish. Maybe 110 to 120.
I just get the feeling that Vinny, that's a big over coming from the batting side. Yeah, I just
well, these two are so capable. It's an awkward time to bat. Goes after this, hit hard. Very good fielding. Now they're going to think of 2, but that's an excellent stop out there by Sajjad Ahmadzai.
Fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. This has been drilled hard. It's a bit of a thunderbolt that's just travelling across this Cartama service. What a good stop that is. Sensationally well done. And at a difficult time of night as well, as the light starts to go and the floodlights are on.
2 to come for Razak. Again, misses Yorker, but so does the batter.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one when he gets wrong that he often gets punished. But I think just focusing too much in trying to hit mid-wicket cow corner.
There we go. There's Corey in the brain trust. That's Christian Munoz-Mills who's there. And Daniel Dorkaye. And a few little youngsters running around. I'm sure they're taking interest in this game. This will just be one.
And then Razak has had this same shot, I think, played back past him about 3 or 4 times. Each time he sort of puts that foot out there, hangs it out there. I'm so glad he hasn't touched any of these, because otherwise he would not be on the field of play. But again, look, it's not a bad over. So that big over I'm expecting hasn't come yet. 100 for 3. So somehow Belgium have managed to tidy things up.
Just 1 boundary in the 8th, 1 boundary in the 9th. This is Group D, and look, what makes it interesting, I think it has the most clustered rankings of any group. So Italy at 30, Germany 35, Romania 46, Norway 48, and Switzerland 56. But obviously they're T20 international rankings that we use when we're showing that graphic. So Italy and Germany, they had some really close contests last year as well. Time for over number 10. He gets a bit of it, but not a lot of it. Should be gone, and is caught. Ekrami this time does the business. And guarded just never really seemed on in that innings. Sometimes you got the timing, sometimes you don't. He didn't really. And Marcus Raja gets his first wicket in the final. It's 100 for 4.
Yeah, nicely taken. Once again, it's always going to be a little bit awkward at this time of night, because though the lights are on and though the sun is now gone and the light is disappearing, sometimes it's quite difficult to pick these up. Well, there's Ken. He's having a great time there with Casper. Well, that's what granddads are for.
Oh, watch out. He's playing a bit of tag. Gotta watch out, Ken. He already had 1 tumble this week. And the kids are setting him the wrong way.
Well, they're working. Like he's going to slip.
That's Emily, Harry, and Casper over there. And Ken's keeping them very entertained.
Isn't he just? Well,
Garden kept us entertained during the week, but unfortunately doesn't really click in the final. He goes for 10. An even 100 on the board at the moment. 100 for 4. 5 balls remaining.
Yeah, good catch there from Akrami. Remember, he did drop Jarvis in 17. But, well, Jarvis didn't add that many more, so he'd be pleased about that. There he is, Akrami. What a day he's had. 3 wickets again in this one.
So Jad, the new batter, watches a wide first up. There's so much on this over, really. If you can keep it down in the 100s, and I mean 100 to 109 kind of region, Belgium are feeling pretty good about that.
It's an amazing comeback. It really is. I know I said it before.
Power
because
play was
120 was always on the board here.
Did seem like it. 41-run power play, remember. 24-run first over. Sajjad deep in the crease. I think he's trying to get under something from Wakas Raja here. He does. Wakas goes and goes over mid-wicket for 6. Maximo. It's exactly what Sajjad was looking for. A little bit of length, and he muscled it out of the ground.
Yeah, good shot from Sajjad. And we know that he's no muppet with the bat. We've seen him make a valuable run, especially the other night when Scotland were in all sorts of trouble. 48 for 6 they were. And Sajjad, 55 of 24 deliveries against Malta, gave them that victory.
Here's the comeback from Wakas. Better. He might actually got a bit of bat on this. This is the leg stump, but dot ball nonetheless.
The bat saves him. I think no bat on this, he's out. This is clattering. I mean, if it hits his pads, he's gone. And the only thing that saves him, oh, there he goes. He said, nah, you're kidding me. Ostia, you're kidding me. How does that not hit?
Very focused at the moment. Still at the ball. Nilkesh. Maybe just a little bit of seam hanging out, or the easiest way to do it is maybe just throw another one out there rather than try and fix it. You have to have a lot of balls on standby, of course, about similar age, similar wear and tear. 9.3 overs down, 107. We know a pass score here is around about 113 to 115. Edge, and this is going to be a lucky one for Scotland. They're going to get 4. Well, luck's the fortune, because he could easily go to Ali Raza, who gives it everything, but he couldn't find it in his range, and that brings up the Nelson. 1-1-1 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, well, hay veces que necesita poquito de suerte, y hay un montón de suerte ahí, porque Sajjad, eso es 4 carreras. Well, despite the efforts, the diving supersonic efforts there, the wicketkeeper Ali Raza, the captain, couldn't stop this.
2 to go. And this is a nice looking leg glance. Rahimi is going to fire it in. They're going to go for 2. Good throw, hasn't been trouble. I think he's just gone here.
This is such good work. It really is. The throw is good. And straight away you can hear Raza saying, get it in. And Rahimi says, I will do. Such good hands from the wicketkeeper Ali Raza here.
Yeah, and he just has to maintain what I call a neutral stance, because it's going to bounce unpredictably. But you can see there, he's gone by some distance. It's a very good piece of wicket keeping. And he just concentrates on stopping it cleanly. He's not too worried about the bails, you see. He just wants to stop it cleanly in the gloves. He knows that he'll have plenty of time to take the bails off. So Sajjad, that's unselfish and that's correct from him, I think, to go for that run. But he departs for 11 off just 4 balls. It's 112 for 5.
Spot on, yeah. 112. Look, I always say, remember what the bat versus ball said? What did it say, 107 or 107?
107.
107 or 107. And I always say that here at the Cartama Oval, a score around about, if you're around about this sort of score, I mean, you're on golden ball territory here. We really are.
I need to get the stress ball out again, start squeezing it, because we've had a dramatic 24 hours, to say the least. All right, last ball. Davidson gets 1 crack.
Or
maybe more. That's a good stop from Ali Raza. And they do change the strike. Really smart stuff by Naylor to at least try and steal the strike back. They've got wickets to play with.
Vinny, what is going on here? What has Wakas Raja done here? I mean, he's given 2 runs away from nowhere. Remember that. But what an important stop this is.
Hits the downslope of the pitch, and that's why it was shot along the ground to Ali Raza. We'd see keepers miss those all the time.
But Naylor, well, he now gets himself on strike. This could be a horrible end for Belgium.
114 plus this, probably 115 as long as it's held. It is. And lob it back in. So they are going to finish 115.
Yeah, 115. It's that score I said to you. I reckon 115. It's a pass score. We know it. On this ground, pass score. Golden ball, here we come. So watch out for the storm.
Yeah, well, that's true. I'm just really curious to see the run rates across the board here, because I think that is pretty much spot on an average score. Probably slightly more average than what it's been in Group C, because Group C's been 98. But look, last year it was 11.5 and over. This year it's been 11.0. Okay, but you're in that range. It's an average score. Belgium, they'll have to chase it under lights. And, well, I think we've got a cracker of a second half coming up, Rico. Only one of these teams can survive to week 5.
Yeah, I think they're happier there. What do you reckon very quickly? I think Belgium, the way this was going, the way it was at the halfway point, I thought they were looking at a big score, looking at maybe 130, 135. They come back pretty well into this. And this Belgium side, if they click, they should be knocking these off. But Scotland are not going to make it easy for them.
No, they won't. And you think about some of the weapons they've got. For me, it could be won and lost in the power play. Well, there's Corey wiping himself out by the giant ball. That's a poor choice, but anyway, he went for it. And tell you what, Scotland, they were going for it early as well. They were loving life, and they had this strategy down, I think, to send out English to kind of pinch hit. He was out there with Hinkley, and they kept their kind of more established, successful batters in the middle order. But I think it made their lineup a bit longer, so they really could go for their shots all the way through. Having said that, Belgium did well, I think, to not let them get too many of those big overs. In fact, nothing went magical after the first. They do hold them to 115, which I think gives each team a chance.
Yeah, it certainly does. Take nothing away from Belgium. I think only one error that I remember in that one, and that was that drop catch from McRamey. Other than that, I think they were superb in the field. They stopped everything. They threw themselves at everything. I think some of the boundary stops were really good. Ali Raza was top class as well. So Scotland threw everything at them, and I think if Belgium had folded, if they'd buckled, this would have been a big score. But McRamey again, outstanding from him. We saw him take 3 wickets in that must-win match earlier and in the eliminator, and now he's done the same as well in the final. And how about that? That's a bit of acrobatics for you as well.
Well, we've seen a bit of everything, haven't we? Smiling Assassin, well, he bowled pretty well, I thought, kept things quiet. And he bowled a good 8th over. This went for 7, the 9th went for 9. Look, the last did go for 15, so a bit more than I think Marcus Raja wanted to go for in the 10th, but it's not a disaster. They're going to have to bat well, that's the thing. Bit of luck there, creating a boundary. You make your own luck. Scotland 11, they desperately want to come back, but then again, so do last year's runners-up, Belgium. Late run out of Sajjad was strategic, I think, to just try and get another run. But when it was all said and done, 115 on the board. I mean, Belgium, they pulled off a couple of chases, but they weren't this big. And Scotland 11, from their side, they made more this morning. They made 7 more than this. Belgium couldn't chase it down. But you see that all top 6 get into double figures. So I think that's a really good team innings from Scotland 11. It just shows how far their batting has come since earlier in the week.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I think the improvement, the way they've been able to change their tactics and change their game really is evident there. Scoring runs and scoring them quickly. And, even like the likes of Kes Sajjad there, he makes 10 of just 3 scoring shots. I think that's what they did. That's what gets them to this score. But really, this is so evenly poised. I think Belgium will look at that and say, look, the way we bat, if we have an average performance, we win this match. But his runs on the board in the final.
It's going to be huge. Yeah, 3 for 19. Ekrami was really impressive, wasn't he? Got to say, Khalid Ahmadi was excellent, only conceding 16 off his 2 overs. And Marcus Raja did pick up a wicket. It was a little bit expensive, I think, in that 10th over. He will root, maybe a couple of loose deliveries. Anyway, we'll be back, and it won't be too long before we find out exactly who will progress from Group C. Find out after the break. Will it be Scotland 11 defending 115, or will it be Scotland 11, their nemesis, Belgium chasing 116 for victory? So see you shortly for the final stands of Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Fort with me. Back shortly with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. You are at the Cartama Oval. It is the home of European cricket. You are watching the Euros of cricket. 21 European cricket nations doing battle over 120 matches over 5 weeks of cricket will determine who are the dominant nation in this form of the game. T10 cricket is fast, it's furious, there's drama, there's a little bit of everything. There's always a few surprises and there's nerves. There's got to be nerves out there because these two teams meet in the final. Scotland 11 taking on Belgium. Only one of them can return in 10 days' time for Championship Week 5. Scotland 11, what a journey they've been on. Slightly slow to start and get with the program, but once they have, they've been very impressive. They've been building towards this moment. After winning the toss and batting, they put 115 on the board in the first innings of this Group C final. Muneeb Mohammed ready to face Suleiman. Is batting with him, and it's Hogarth to bowl. 116 for the victory for Belgium. And Muneeb Mohammed will start with a dot. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again in the Dream Box is Rico Fulton. Rico, what a stage is set here in this final.
What a contest. And look, I'm watching the cricket, but the skyline at the moment is fantastic as well. What a scene this is. Oh, well.
Another dot.
You know what I'm surprised about? I'm surprised. I think Belgium know that Hogarth is going to come out, and these two batters weren't able to deal with spin. I think they maybe should have just gone with the gamble, somebody else up there.
Like a spin specialist, you mean?
Yeah, just somebody to take on Hogarth and see if they can get them a good start.
This time he can't catch up with it. He's charging it in Muneeb. Now, here's the thing that makes Hogarth dangerous left-handers. He does have this wrong and one that goes the other way. So often I'd say leg spinner to left-hander. Left-handers feel pretty comfortable with the ball turning in, but they don't seem to be picking him that well. Muneeb Mohammed probably just needs to stay still here, I think. He's trying to go leg side most of the time. And this time it completely misses, and strike 4 for Muneeb.
Hey, we're not going to get a magical maiden in the first over from Scotland in this final, are we? Surely not. That's 4 dots.
The thing about Hogarth, he bowls very few bad balls. I think that is such a strength of his consistency. Right on cue, this probably would have been a wide. It is wide enough to swing the bat, and Muneeb Mohammed will get off the mark with 4.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a bit of a gift here, doesn't he? I think this is, to me, I think this is all about Jack Hogarth here thinking he's going to go after me. He's missed 4 on the spin. I'm going to bowl it wider, try getting him stumped. But that may have been the plan. But you see the batter, he had other ideas. It's, in the end, ends up being a good shot.
Hogarth, you're happy to take him for about 16 off his 2 overs, I think. And attack some others. But this is in the air and it's miscued. It's Neil underneath it and he takes the catch. So Muneeb Mohammed doesn't deal with the spin too well in this first over. And Hogarth caps it off with a wicket. The Bison's away and Scotland out to play at night. And Belgium lose their opener 4 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, Jack Hogarth, he does it again. And this is what I was saying. I think you just go with a slight change. You don't want to lose the likes of Muneeb Mohammed or Mohammed Suleiman early to Hogarth. There's the catch that's taken. Hogarth takes his 13th victim here, 13th wicket, and remember, he didn't play the first game. This is only the 8th time that he's actually playing, so he's already their top wicket taker with 13. And well, that's a big one to get. Muneeb just hasn't got Kane. You're absolutely right. I mean, he's I think struggled to just get past the 100 mark in this championship. They've been relying a lot on Mohammed Suleiman. He's going to go big, 195. To his name, and also, well, I would suspect is the captain who's going out there now, Ali Raza, 186 runs in this championship.
3 matches without a golden ball. Those 3 all played today because this time last night we did have a golden ball. It was Belgium versus France. Dramatic finish to day 4 in Group C. Could we have a golden ball final? We've never had a golden ball in the actual final before. It would be something pretty magical. Yeah, I think Muneeb, a bit like the old sliding doors game show. You can't pick what you can't see. And I think he's just quite whippy with his action. Muneeb wasn't reading him. Suleiman gets to face now. And he has a big swing at Lewis O'Donnell first up.
Yeah, big swing. Misses. Need things to start happening here. Suleiman was giving all sorts of advice to Muneeb. Now he has to take a little bit himself. They need to start getting bad onto ball. Otherwise, this rate is going to keep climbing all the time.
I would have liked to have seen him be a bit more conservative. I know that sounds crazy to say that about Belgium, but to Hogarth, like I said, I think you can get away with just work him 14 to 16 of his 2 overs. Yeah. Don't lose key players. They've really lost Muneeb, the left-hander. This one's cracked and over cover. That's gone a long way, and it's gone all the way. Maximo Salud is the call from around the ground, and he gets off the mark with a Dorothy Dixer.
Madre mía, qué guay, qué genial este golpe es, ¿eh? Esta es muy fuerte. Qué fuerte esta hombre. 6 carreras. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque es una grande.
I mean, O'Donnell's pretty much putting his cards on the table, saying, look, I'm going to bowl just inside the wide line. Hit me over the offside if you can. Suleiman can on that occasion. Here's the comeback ball. This time he does go straight. It goes leg side. There's nobody back here. This will run away for 4. So Suleiman not wasting any time. He's double figures in the blink of an eye.
Tengo mucha ganas para este partido, ¿eh? Este partido muy guay. No para, sigue, sigue, no para, sigue, sigue, de Bélgica. Now this is what they need to do. This is the perfect reply. And Lewis Donald has lost his line a couple of times and he straight down the leg side. And when you do, to the likes of Suleiman or either Ali Raza, they will punish you.
Where's O'Donnell go now? I think he goes back to plan A and goes wide outside off. Does. He gets hit straight and he gets hit long into the twilight night. Maximo 6-4-6, and Belgium are alive in this run chase.
¡Qué grande, qué fuerza tienes esta hombre! Eso es una 6. Well, this is a Bizaway supersonic strike. Adios, pelota. That one is not coming back. That's gone into the abyss.
Well, if they were to chase this down, there'd be shades of Group A final just 2 weeks ago. Seems like a lifetime ago, Rico. But Ireland 11 set Spain 135. And Spain chased it down with 6 balls to spare. O'Donnell in the Hall of Mirrors. What's he going to come back with here? Get us on a length. A slower ball. Late decision to deflect. And that's good work from Garden to stop that one on the bounce.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very fine little tickle there. Almost in danger of probably putting it into the gloves. Yeah, the slow ball gets it.
I like Suleiman that he doesn't go through with this shot. It shows he's still being a little bit selective. He's waiting to see something he likes and going after it, but he's not going after absolutely everything because he could have still gone through with that shot. It would have gone straight up in the air. Anyway, 16 off this over from O'Donnell with the ball to spend. Again, it's tossed up now. Who's going to get this? It's Neil again. And this time he drops it. Wow, unbelievable. You wouldn't have thought that was possible. But Neil just lost it at the last moment. So not even sure they run there, to be honest. So I actually think that might be a really long dot. You see, they don't run. Ali Raza's pretty much given it up. So Salud. So a long dot, a high dot to finish the over. Neil is 1-1 with the catches. And at the end of 2, the score is 20 for 1. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, Rico, because there's plenty more cricket coming this weekend.
Yeah, plenty more cricket. And this is, well, the fan code, the European Cricket T10 version of the, well, local domestic competition. We're into Group C there as well. Madrid CC, Costa del Sol, the local side as well involved. And another team from Barcelona, Garcia. Remember Catalonia CC here last week? Well, they were setting all sorts of records.
Biggest over of the match, I think. Hogarth second. After this, they're all pace. It's bowling to Ali Raza. Goes straight down the ground and gets him enough. That'll be 4. Well, Raza, I'm not so sure he's picking Hogarth before, but he played him on length. He's tried to sweep him a lot of the time. This time he drives and drives well. A boundary to start the 3rd.
Yeah, nice shot. Ali Raza, I mean, I was thinking the same about him in the last one. He did score a few runs, but I don't think he timed the ball so well. I mean, this one again, he just about gets enough on it. But look, do you think they need to be a little bit cautious to Hogarth? Just see him out? A little bit,
but for Belgium, that's still pretty aggressive. Goes leg side this time. There's a fielder waiting for it. This is just one. I mean, Ali Raza just seems like a really important player you want to stick around. There are certain players that I think are barometers for the Belgian innings. The 2 that come to mind, Ali Raza and Saber Zakil. Zakil hasn't really clicked for very long in this series, but he batted well under lights last night. Probably Sherry Butt's another one you could probably throw in there. Goes after this leg side, but once again, straight to the fielder just to run.
Yeah, but those sort of ones are the ones where if you do miss timing like that one, you could be caught off them. So I think, in a way, they're fortunate. He doesn't time it well, but he also gets a single, doesn't offer a chance.
This is edge of your seat stuff. Hogarth. Not a bad ball. Might have found the fielder, and he's dropped it. And this time it's O'Donnell. They almost had to get a run out because they thought it was going to be gone. Raza had almost given it up again, but he scrambles a single. Another catch goes down here under lights for Scotland.
Well, he's been dropped twice on 16 as Suleiman. That's quite amazing. I mean, look, he's been absolutely thumped. He's right in line with it, and it goes down. That's a good reply from Jack Hogarth. right up there in the block. Oh, that could be massive. I mean, it's bad enough being dropped once, but twice.
I think it's Raza. He just almost doesn't bother running. He's so disappointed, but then he has to. A better throw with Hogarth behind the stumps. I think Hogarth was already celebrating, almost running towards the fielder. Quick one. Well, this would have been a huge wide, but Silliman will knock it down the field for one, and probably have a bit of a laugh about that. The Bison. That was the flipper gone wrong, I think. It will be the end of Hogarth, though. He ends up going for 12 and takes one wicket. Belgium right now, few behind, but I don't think they're too dissatisfied with this start. It's 28 for 1. A little bit earlier, I caught up with Belgian captain Ali Raza.
Ali Raza, the Belgian skipper. Congratulations, firstly, on making the final. I mean, you've had a pretty good week for the most part, right?
Yes, we do. We have some hard time in between, but we cover it up very quickly. And now we are in finals, and we are looking forward to it.
One thing I love about the Belgian approach, or Belgian ball, is the fact that you guys tend to go for your shots from ball one. Is that something that comes naturally to you?
That's our natural game, actually. We don't stop our natural game, and the T10 is like our sort of game, our type of game, and we just smash from the first ball, and that's what, yeah.
And look, sometimes we focus on your batting, but your bowling's been very solid as well. I think your bowlers have done a very good job this week.
Yes, we have a very good bowlers in our side this year. And so that's to cover our last year that we were missing last year. So this year we're looking forward to go into the next week, and we will do our best in the finals.
Of course, last year you were a bit of a surprise packet. You were runners up to England 11 in the end. What would it mean to you to come back for Championship week once again?
Yeah, last year it was a little bit sad for us that we lost the finals. We did our best, but this year I think we came up with more energy, and we will all do our best to reach that week and give more surprises to other teams.
Well, it's no surprise when you give us entertainment. We wish you all the best. Let's get back to the action. Belgium, well, they're a chance to make it.
Yeah, lovely interview there. Willie Sandu having a chat with the Belgian captain, Ali Raza, who is out there at the moment trying to get his team into the Championship week with a win in this Group C final. Jarvis coming into bowl. I mean, he's bowled a sort of front foot no ball being bowled by him there, but no real damage done with the free hit that followed. So pretty tardy at the moment, just 3 runs from it.
Yeah, Jarvis been pretty good so far, except for that front foot no ball. Got out of jail though, didn't he? Silliman on 19. Throws the bat at this, but can't reach it. That'll be called a wide. What an edge of your seat game here. So just have a look at basically the pace they need is about 23 per 2 overs. So they're the kind of mini targets I'd be setting. 23 off 2, 46 off 4. A little bit behind, but like I say, the fact that Hogarth's out of the equation I think is big. Gordon's asking in the comment section, could Scotland add another spin to their squad? Yeah, of course they can make changes if they do make it back through, that is. This is inside the line. Big swing and a miss from Silliman.
Yeah, he needs to get into position earlier, doesn't he, Silliman? I mean, he's playing the shot, and as he plays it, he ends up where he needs to be. He needs to get there first. Big moment, you can see Ali Raza at the non-striker's end. He's looking up into the night skies. He sees that one played and missed. Silliman's made a start here now, but he's got to make it count.
Jarvis hasn't been punished yet. Won't be hit this time. And look, you might wonder, well, why can teams change their squads? I mean, it's just for many reasons. Sometimes there's availability issues. I know that a couple of the Dutch teams have issues as far as call-ups potentially to the T20 World Cups, and also players going to play in the Southern Hemisphere season. So, I mean, obviously, if you're eligible, you can pick whoever you like. It's just a matter of practicality. Jarvis trying to stay away from Silliman here. And at the moment, it's doing a good job. Doesn't mind giving away the odd wide here. Silliman just seems to be struggling at the moment with that kind of delivery.
Yeah, it's a sort of one, if you see what, you can sort of see what's coming, kind of. You can see if he does get hold of one, it's one that may just go high up into the night sky and offer a chance to the Scots. He's got to move his feet. He's got to get into position earlier.
Right, can Jarvis keep this consistency though? Well, pretty much, yes. So, yes, Silliman just got off the boil here in the 4th over.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, all right, there's been those wides, isn't it? But he's got a plan. And he's, well, other than the couple, he's executed it well. It's just been dots. And Silliman, I get the feeling here, last ball in the over, he wants this.
Love a boundary, just pulls the over up to par. He's prepared to risk anything to do it. He does, but this is hanging in the air. It's curving away from the fielder, and it's been put down. This time it's a low chance for Neil, and I think they'll probably get a single in the end. So Suleiman has a life on 19. He does retain the strike. 4 overs down, 34 for 1.
Well, he doesn't have a life on 19. That's his third life. He's dropped twice on 16, and that's the second time that it's Neil that's dropped him. Isn't this got the shades about Spain playing Ireland? Ireland, when they were fielding in the dark, I mean, a team that were exceptional in the field, and then when it came to that final in the dark, they dropped about 3 catches.
Yeah, but I think it's not just the dark. Ireland also dropped catches in the morning. I think it might just be the kind of added pressure of finals day. We see a few more drop catches than usual. Anyway, that rate's gone up now, hasn't it? Now we're up at that kind of 13.6, 13.7 and over. Just love a big over from somewhere. That was a pretty good one from Jarvis. Stuck to his plan, stuck to his guns, and Suleiman didn't really have the answers. Now I think you can afford to lose a wicket or two, Belgium, because you can chase quick runs. You've got good players to come. You've got someone like Saber Zakil up your sleeve. You've got Sherry Butt up your sleeve as well. I think now's the time they've got to hit the go button in overs 5, 6, 7, setting up what they need in the last 3. Here we go with Uzair Shah then in over number 5. And this is a miscued top head, should be caught. It is caught, and this time it's Hinkley that takes the catch. So Suleiman runs out of luck on 20, gave a chance last ball, and gives a chance this ball as well. This time it's held, and Belgium 34 for 2.
Well, Uzair Shah, what a day he's having. Remember in that earlier contest against Belgium, he took 4 for 27, and he had a superb opportunity for a 5-er. When it was a drop catch from Kas Sajjad off his last ball, which would have given him 5 wickets, but no mistakes here from Hinkley. He takes the catch, and they do get rid of Mohamed Suleiman. Is that a bad thing, Vinny? I'm going to say no. I think he was swinging and missing too many.
Yeah.
In this format, if you get a chance, good batters punish you. Well, he's 3 chances before he gives his wicket away there. So really, it's not happening for him. He's had a pretty good championship. Maybe it's time for somebody else to go out there and shine, because there's no point him being out there swinging and missing and that rate getting to around about 16.
Yeah, he was good off the first part of his innings, but just kind of lost his way. Probably kicking himself because he did squander a few balls, but let's be fair, Jarvis did bowl pretty well to him as well. So 34 for 2. Here comes Sherry Butt at number 4. And he's a guy that has scored a century this year on ECN and was playing for Antwerp in the ECS Belgium, the domestic tournament that we covered there. Of course, we do have cricket all year around these marquee tournaments. If you are watching on one of our international broadcast partners, we would encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's always live, it's always free to watch ECN for those domestic tournaments. The same kind of fast-paced format that you see here. Anyway, Uzair Shah, he's had the golden touch actually when he's come on. Little late cut from Sherry gets him going.
This is going to be interesting now for me, because Ali Raza, no matter what the situation, he plays one way, he's going to attack, he's going to go after Uzair Shah. Shah knows it as well, and I think he's just going to say, right, I know what's coming my way, I've just got to make sure I get my length right and wait for Raza to make the mistake, and hopefully the fielders take the catch.
Uzair Shah, he's got a challenge here, bowled to Ali Raza. He'll be going at him. It does. It's a big, thick edge, and it's just going to be 1. And that's Davidson, Jasper Davidson down there, who takes it on the bounce. Sri Collar in the chat from Luxembourg saying that he was umpiring that game when Sherry Butt made the 100. It was a very good innings, I'll tell you that much. He actually had 2 hundreds in 2 days. That's after a bit of a dearth of hundreds this year on ECN. I think we only had 6 or 7. That's in over 700 matches already this year. This is a Shah. This one's short and won't get a run here. So you just feel that Scotland are doing a good job of choking these middle overs at the moment.
Yeah, they're certainly putting the squeeze on. Tiki-taka from Belgium. But that's right, you don't normally hear that. Belgium going tiki-taka normally is boom, boom. But the bowling is good. And look, if they don't get a couple of boundaries here now, that rate is all, like I said, is going to be around about the 16 in no time.
Up to 15 already, Rico. How does this miss? It actually gets guarded on the thigh. It was a big, big swing from Sherry Butt. And I think, is he in this seam? I don't think it was inside edge. But That one stings. Let's have a look at this one on the replay.
This is just...
Well, it might have been a little inside edge there, you know.
That's been hit so hard. But look, Scots are hard, aren't they? We know that. And he runs that off, and he says, don't worry about it. I've had my iron brew. I'm good.
2 runs only off this over. 2 singles, also a wicket. Sherry Butt's going at this thing. He has to. He does, and he gets something straight, and he smacks it away. Maximo! Bit of sideways action from Sherry. And oh, Sherry, you can count that one, because that 6 to Belgium ends the first half of the innings. 42 for 2 after 5.
This was such a big shot, really. I mean, it still keeps them well below the rate. It still means that they're really got to go some. Still means that they're searching a magical over to put them back in the chat with this contest. But I mean, if that ended up just being a dot or a single, well, I don't know. Scotland would have been well on top.
Just got a little bit straight to Sherry on that last ball. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Been a pleasure having you this week, as well as Rico Fall and Corey Ruckers, part of the commentary team here. We'll continue on Monday, of course, with ECC Group D. And so I know you've got the weekend. You can either take a break, but if you don't want to, you can always watch the domestic matches here, which we are covering. A lot of cricket coming all the time at the moment, 7 days a week from the Cartama Oval.
Jarvis back into the attack, starts with a dot. He bowled a very good first over, didn't he? Just 6 runs from it. Needing boundaries, they have to attack. Got to use their feet, and this is where one of these 2 teams wants to be in Championships Week. England, the reigning champions, are coming back. Spain, Group A winners. Netherlands, Group B winners. Who will be the winner of Group C?
Yes, well bowled. Another wide Yorker. All he can do is get one here. One's certainly a good result for Scotland 11 at this stage.
Yeah, massive. Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. This is the Euros of cricket, coming to you from this beautiful setting, Cartama Oval in Andalusia, in Malaga. And, well, what a week we've had, Group C. So many highlights, but it all comes down to this, the Group C final.
Little edge on this. Garden does well to handle it on the bounce.
It's all, I mean, it's about footwork, isn't it, Vinny? You've got to use your feet, get to pitch, and what you're seeing here, that Belgium are relying on a bit of luck. They're relying on the ball being where they want it to be, rather than them going to where they need to be. And so far, the Scottish bowlers have been just a little bit smarter than them. Jarvis continuing his good work.
Need a big one soon. Gets a bit about on this. In fact, not even taking these runs concerns me. They're not even in that tick-tick. Pretty much stuck with the concrete boots on at the moment. Someone like Zakil, who's dynamic to come. I know he hasn't had the best week, but you know, we are really going to have to see Belgium hitting the go button with 8 wickets in hand. At the end of this over, even before, they're going to have to go both barrels. Sherry Butt faces up to Jarvis, gets a wide, and maybe an extra, which they will go and get. So that's 2, and a free ball coming up.
Yeah, a little bit of a bonus that. I mean, if you can whack this one away to the boundary, that could be a big play at this point. But really, they need to get the acceleration in here at the moment. They just don't look like doing it. But the other way, you're absolutely right. You've got to take those singles, because that rotates the strike.
Yeah.
Rather than the same batter playing and missing, give somebody else a go.
Ali Raza's turn. Now or never, I think. Goes after it and might have found the fielder, and he's dropped it. Well, that's Kes Sajjad down there. He's had the yips a little bit on finals day, and he just crouched down. Seemed comfortable enough taking that one. And I think Jarvis saying, Ali Raza, you're a bit lucky to get away with that one. Ali's saying, well, you catch me, I'm gone. You drop me, I'll stay.
Yeah, it's another one that goes down. But at the moment, as we know, we saw Suleiman drop 3 occasions. 16 twice, 19 once, but he wasn't able to hurt them, as he still got out on 20. Ali Raza, will it be a different story?
Last ball of the over, it's hit, and it's not hit that well. Sajjad gets another opportunity, and this time he will take it. So Sherry Butt can't really move the needle here. Well, he got unlucky, whereas Raza got lucky, and this time, 2 chances, 2 balls. Sajjad holds on to the second one, and so Sherry Butt has to depart the Cartama Oval, and Belgium, after 6 overs now, are 46 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what it means to Kes Sajjad. Yeah, he put the one down earlier, but this time round he takes it, and then he throws this up into the night sky in delight. He really has been good. I really have liked the way Kes Sajjad has played. I mean, from the first time that I saw him when he was under a bit of attack with his bowling, But he, like the Scottish side, well, he's just got better and better all the way through. It probably is, you know, on performances all round, he would be my pick of the players for Scotland. I think he's bowled really well, he's batted well, he's been good in the field, he's thrown himself around. And, well, I think he sort of highlights the way in which Scotland have adapted and improved in this championship week.
Disappointment for Sherry Butt. But did you hear that sound, Rico? That was the sound of the last roll of the dice. And Saber Zakil is the kind of player, if you needed 70 of 24 balls, he's the kind of guy I'd want at the crease. But I think it's not a lack of intent from Belgium. I think this Scotland 11 have been pretty ruthless with their lines and their plans here. When they've strayed, Belgium have gotten them away, but they haven't strayed too often.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with you, but I think it's also, I mean, it's some of the basics as well, which Scotland have done well. Belgium haven't. Like I say, Belgium are expecting to just go out there, swing, and hit the ball to the boundary. You got to put a bit more effort, a bit more work in it with your footwork.
All right, here we go, and it starts with a flat bat attempt from Ali Raza. That's a 1. Patrick Bateman saying, unless we see Ali Raza put the greatest display of hitting we've ever seen since the conception of the ECN, Scotland will be advancing. Well, we have seen more after the last 4 overs. I remember when Sweden were chasing 150 and they were something like 66 or 68 after 6. They got there.
Yep.
Something like 82 off 19 balls, I think that was. So it can happen. Zakil, are we going to see some of that in Sana Magic in the final? Faces up for the first time. And he has a big swing and a miss. Garden takes the bails, but Zakil doesn't leave the crease.
Yeah, I think he was just Garden just hoping that Zakil just lifts his foot there. Just have a look at this. It's a good take. There's a lot of bounce on this. This is really quick work. It's just banking on the fact that maybe the foot comes up. It's a little bit off balance.
A little skip, but safely down by the time Garden gathered the ball, took the bails. He's got to go straight away, Saber. And he somehow spoils a wide here. This is probably heading down the leg side, but he gets a little bit bad on it. A bit lucky it doesn't go back onto the stumps, but not too much luck going Belgium's way at the moment.
Yeah, he's trying to play the sweep shot here, but once again, doesn't get in the right position. I mean, that you either leave it for the wide or you go back and just try and nerd it away. But there is a fielder set there, so, well, Scotland.
Not looking great, is it? Belgium just cannot find any oxygen. Zakil, golden ball hero last night, will just get a 1 here. And you've got to give some credit to the bowlers. Like I say, this is Belgium we're talking about. You can never accuse them of being too defensive. I just think that Scotland 11 have picked up where they need to bowl, and they have replicated that. Bowled very few bad balls, very few hit-me balls. Rate's gone above 20 now. Hard to see it coming back. They need a 6, and they might get 1 here. It's high in the air, and that's going to sail out of the ground. Maximo! Well, don't count them out yet. Like I say, we have seen games won from here. Not often, but it's been the kind of week where miracles have been happening. And is there a Belgian miracle on the cards here in the final?
Oh, didn't the captain, Ali Raza, need to send this one out the ground, and he does. And the first one, really, he's managed to really get hold of in a while. The boundaries have dried up. What they need is back-to-back boundaries here now, so he's eyeing up another here. Ball to come in this over, the 7th.
Last ball of the over coming up. Pretty much know it's going to be wide outside off. Green doesn't, he goes short, and this is a loop in the air, but it won't escape the infield. It'll just be a single, so Ali Raza will retain the strike. 7 overs down, and the score is 55 for 3. They'll need 61 off the last 3 overs. I have most of the last 3 overs in the chase is 68 to win it. So we know it's possible. This is what's coming up on Monday after the weekend of domestic action here on our YouTube channel. You can join us once again on these stations for the Dream11 European Cricket Championship Group D. Germany, Norway, Romania, Switzerland and Italy will be the 5 teams that will be doing battle for that final spot in Championship Week. Join us 9:30 AM GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 PM in India for more Dream11 ECC 22 action.
I look at those teams, Vinny, and nobody jumps out as a clear favourite. Nobody in that one. You know, the other groups you're probably talking about, Ireland, you know, in this one, Scotland, Belgium, yeah, because in that one, nobody jumps out as a clear favourite.
It's an even group, I think. Well, here's Neil, who's going to bowl the death overs, needing 20 and over. Good luck. Starts with a perfect wide Yorker. It's not quite a wide. And so the question is in the chat from Gordon, what could Scotland 11, or what could Belgium be doing to counter these tactics? I suppose one thing, it's a fairly simple thing, is is be prepared to try and hit the ball over cover. There's a deep long off, there's a deep point, but there's the cover's in the circle. So I think playing a bit more of a correct shot might be the go there rather than trying to drag across the line of the ball. So he's taken off stump guard, which will help a little bit as well.
Yeah,
but that kind of swing is going to the leg side.
You're spot on, Vinny. You're absolutely spot on. And the other thing is you've got to eliminate dot balls. They haven't been prepared to take the singles. They haven't been prepared to attack the field. There have been times when singles have been there. They haven't taken them. You're not rotating the strike. So what happens is you've got one batter who's at strike, swinging and missing at the same ball all the time. He may get lucky with one, but that's not what they need. They need to take the singles. They need the rotation. Both batters need to be in the play, and they need to try and put some pressure on Scotland. This is very much, to me, I mean, I don't know if it's a fair way to say it, this is very much about a technical, proper, correct team against the big hitting side, and the technical team winning at the moment.
All right, goes straight, misses his spot there, Neil, and he's going to go the journey. Maximo! That was a sight screen buster from Ali Raza, trying to hit his way to a miracle victory. And, not quite halfway past the target until that shot, but still they're fighting on Belgium.
Yeah, good shot this time. You can see what Adrian Neil's trying to do, the captain of Scotland, trying to get this full ball in just inside that wide guideline. But good shot from Raza.
Needs to go again, and quick. This is more of a Yorker length from Neil, who retrieves it himself. Gets down on terra firma, keeps it to one. Zakil. Again, I know he's a bit bothered by the shoulder injury. He'll be having surgery very shortly on it, but and courageous that he's out there. But he hasn't quite been the player he was last year. He'll be the first to admit that. Neil, again, he's changed his role in the team. Rather from being an up-front enforcer, he's now a death bowling specialist in this form of the game. Rate approaching for a ball. And this is in the air, and is it going to go? The fielder goes right back, and he'll have to watch it go out of the ground. Maximal, remarkable shot from Zakil, considering the bounce that Neil gets. And he just flat bats this one out of the ground. Maximo time, 6 runs to Belgium.
Yeah, this is it. Boom, shaka lagya. Well, you're saying that he's maybe having an up on his shoulder. Well, looking at that, doesn't seem too much wrong with it there. That is a powerful hit.
Incredible shot to play. Considering what Neil's dealing here, 13 off this over. They would love another one to finish the over. Belgium deep in the crease, gets it wrong. Full toss. I don't think, well, the question here is of height, but it is a slow one. I think you're right. Let's have a look.
Slower, but I still think it's high, you know, Vinny. I still think it's high.
Oh, yeah, he's crouching slightly. It's a tight call. You know, I like those to go to the batter if there's doubt. Zakil.
I mean, they can and often do use the technology in these in the night matches, because sometimes it's not as clear for the umpires to have a look, but it looks like they're fairly satisfied with the decision on field. So
he's crouching, I suppose, but that hurts, doesn't it? Because Belgium now are going to need a bunch of runs. 47 off the last 2 overs. If ever you needed a magical over, this needs to be it. And look at the players out there. You've got 2 magical players in this form of the game, but they just haven't quite been able to hit their straps for long enough in this final.
Yeah. I think where Belgium would be very disappointed also, Vinny, is that the wickets, only 3 down. You know, if they were at this score and there were 7 wickets down, you'd say, yeah, okay, you know, Scotland have totally outplayed them, etc. But that also goes back to what I've been saying. They just haven't taken the chances. They haven't pushed the singles, haven't tried to take the singles at times, and they haven't rotated the strike. There's been far too many dot balls. I mean, if somebody wants to have a look at that, tell me how many dot balls there have been. There's been too many. So we're going to go back to O'Donnell.
All right, 4 overs in the ninth. Belgium need it to all happen. This will be a wide to get started. Helps a little bit, but they need plenty more like that. How can Belgium possibly get back into this? One thing I would say, it's not that they're running out of big hitters. They just need these big hitters to click. Not running out of wickets. I just think Scotland have just been starving them of those slot deliveries they love to smash. And this is a flat bat, but he might have found the fielder and is gone. This time Neil holds on. He's a bit of a ball magnet. And Scotland 11, they know they've got 1 foot in championship week now. Zakil couldn't clear the man this time. And Belgium 70 for 4.
Yeah, he's back. He's the big man, the skyscraper. Well, up until tonight, he hasn't dropped the thing, has he? Well, we've seen him put 2 down tonight, but he's back taking those catches. He's got big hands, isn't he? When they go in there and they're not coming out, he swallows that ball, and that is the end of Zakil. He does play one amazing hit for a big six, doesn't he? In the previous over, but this time round it's Lewis O'Donnell that gets his man. He has to depart, and really I think this would be something impossible it was to happen, but they've got a man who's coming out there that gives the ball a big whack. But surely this is done. Surely Scotland are going to join the likes of England, Spain and the Netherlands in Championship Week here at the Cartama Oval, starting on the 10th of October.
Yeah, well, they are the teams that are already through. We will write in the Group C winner. And right now, I'd be pretty comfortable to call the engraver. There's one more Hail Mary, and its name is Omid Rahimi, who's going to come out and try and pull this game out of the fire. But it would seem remarkable. It would be now probably the most remarkable.
You think that's
turnaround we've
fair?
ever seen.
I think it's fair to say the more technical, more authentic cricket team has beaten the more sort of, you know, the bully style big hitters. Well, this is going to help because this is not just 4 runs, it's going to be 5 wides.
Yeah.
Wide is signaled, so it's a horrible delivery for Lewis O'Donnell. I mean, it's a Gundy ball, and well, okay, it's 5. It's going to have to be bowled again. A couple of boundaries here, who knows?
I would say that what we're really talking about is the bowling, because the batting was average from Scotland in this final. It was literally an average score, right? And this is going to be runs. It's going to be 4. So basically, that ball goes for 9. Well, that helps a little bit. Rahimi off the mark with a one-handed fly swat. 4 carreras. But yeah, just going back to that, when you're talking about the more technical, more polished, or whatever you want to call it, I just think both teams have tried to do the same thing with their bowling. It's not actually that different what they've tried to do, but I think Scotland have done it better for longer, and they've bowled fewer bad balls, and they've hit their spots more often. They've stuck to their plans more often.
Yeah.
So I actually don't think, batting, the styles are probably worlds apart. But bowling-wise, I actually don't think the styles are that different with what they're trying to do.
I think the key word you said there's plans. Let's have a look at this one from O'Donnell before we go back to that.
Well, this is in the air, and will it carry to the boundary? I don't think it's going straight to the fielder, and this will be dropped by English. So Omid Rahimi will survive. They move up to 80, 36 off 9. English, little fairy clap saying, well, at least I stopped the boundary.
Well, gets lucky, Rahimi gets dropped on 4. But yeah, there's been a few errors out there in the field. Just goes to show that it's not so easy when you're fielding out there in the night under the lights.
He's hit a bunch of 6s. Can't get under this full toss. He says
hang
no.
on, hang on.
Well,
hang
how's
on,
that gone for
hang
4?
on. It's gone through the fielder. It goes to the boundary, so okay, hello. It's still there. I mean, look, that one takes the equation down to what? 32. There's still 8 balls to go. So
they needed 4 a ball, and they get 4 of that ball. They weren't even going to run there, Raza wasn't going to run, and it's just eaten up. Is that Jarvis at the square of the wicket? All right, need more boundaries and quick. Well bowled, really well bowled by O'Donnell.
I just was out when I was saying that there's been more errors in this match from Scotland in the field than we've seen before. Well, there's another one which goes for 4, so that just keeps this game alive. It's still a long shot, isn't it? But it's possible now. It's not impossible.
I'll tell you something for free. Rahimi might set a bat speed record this ball because he's got pretty much a free swing at O'Donnell. Last ball of the 9th, and he can't get too much. Pretty much got a run at the moment. They think about 2. It's strategic. Well, now they might get more here, but Raza's wiped himself out here.
Oh, well.
I don't know if is this a collision or did they just fall? I'm going to have a look at this. They could have got an overthrow if they hadn't met some sort of foul play. Let's have a look what happens here when they're coming back. It wasn't that. It was just a double wipeout, synchronized.
Double wipeout, and synchronized is the word. Look at that. That's an action shot for you. Raza. Oh, he's still got a smile on his face.
Well, he runs because he wants to strike, right? So that's why he runs. 87 for 4, 29. It would be the most runs off a last over to win a game. We have seen 23 off the last over to win a game. In fact, that team, Kings 11, scored 26 off 5 to win the game easily. Well, you're going to have to hit one of the biggest men in world cricket for one of the biggest overs in world cricket. When did you see 28?
I said I'll settle for 28.
Oh, you settle for 28 for a golden ball?
Yeah.
So will I. Here we go. Neil is trying to keep the ball in the ballpark. And this is a tough ball to hit, isn't it?
Oh, well, he wants the wide for the height. I don't think he's going to get it. I think the height is fine. And I think the...
it's clever bowling.
Yeah.
Is it over his head or not? Let's have a look.
No, it's not.
You know what? That's right in the top corner. That's top bins stuff from Neil, because that's right in the top left corner of the allowable zone. The only way to hit that for 600, maybe you can slash away at it. Well, now you pretty much need 5 6s, and Scotland 11 are on the brink.
Yeah, I'm going to go back. You said plans. They're going to tell you more after this one.
This is going nowhere. Yeah. Now it's going to be a tough 4 balls coming up. Well, Neil misses 3 stumps by 4 stumps. I don't know how you can do that, but right now, Scotland 11, they know, barring something remarkable, to say the least, that they will book their place in Championship Week.
Yeah, Neil's got a story about that one. The fact is, he missed, and you don't go bowling. I bet he doesn't go bowling. Look, gets this completely wrong. But look, plans. Scotland have had a plan. They've stuck to the plan all the way along. They changed it, they tweaked it, but they've stuck to it, and it's worked. They've bowled well. There've been errors sometimes, like we've seen in this game, but they bowl well. And one of those plans is the man that we've seen bowling here, the captain, Adrian Neil. Remember when he was coming over the wicket, he was getting walloped. He's then, since then, started coming around the wicket, changed his angle. It's worked. So it's a plan. Jack Hogarth coming in, opening the bowling, a plan to Belgium.
I'm worried for Rahimi's cornrows here. And he gets a full toss, which he's just going to get for 1. Look, you know, Belgium, they're an excitement machine. I know that they're not going to make the Championship Week now. They were runners-up last year. They're a team that everyone loves to watch. You can see there, it's a lot of glum faces over there, but we obviously wish them all the best with their next 12 months of cricket. I'm sure perhaps we'll visit them domestically as well. It's a very strong domestic scene there. They love this format of the game. They love cricket, and they love competing. I know this one will hurt, but I'm sure they'll be back. Has a go at this one, and it's hard even to run now for Raza. See Hogarth throws it in, and the single. So look, Belgium get to 90. I just feel like when they played against Scotland, they've struggled to get more than that, probably bare 100 or 105, and this was just a little bit of a bridge too far for them. But I think you've got to hand it to Scotland. I think they won this game rather than Belgium losing it. I think that Scotland really executed their plans well. Prince Charming will try and get a consolation 6 here. Ali Raza helmet off already, looking to the heavens. Now, Omid goes for it, and the fielders will all converge. Bermuda Triangle situation. 3 of them come up, and Ali Raza will face the last ball. Scotland 11, 1 ball away. And yeah, I think I said about Wednesday with Scotland, it's adapt or die time. They had to adapt or die. They've really picked it up. I know they've been working hard on their range hitting. I've seen that on the practice field. I've obviously talked a lot about their bowling and where they want to bowl, how they want to bowl. But here's the last ball of Group C from Adrian Neil. Well, it won't be, because that's a no ball.
Yeah, they don't run either. Well, they do now. Now you might get run out, and well,
it will be.
He will get run out. So that's a little bit silly, and I think that is well, Jack Hogarth saying, well, I can do the umpire's job as well. Smiles on the faces of Scotland, but this wasn't a good delivery. It comes out all wrong. I mean, at this pace as well, this can do some damage. But he doesn't run straight away. They stand there for a bit. Maybe he was in a bit of shock. And then he does decide to run, and then Ali Raza, well, he gets a sucker blow, doesn't he, from the opposition captain. So that was definitely a battle of the 2 captains, and it was well, Adrian Neil, he went for the body blow, all accidental, of course.
Yeah.
And then Raza doesn't want to run, and then does run and gets himself run out.
Well, it's hard to run with a broken heart, Rico. And Ali Raza, he's given everything for his team. It's going to be tough. I think Wakas is going to come out for the last ball, which will be a free hit, but Ali Raza, one of the stars of ECC cricket, just could not get enough boundaries to keep them in the game. But they bowled very well to him. He finished with 32 in the final, and he'll depart with a score at 92 for 5.
They'll be hurting, they'll be down, but look, I think the positive they've got to take out of this is the team that they're losing to here in the final, Scotland. Remember, when you look at it overall, it's 2-2.
Yeah.
They did beat him twice.
You did say that. You said it'll be even Stevens.
Even Stevens, I told you. And they beat him twice, but, I mean, one thing we always know, when it comes to the big occasions, the big team, the big players perform.
No coincidence, I think, that they beat them twice in finals day. Scotland hitting their straps. This is a free hit, but it won't matter. Scotland 11, they've done it. They have qualified. And in a way, they've come from the clouds to do this because they did not have a good start to the tournament. They had to learn on the fly. They had to adapt or die. And the Scots, they have booked their place as the 4th team to qualify for Championship Week. Commiserations to Belgium. Of course, we love the Belgian ball philosophy. They're a high-risk, high-return team. But you can see how much it means to those men in blue.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, congratulations to them. They've had a bit of a roller coaster ride, didn't they? Remember their introduction when they played the first match? Well, they did get a victory first up, didn't they, against France? But then they found the going tough when they were beaten by Malta by 24 runs. So they had to learn quickly, they had to adapt quickly, and they did. And they brought the spin in, and I think full credit also to the captain, Adrian Newell. I think he had a lot of things to deal with as well. He took over the captaincy from Angus Guy, and he's done a great job. He realised that his role wasn't opening the bowling, came in later, changed what he bowls. And look at that. If you didn't think it meant anything to them, just look at those scenes. Scotland, they will be coming back for Championship Week.
Yes, they will. And I think it's a really, really good performance from those guys. Just showed their cricketing ability and their cricket IQ. And they have booked their spot next to England 11, Spain and Netherlands 11. They'll be joined by the winner of Group D, which starts on Monday, finishes with another finals Friday in a week's time. But you can see there that Scotland 11 means a lot to them. And of course, another week adventure on the way. Let's roll the highlights. It was never going to be easy, was it? 116 for victory under the night sky. We knew the Kookaburra was going to fly, but they couldn't really handle Hogarth. And wasn't he a revelation? I think that they would love to find another spinner before Championship Week, because I think that Scotland would know how important that has been in changing the course of their week.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, you know, I think we call it here now, there will be another spinner. They've already shown just how quickly they can learn and adapt this game, and now they've actually been out there and played it, yeah, they're going to go back and they know what they need. I think another spinner just to add to that attack they got would be great. And I think we saw the batting starting to click as well. You know, certainly did like the way that Garden came in and made a difference straight away. Naylor and Jarvis were brilliant, and Michael English was finding his form as well. And then a number of players like Kesh Sajjad was able to put in performances when they needed to. It's a good all-round performance from them. But what I liked about them is that, you know, they were playing a new concept. They gelled well as a team. When to start off with, they looked at all sorts. But they came together, they gelled, they got it right, and they put the performances together. And as a result of that, even when sometimes the going was not going their way, they got the victories that they needed. And there you go. That sums it up for me. Kesh Sajjad, I think for me, he's been my player of the Scottish side. I think that his attitude, the way he's worked hard, the way he's given everything for his side with bat, ball and in the field. And sometimes it doesn't work, but you don't give up, you come back. So he did drop a catch, but he came back and he takes one. The same way the big man, the captain, did as well. He dropped a couple, but when it mattered, he took them. This one would have been interesting, 5 wides, and then the next ball was a full toss that was hit away one-handedly by Raheem for 4 runs, but again, it just came too late. And there was a couple of mistakes in the field there as well from Scotland. I think Belgium just left themselves too much to do. A little bit disappointed with the Belgium response here. I was expecting a few more fireworks, but it just didn't happen. But I think full credit to Scotland. They bowled the right lines, and Belgium, their batters, they weren't able to get themselves in the right position to put those away. So only 2 batters making any real contribution. Mohammed Suleiman, he did get to 20, but he chewed up 16 balls getting there. Ali Raz as well, 32, but again, 21 balls getting there. Nobody else really getting into double figures. 12 extras from Scotland. That's something they will look at. They need to sort that out. But really, I think when you look at that, those wides, a lot of those from somebody like Jarvis, but they had a plan, and the plan worked to a treat.
I agree. And look, pretty even bowling performance. I know O'Donnell got a bit of treatment, but apart from that, all the economy rates very, very good. Going for under 20 off the 2 overs. Hogarth, once again, difference maker, wasn't he? 1 for 12 off his 2 overs. For me, he still probably was the best of the bowlers. But Jarvis, not too far behind, 1 for 10 off his 2. So, well, what a day it's been, really.
Yeah, it's been a great day. Listen, I can hear the Scots are pretty happy. I reckon they're doing a bit of singing out there. Can you hear them?
I can hear it. They are very happy, and I would be too. But one thing we haven't really talked about too much is the Scottish team spirit. I mean, one thing that I noticed about them is they won as a team, they lost as a team, and I know they had a bit of a rough start to the week. They had to adapt, had to think pretty quickly about how they're going to tackle this. But I talk about how much is decision-making and problem-solving, and they solved the problems. They worked out their issues, and they were the team that deserved to qualify for this group.
We're talking about the Scotland. Spirits are always going to be key. spirits are always key. There's some good spirits in Scotland. No, you're absolutely right. I think that's the point I was trying to make. When we first saw them, they're a little bit new. They didn't know what to expect, but they learned quickly and they adapted quickly. And, well, they brought a lot into their game. I think the way they made the changes. I think Hogarth was key. We've got to admit, I mean, we were surprised there was no spin, but they were quick to learn they need to introduce it. They did. I think we're going to see more from them in Championship Week with the spin. But I think also the batting. I mean, we saw that Naylor and Jarvis were the openers. When they weren't clicking, they changed it around. And all of a sudden, they were much better and stronger batting lineup. They still didn't go out and score big runs, but when you've got a very good bowling attack like that, I think scores around about the average scores 115 to 120, 125. With that bowling attack, you're going to defend.
Yeah, you're right. I think, average scores, but above average attack, above average execution. I did kind of like the way they went in the end. They went with Hinkley and English at the top, but they really had the license. Yeah. And I think that was the tough thing to bat in a way that you're taking chances earlier than you'd want to, but they knew that they didn't have to worry about getting out. If they did, they had a strong 3, 4, 5, 6 to come. So congratulations to Scotland, thoroughly deserving their victory, and look forward to seeing you in just over a week's time.
Yeah.
Well, we do have more cricket coming tomorrow, don't forget, because we have the ECT, which is the European Cricket T10, and we've got Madrid CC, as well as the host club here, Costa del Sol, represented, and Madrid CC. So I know that I'm having a rare day off, but Rico will take through the first half, and then Corey Ruckers will be back for the second half of that. That starts the same time, 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. We'll also do a bit of an after the final ball. Look out for it on our social media at European Cricket. A little bit of summary of the week, and a look forward to next week in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. Just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, for all the stats, standings, the fixtures, and what's coming up as well, because we've got Croatia, Malta, and Barcelona before this season is up after the end of this Carter Mania that you're watching right now. Rico, great finals day. Great job from you as well. Good Peacock Friday. Big thank you to all the fans as well and everyone from Cricket Production. It was a big production this week in Group C, that's for sure.
It was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, look, there's so many, I mean, too many people to mention, but, you know, the ground staff here, our partner, Spring Production, all of our partners, actually, thank you all very much for your support. But more importantly, thank you to all our viewers because, well, you make it special for us.
Yeah, Corey, hope you enjoyed your day off, but he'll be back tomorrow. Certainly we'll be back Monday as well for Group D action. But for now, we're going to leave you with some highlights of Finals Friday here in Group C. For now, it's Vinny Sandu here, and, well, in that coat, it's Dr. Full, Rico Full, for the European Cricket Network. Have a happy, have a safe weekend. We'll see you very, very shortly for more action right here on the European Cricket Network. Hasta mañana, everybody.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.